few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that...
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves in week 2, and at the end of the week, we will be treated to a best of 5. But Pike, before we get to that, we have some banger BO3s tonight, my friend.
Every game here at the LCP is a banger, Logan. You should know that by now. We've been doing this for long enough. Every day is a banger. But yes, we got some good matches coming up. I'm super keen to get into it. I really should put my hat on too, but my hair just looks so good today. I couldn't do it. Maybe later on once I get a bit sweaty after some big old fights. But Logan, we're here. We're ready to go.
I'm so ready. I love the LCP and I love every team in it. And tonight we have an LJL derby, first cab off the rank, which will be phenomenal. It is going to be SHG versus DFM, as you can see there in the bottom sort of bracket. And then we're going to have DCG followed up by GZ. But the winning teams from last week, Pike, why don't you take us through those real quick?
Yeah, well, looking at the brackets, Swiss stage, obviously, it's the new format for the LCP, this final split, but it's Secret Whales versus Vikings and CFO versus GARM. We can worry about them tomorrow because we got some serious competitions tonight, and these players, at least these teams, are really looking to try and claw their way back as they are in the lower bracket.
That's it, they're raring to go. And as you can see here tonight, our first BO3 is SoftBank Hawks Gaming versus Detonation Focus Me, both from the LJL. And our second BO3 for the evening will be Relove DCG from the PCS versus GZ from the PCS. So an LJL derby into a PCS derby here, Pike. We're being double derbied.
Look, there's nothing wrong with a double derby. There might be some fairy floss. We could get the kettle corn out if we really feel like it. I don't know, maybe there's a bull on the line, but let's have a look at our Hawks because this is a team we've had such high hopes for. I feel like they sort of got dealt a bit of a rough hand in the first week, but we got Evie, Van One, Aria, Marble, and Vista. They're looking good. I want to see them really show up tonight and put their best foot forward and really start to claw back because they are considered one of the top 3 teams in this league.
100%. At the very end of Split 2, they were up there. They didn't have a great playoffs run, but they definitely had a really good sort of comeback through the regular Split 2 there. So we do have high hopes for these guys. Evie as stable as ever in that top lane. But yeah, as you said last week, unfortunately, they did go down in flames, if you will. Their wings were plucked. The Hawks soared no more, but that's enough about the puns. Let's have a look at their opponents. Detonation Focus Me coming up shortly. Their brethren, if you will, from the LJL here. And these guys, they need a win here.
Oh, look, they really do need a win. I think they've been having a really rough time of late. They're not having the best go a lot into these games, but I think that's just because the competition's been looking so good. So we have high hopes for these players. They can get it done. I just think they need to really knuckle down. I think there's a new meta that we keep coming back to. It's the mages in the bot lane. We're seeing very aggressive plays out of the jungle and the mid. I want to see this team in particular really play around that, and I think that's where it needs to be. So we've got Momo, Citrus, Fisher, Cocoon, and Woody. This is a team that we have high hopes. I want to see them perform tonight.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a stat here. Unfortunately, it has been 340 days since DFM's last match win at the LCP. And as you said, with a different meta, maybe now is their time to take one off of SHG. But enough about the two teams. Let's look at our featured matchup. It will be the bot laners Marble versus Kakun. So look at these numbers. Marble there, significantly higher damage per minute on average. But I mean, 635 isn't a slouch either here, Pike.
Look, I agree. I think when you look at these two players, very similar stats, but when you come to being an AD carry, it is about the damage per minute. Yes, gold is good. That's very similar. Your kill participation's almost identical. CS, very big in regards to how much gold you can get in there, but really, at the end of the day, it's how much damage you're outputting because you are sort of the crux of a lot of these team fights, and Marble just seems to have the better of Cocoon. I'd like to see if the Mages is going to be a different story if Cocoon actually decides to go down that route.
Yeah, it's the adaptability of these bot laners that has really been surprising in some of these teams as well. So which AD can, adapt quicker, adapt better, expand their champion pool, or pull out these pocket picks from years gone by and adapt to that mage meta would be phenomenal. But let's take a look at tonight's predictions here, Pike. We've got a couple. You and me, yeah. I think we see eye to eye on this one. Both have gone 2-0 for SHG, mate.
Yeah, look, it's hard to not, unfortunately. It just, the track record's there, but again, that's why we want to be the positive side of this. We want to give that positive swing for DFM. I think this is a series that they might have a shot at. I want to see from the Hawks for them to be a little bit cleaner in their gameplay. How well can they execute in their drafting? How well can they execute in the early to mid game? Because I feel like that's something that this team somewhat struggles with. Whereas DFM, I want to see them try and win the draft really hard and then come in really, really strong and look to just blow this team out of the water. Because if they can get into that, it will look good. But let's have a look at our other co-caster. It's going to be Carrick. We'll see what their prediction is. And they're coming in SHG as well, 2-0. It seems to be pretty unanimous across the board.
Yeah, look, we'd be fools to ignore just how strong SHG are. The reality of the situation is when it comes to these two LJL teams, SHG is simply stronger than DFM. So yes, we're hoping DFM can win a match. It would be great for the morale. It'd be such a phenomenal boost for them. But realistically speaking, I really do think SHG is going to take this one in a 2-0 sweep. They've just got the stronger players in, dare I say, every single lane, Pike. So will be up to DFM to put together, as you say, that draft, that strong team situation setting for themselves to really get the better of SHG here.
Well, look, let me hit you with a question then real quick. We got some time on our hands. Where do you think DFM need to put their eggs in the basket? What lane or maybe jungle, where do they need to put that focus? And who do you think has the carry potential for this team to take them over the line?
Yeah, look, I really think that DFM shouldn't be focusing on top side, for example. I think Evie is just going to get the better of Momo in top, no matter how many resources they commit to that side. They just need to let Momo play weak side and not fall too far behind. I really think they need to win through their jungle, teaming up with their bot side. I think they need to overload the bot side, maybe even send mid lane down as well, make it 4v2s, 4v3s, and win those tower dives. I really think that's their path to victory here, Pike. What about you?
Look, I fully agree. I think that's a really good call. We know dragon scaling is sort of like the main reason a lot of teams actually went out throughout, not just the LCP, but all other regions too. But I think it's looking around this mid lane. I think if Fisher can get somewhat of a lead, there's the famous thumbs up from Evie. Thank you so much. That has just filled my day with all the joy that I could find. But I think if we can give Fisher a little bit of a boost, if Citrus and Fisher can get on the same page and do exactly what you said, make their way down bot, get some early kills on the board, and I talk about that early pressure we need from this team, I think they could start to scale a bit more and feel a little bit more comfortable heading into the mid-late game. So we'll have to see what that's going to look like at the end of the day. Regardless, it's still a tall order, but they're still ordering, so that's still part of it. You got to play the game to win, you know?
What is it? Is those venti macchiatos? Is that like the large size you can get in the States? I think they need to order multi-venti latte or something just to get the extra tall order going on here, because that's what they're up against, right? They're up against SHG. They're up against consistent top 4, top 3 in the LCP team. And for DFM to be able to put something together and take a match off of these guys would be something to celebrate. It would be something to cheer, and it would signal to the rest of the LCP that, hey, we've been practicing in the off season. We've just beaten one of the better teams. Be ready for us because we've got some new tech. And one of the interesting things here too is that they haven't really changed any members of their team up either. Like, this is one of the things I love, is that they're sticking with the team to give them more time for that synergy, Pike.
Look, and I've talked about this multiple times over multiple splits, is if the teams can stick together, if we can maintain these rosters and foster that talent rather than sort of swapping, chopping and changing. And I think GC is all about finding their feet and trying to make their way in it where they've chopped a couple times. But I think they've found good talent. Now it's about bringing it all together and forming that glue that gets the team looking good. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But that's the big difference, is teams that stay together win together. So I'm really excited. I think SHG have done a really good job maintaining this talent, and I think it comes on the back of like, feed Evie everything you can. Like, Evie's got the goods. I think they're one of the top laners in the league. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had this discussion many, many times, but I mean, tonight we're going to be spoiled to 2 double derbies, and we will get right into it after this Riot fist bump. GG's. See you in a minute.
hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ vọng.
And we're back for the player walk-ons in just a moment. I'm really, really excited to see these players walk on to the stage for tonight's LJL Derby Pike. But we were talking about before the Riot fist bump, talking about the synergy of teams and sticking together versus, you know, making changes as they're needed. And it's quite a tough call for orgs and coaches to have to make.
No, it definitely is. Like, it's always hard to lose a play or like maybe see if they're not getting the performance, but we're getting ready as our top laners are coming on out and they're looking sharp. Evie, if I do not see that thumb once again, I will have a panic attack and there will be hands. But still, we'll have come on as it is going to be a couple more. Getting ready to make the word. Here it is, Van 1 Citrus. Whew, that's a lemon and a half.
That's it. Van 1 and Citrus, the junglers of their respective teams, come out onto the stage and do the respectful fist bump that we've all come to know and love within our Riot esports sphere. And then in the mid lane, Aria and Fisher Pike.
These are the two players, right? I've already called it. This is where I want to see the action in this lane. These two players, I think they've got the goods. Aria, I want to see them pull out the Ari and just pop off. It's known for it now in the LCP, but here it is. Our AD carries coming in. Marble Cocoon as well. Again, this is where you put your focus. This is where you think we need to see some action out of DFM.
Yeah, that is our featured matchup for the night as well, Marble versus Kalkun, so we will see how this one plays out. But no bot laner is safe without their supports. We've got Vista, we've got Woody. They have entered the stage and they are ready to roam the rift here in this meta park. We're probably going to see them leave their lanes at around level 2, no later than level 3. And the coaches, Corgi and Paz.
Yeah, I love these coaches. They've always got the goods. They know what they're doing. Oh, love it. Respectful as always. I'm curious to see when we're going to start getting bards here, Logan. I think that's the big thing on everyone's lips. I want to see the bards in LCP.
Yeah, we need to let bards get through because right now bards are like banned basically every single game. But another champ that isn't for supports is Pike, for example. He's oftentimes let through, but still not picked up, even though we're seeing those sort of Pike Mel bot lanes set up. But speaking of duos, Aria and Vista, the mid laner and support for SHG, have been locked in for our 2v2 to fight for first selection.
Okay, and then we got Momo and Fisher as well, so it's the top and mid. So, okay, maybe we're thinking of some fun, different synergies. Maybe we're going to see, like, the Cassiopeia with the Pantheon, or even the Singed as well, if it hasn't been picked up. It was highly picked last week as well. So I'm curious to see what these are going to look like. You know my favorite here. It's always going to be, like, the Rengar Ivern. That's all I really want. But we could sort of start seeing some more traditional things. But I think it's all about these mages at the moment. They do the good damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's, like, a Cinder or something in there. I don't know. I don't know what's going through these teams' heads. I wish I could find out, though, just get inside their minds.
Yeah, but like, Syndra is one of those mages that is really powerful no matter where you put her, but she has to be in the right draft. Otherwise, she can just get picked on and like brutalized, right? So it will be up to composition. It will be up to drafting. And I just don't think 2v2 is the place for that unless it's like an Anivia throw the wall up, maybe?
Oh, if you're doing the Anivia, you're going with the Poppy, right? Like, it's the Poppy Anivia where you put the wall up and you get the instant slam in there. Like, that's the combo. I think the Syndra is more about the disrupt. Like, you get that scatter of the week and you can force them back as well. I think it's all about setting yourself up for success and being able to layer the CC. That's what these combos are all about, Logan. So I think when you're looking at like a mid-top duo, like, what comes to mind? Like, it's such an interesting sort of concept where it's not often two lanes. Like, these really come together unless it's just for absolute 2v1 kill pressure in like the top side. I rarely see a top laner in my mid lane unless they're there to steal my CS.
I saw a great clip on social media the other day, but this AD carry, they were like, oh, I'm super chill. And then it zoomed in on their support, stealing their CS, and they lost their mind. But look at how tanky SHG are. Cho'Gath and Darius, my God. I'm going to need a lot of damage out of DFM for that.
Oh my God, the Win Brothers! We're doing it! We're doing it! DFM are taking it all the way! That is the dream. Okay, Yasuo Yone versus Cho'Gath and Darius. I'm not going to lie, I think Cho'Gath Darius actually win that, but I think we're waiting till 6. We're going to be scaling a little bit. DFM, they're cooking something awesome, and I'm here for it. That is going to be so much fun. But Cho'Gath Darius, that's pretty good because the disrupt. Cho'Gath is a bit of a known counter to the Yone because you wait for that soul rebound and it's like, okay, you can just land your knock up instantly. So yeah, interesting one in my opinion. Very interesting.
Interesting and tanky. We see the items. Look at that. So many Doran's helms on the side. Darius is running double Doran's helm, as well as the Ghost Summoners, which we've expected. Cho'Gath's gone the Ignite Hail of Blades, very aggressive build. Already has that anti-heal, anti-shield piece in his inventory as well. But look at the Wind Brothers. They've gone literal exact same. Are they toying with us? Are they doing this for the memes? Both Ignite, both Flash, same item builds. This will be interesting, Pyke.
I'm not gonna lie. When you're playing the Win Bros, especially when you're playing together, it's always a bit of a cheese. It's always a bit of a meme. Like, you gotta enjoy it for what it is. Like, you look at this, I'm most happy just to go straight forward. That's fine. We're not worried. It's more the concern that I have of when Vista runs at you as this Darius. Now, when you have swords, it's all well and good. Downside, that's a big axe. But you've also got a big monster with you as well. So, like, there's a lot of worry, and we got to land those NATOs, boys. Come on, what is this?
Yeah, I mean, Vista did really well there to get that cleave onto both Fisher and Momo. So that was an example, as you were saying, of the damage that Darius can put out and the AoE, right? He's harder to hit. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, okay. I see what they're cooking, just layering it. I'm here for it. But the problem is here, Logan, this is another thing. I play both of these champions. Chat, let's not judge me really quick. I'm talking about Yasuo Yone. When you do layer it, you have to share the wave. Like, you actually need to be sharing who hits it because you both have the same passive of trying to land your Way of the Wanderer, but you also got the Way of the Hunter where you've got to get those little stacks up with the NATOs. But this is the problem. Look at how low Momo is. Already going to be pulled back. The Ghost has been procced. The bleed is good. You just leave him there. The flash out from Fisher. Double bleed coming in. You just full commit here. Fisher has nowhere to go, and there it is. The cheese lane could not handle the absolute brutality of what is Darius Cho'Gath. I called it.
That was fantastic. Basically, they went in and did not go back out. Yeah, they tried to run away, but they got run down by SHG there on that Darius, on that Cho'Gath. A great pairing there, and as we said, probably going to be a bit stronger than the Wind brothers, but I liked it. I liked the commitment to the bit. I appreciated seeing them on the Rift, and honestly, you look at the player cams, they're all having a good time. They're all loving life, and what more could you ask for here? But now, because we also have sort of Fearless throughout the 2v2s, no one can use those champs again for the rest of the split. So, took it away from them.
Look, that's fine. Like, obviously, using a strong combo like the Darius Cho'Gath in this match in particular, especially for SHG, who you and I both suspect is going to be progressing forward a little bit more. Like, this is a strong combo. You've now used very early on. I would have probably saved something a little bit stronger with, but I guess they didn't know what was being picked. The Yone Yasuo was held right to the last minute, so they clearly were like, all right, let's just pick what we think's comfortable, what we know is going to win it, get the side selection or choice of where we're going to be going. So it's like, okay, I get it. I understand. Maybe the cheese was DFM just getting in their head. They're like, ooh, what if we just play the Wind Bros and see what happens and see if we can get inside their minds? SHG don't play by those rules, baby.
I genuinely think there's some strategy to that, though. Like, a couple of times we have seen some of the champs picked in the 2v2s also picked in the following. What's the word when it's after it? The preceding? No, that's before. The post-match, right? So in the BO3s, in the side selection, in the draft, you'll see the same champs picked in the 2v2 as you do in the draft. So, you know, it's a bit of a mental game. Maybe they're trying to be like, hey, ban Yasuo, ban Yone. But so far, it has not worked. SHG banning away Nocturne and Orianna. And I do like this ban from DFM onto Lock, because that guy's hit the Rift and he's a menace, Pike.
Look, it's feast or famine, though. That's the big difference with Lock, and we have seen a feasting Lock that couldn't hold on. We saw that last week, and it wasn't what we wanted it to be, but that just came down to the rest of the other side just collapsing. And I think when you give the feast over to Lock, it's always going to be a struggle if you can't maintain that lead and push further and further into the mid-late game. Poppy ban coming out, so we can look at what is up on the board. We've got Nocturne, Orianna, Poppy. We get the Lee Sin Lock waiting on that third and final ban for DFM, as they are on blue side as well here. Logan.
Yeah, one thing I'd also like to point out, though, regarding Lock is there's been some interesting statistics coming out from Riot themselves. Obviously, when a new champion is released, they pay very, very close attention to the stats, the performance, the win rate, the ban rate, etc., etc. He falls off very, very hard after about 20, 21 minutes. So if you can persevere, get through that early 21 minutes, you can definitely take the game. And the thing is with pro games, most of them are around the 31-minute mark. So Lock is an early champ that falls off. So it will be interesting if a team is able to pick it, what they will pair it up with to assist that early gameplay.
Yeah, you're right. Like, basically, the average game time in the LCP for at least Split 2 was 32 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, that is just the average time. So you bang on. Like, it is that the mid to late game where you get to the 30-minute mark. You should have 2, 3, almost 4 items at this point, and it's always going to be a bit of a struggle. But seeing champions picked up, I love SHG locking in the J4 here for Van 1. It's aggressive, it's strong, it's so good in team fights. I love it here. But you've opened yourself up to a nightmare because you get a Nefiri and a Cassiopeia picked up by DFM, and I love this drafting out because Nefiri is the clear outplay potential to the J4.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is too, Momo locked in that Nefiri first, right? And then they locked in the J4. So it's interesting they're going with that. The other way around, right? Yeah. Yeah, so J4 was picked and then Nefiri was picked. So great counter pick there by Citrus in the jungle. Like, that really puts him up and over this J4, which is that win condition we were talking about pre-draft, right? It was if the jungler can tee up with the bot lane and sort of overload bot and win through bot, then they can do it. And this is a strong showing. But you were even talking about that Syndra. This Syndra, it's not guaranteed that she's going to go in the mid lane with Arya. She very well could go in the bot with Marble.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth, Logan. We don't know where this Syndra's going to go. It's a bit of a flex, but with the Camille now being locked in, it obviously means the Shen's going to be the counter pick as that support champion for Woody. The the Syndra is that open question, and this is what I love. It's the same with Cassiopeia, actually. Both have that flex potential. Do they want to send the mages down into the bot lane, or are they going to keep them mid? So I think we're going to have to see, but obviously, if anyone's out there on Twitter and did see a little bit of those announcements, mages in the bot lane will most likely be coming to an end. The downside, we might also see 80 carries in the mid lane again, so expect your Tristanas, expect a little bit of shenanigans, maybe even a Kai'Sa here, there, and everywhere. But now that we're seeing the second ban phase coming in and the Akali coming out, tells me we might be seeing potentially these mages going bot.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen Akali flex to bot too, right? Obviously, in this situation, it's been banned away, but just last night in the LCK, an Akali went bot lane into a Cassiopeia. So that people aren't scared to pick your traditional mid laners and move them into that bot side, no matter what that mid laner might be. Obviously, that's not what's going to happen here tonight. So I love this ban, the Ziggs ban. Ziggs has really risen to the fore, has become quite the meta pick with this mage meta, and goes first, second pick sometimes in that bot side. Has excellent wave clear, is able to be left alone. By banning Ziggs, you're forcing them to pick something else that requires support, and it keeps them in lane. It locks them down and slows or prevents that roam.
Yeah, no, fully agree. I'm actually surprised that the Ziggs wasn't locked up here for SHG. Like, you have the Camille, you have a free target to land a Mega Inferno bomb on top of someone's head. So it's one of those things. We saw it at EWC, we're seeing it in other regions too. It's really risen in priority. And now we're starting to see secondary bans more towards that 80 carry role. We saw the Ezreal before, now we're seeing the Sivir. So maybe we're thinking, okay, maybe it is a Syndra mid. Maybe DFM are thinking we want this Syndra to go mid, and we'll have to pair this Camille with something that's a less hardcore. But there are options for SHG here if they wanted to. You do have some traditional AD carries. Kai'Sa, like I said before, is one of them. And a Xerath ban.
Yeah, so Xerath has risen quite drastically in this meta as well. I believe there's an LPL player whose name eludes me at the moment who has something like a 62% win rate in solo queue and has been bringing that into tier 1 and has been quite successful. So I think this is a smart meta ban, even if they don't know if Karkun can actually play it. He's just so strong right now.
Yeah, but it's so skill dependent, right? Like, you're playing against the best of the best in this league. Like, this is not just league in several countries in the LCP. Like, you got to expect if someone's picking up a Xerath, you need to be landing those skill shots 9 times out of 10. You need to be on point. You're going to basically be scripting at that point. So it's going to be very interesting that I see. Oh, I love this. The Vladimir being picked up again. It's the Syndra in the bot lane with a Vlad mid into the other mages. I am a huge fan of this because it's just risen in priority, because what can you do to it? You can't really kill him, and he just scales into oblivion and he gets 2-3 items and he's unkillable. So I love this pickup. Ari is going to be feeling really confident, and especially with a Cassandra on the back of it, SHG's team comp is looking phenomenal.
And one other thing I really like about this Vladimir pickup as well is that he has that invulnerable where he goes untargetable. And Neferi has that too, right? So they're both extremely hard to pin down, extremely hard to kill. And it gives this Vlad that survivability against Neferi when Neferi goes in, because typically Neferi wants to go for those mid laners, go for those bot laners, the squishy champs, but Vlad just goes, no, you can't target me. Like, you know, uno reverso back at you. So yeah, SHG's draft, I love it. DFM's is a very fast draft though. They're going to move around the rift extremely quickly. Like Cass, no slouch, Naf over the walls, Victor gets that speed boost, Shen ulting around, the slowest, but will have TP. So it's going to be a fast game.
I think it's going to be a very fast game. In fact, we're actually seeing it's going to be the Vladimir in the bot lane. So it's actually the Syndra going to be on mid, Vlad with the Camille. So they're basically saying, okay, we're just going to send Vista off for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter if they don't get their little goal. It's fine. Let them just roam around and be the biggest disruptor we've ever seen. I'm very curious how they're going to play it out.
Yeah, it will be interesting because we've been talking about the mage meta, and there are a lot of mages here, right? We got Vlad, we got Syndra, we got Victor, we got Cassiopeia. That's like 4 mages. It's still better than the LPL though. There was a draft that came out yesterday where it was basically like 5, I think it was supports and tanks, right? There wasn't like a single mage, it wasn't a single AD carry. Like, we still have some semblance of a normal draft here in the LCP. We haven't gone full degenerate just yet, Pike. But enough about the draft. We are on Summoner's Rift for the first game of tonight's BO3 between DFM and SHG.
You know what? When are we going to go full degen here, Logan? That's the real question I want to ask. Like, what's going on with our guys? Like, they clearly are not watching any other leagues. They're trying to stick to their own guns. And you know what? I can respect that to some point, but come on, we can play something more fun.
You know what? Maybe they are watching other leagues and going, no, thank you. That is not for us. And so they're sticking to their ways. But we take a look at these skins. Atlantean Sintra. Can't say I've seen that before. Prestige, Mythmaker, Cassiopeia. And here's the level 1 roams from these supports. This is definitely something we've been seeing. I remember seeing it pop off in the EWC. Over in the LCK, they have kept that energy up. Where the supports just straight away, they either hide in the jungles or they roam into those mids. They've effectively become the new junglers. And look at Woody. He's wrapping around again. Oh, great toggle of the vision by observers. Thank you so much. That was perfect.
Yeah, all right. Oh, burning the flash as well. Flash for flash is good. Woody's happy to burn that very early. It's still 5 minutes on that, but Arya with a flash down is a lot. Like, they're going to be ganking this mid lane, and that's what I said that they needed to do. This early pressure on this mid lane is going to result in them getting that a little bit of a lead and holding onto it as best they can. They have the Nefiri, they have a Victor, they can scale online, they can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, now that Flash E from Shen is gone, though, it's going to be another 5 minutes before that sort of potentially explosive engage can occur. But having that flash of that highly immobile mid lane mage gone is just prime opportunity. It will be up to Citrus to loop back around to Fisher and make something of that. But I have to imagine Van One and Marble, they're going to be aware. They'll be kind of roaming around, trying to protect their mid laner. And we do take a look at those junglers. They are in their top side jungles, but we haven't even talked about that top side matchup. It's Momo on the Gnar into Evie on the Cassante. So Momo's got a great pick here. He's got some range, and range typically in the early game is able to eke out some strong advantages against melee. So it will be up to Momo to push this advantage for as long as he can before Evie on this Cassante becomes a monster.
Yeah, that is 100% the thing. Like, Momo needs to get this strong lead. We know Evie is very comfortable into these sorts of matchups. Is they're taking a little bit of the L early game, but Cassante is the 5,000-year champion. They are going to scale up into the game too. So curious to see how that's going to be played into effect as the game goes on. Obviously, first Dragons in 2 minutes. This is why we're seeing such early roams once again. Vista very happy to walk up here. Is able to use the grapple hook and maybe get something onto Fisher. There's Arya still no flash. Play is still up. If Fisher takes one step too close to the side, and there it is, already walking up, could get caught out here. There's one ball, could be enough, and okay, they played that very well. Good on Fisher to stay in the very middle of the lane and just annoyed a little bit of Vista.
Yeah, but below them as well, Woody and Vista were rotating up. Van One was rotating. So both teams were bringing numbers to bear in this mid lane matchup, right? So Vista with Fisher, there's that value. Heck yeah. With Fisher moving in the middle so well and seeing Woody coming from the bot side as well as Citrus from the top side, SHG decide to call it off. And I think that's a smart choice. It could have gone either way there, and frankly, probably DFM's way, because Arya doesn't have the flash. Vista.
Oh. Okay, flash comes in, but doesn't really get too much off it. Again, there's just a flash now done for this Camille. Obviously thinking there was going to be a little bit more of a fight, but Woody was there to counteract the play. And really good read here out of DFM. They played this well. They had the cover.
Yeah, no, this is really excellent gameplay coming out of both of these supports. They're in the right areas at the right times. Vista making the play, Woody there to counter it. And prior to that, Woody and, Vista going in the mid lane in that level 1. It was fantastic work. But we take a look at the gold. It is dead even. First Drake up in 30 seconds. Both junglers even on farm. But Van One was first to get to level 5 over Citrus here. Should be able to go for, both Scuttle Crabs have been taken. Cassante is TPing back to that top lane, which tells me that Momo kind of got the better of him, was able to push a wave in, as it looks like Momo's trying to take a recall.
No, but look, if Momo can't, like, cancelling the back there is actually quite good, because now the tempo is a little bit more in Evie's favor. Look, that's a freeze right there. You have to be so careful. And Marble as well now taking a lot of damage. A good Miasma getting enough burn off. Fakun has to be not so careful, but needs to be cautious, because Marble can get that health regen back very quickly. There are Vladimir. It's just all about, it's waiting in lane, but taking a bit of damage. Ooh, great spacing.
Yeah, and sometimes spacing is all the difference, right? If you're able to get an auto off where your opponent can't, as bot side, some action.
Straight into the pool is not the worst thing in the world. And Momo here actually had to burn that TP just to get back into lane. So Evie could be caught out. Citrus doesn't have 6, so the call of the pack isn't going to be used. Now this, again, it's just the bot lane in the mid lane permanently at this point, and just nothing's going on. Now Van1's here, trying to catch out Woody. Nice little dash.
Yeah, great E-taunt there from that Shen. Woody playing that spectacularly. I was actually concerned because there was 3v2 on my screen, SHG versus DFM, but DFM, they brought more members down. Momo, because he had the priority, had the push in that top lane, is able to rotate down, get the numbers, and force SHG back. So Citrus will get this scuttle crab. He'll be getting closer, then he hits his level 6.
Well, straight in. Ari, I think he's going to go down. First blood. This is what DFM needed, as nice work from Vista to get over that wall with a hook shot, but still well played from DFM. First blood secured in the mid lane.
Yeah, as soon as Citrus hit that level 6 as well, Fisher started to make that play. Citrus was running over, did hit that ult, was able to get the reset, but we see it here again, the setup. 3 members of DFM, 2 members of SHG, and it was just Woody sliding forward with that beautiful taunt into the stun from Fisher, followed up there by their jungler Citrus. Gets that assist, gets the reset, started to look for more, and gets a flash, got something out the other side, forcing them away.
Yeah, got quite a bit, but it's still first blood. It's going to get that slight gold lead for them. It's only 500 as the game is quite even, but Dragon has been started up here, Logan, and it's SHG first to the objective.
Yeah, and that's what you want to be doing, right? Yes, they got first blood DFM, so they get that gold bounty, but if you can start this jungle objectives, if you can start stacking these drakes, happy days. So that's a Hextech Drake. Ability haste and attack speed. It's only 5%, but these things matter, especially when they're stacked up. And the thing is, that was on Vision too. So DFM saw it and were like, we have to let that one go. We're not in the position to take this one. Momo doing well in this top lane at the moment, trying to keep Evie away. But if you have a look at that Cassante is matching CS, which is not great. You don't want the Cassante to be matching your CS. Dare I say this early in the game, 7.5 minutes in, 20 seconds before the grubs. And he's got the push, so he'll be able to rotate first.
Logan, I'll do you one better. It's not often you see Cassante up in CS. They are a wave ahead of this Nard. That is nigh unheard of, because the priority for Cassante this early into a ranged champion like a Nard is crazy. But what I'm loving here is Vista and Van1 up on this top side. They say, here are the grubs. They're just spawning. Citrus and Fisher now joining up to the party. Woody as well. So it's a 4v5 as Vlad's come down. It's a 5v4 if they decide to come in, as now the rest of the team, Cocoon's jumping into this party, but good vision is keeping them on, and it is going to force SHG back. So I love this concept of the DFM swarming in numbers.
Yeah, so they get 2 grubs. They're happy to leave the third, but I think they see SHG are leaving, so they've got confidence to take that third grub. But yeah, that TP coming out of Cocoon to respond to that bot side push, that bot side pressure from Marble as well, was a great way to draw them off. So you look at DFM, they got their first blood, they've got the 3 grubs, they're up 700 gold. At 9 minutes, that's not the biggest gold lead, but it's still nice to have.
Ooh, the gaze is not going to land straight into the pool to avoid a little bit more, but flashes burnt and ultimates used. That is quite good, and living here with 3 members coming down, they're just wasting time. And look at now, there's Victor. Look at Fisher in the mid lane taking these tower plates, especially with the Void Grubs now.
Yeah, it's just free gold in the pocket of Fisher. Look at that. His turret hasn't even been touched yet. Arya forced to TP to mid lane to respond to that wave, because you don't want to miss out on the experience. You don't want to miss out on the gold of that wave crashing into your turret here, as Momo trying to leverage his advantage in that top side. And this is a great start coming out of Detonation Focus Me here, Pike. They're playing the map really, really well. They're fighting for these objectives. They've got some gold leads in their jungle, mid, and just in their support. And dare I say, Woody's having more of an impact than Vista at the moment too.
It just makes sense, right? Shen is the natural counter to this Camille. It's a clear choice. Every time we're going to see Camille hovered, or at least picked, this has to be picked up, because you do get so much value out of this taunt. I'm curious to see how the game's going to go, because that is the problem. Camille, as the game goes on, will start beating this Shen. It's literally just the true damage is going to be good. Cassante is still going to be relevant. Having a slight CS lead here is nice. This is what I wanted to see, Momo. Well done. It's all this really hard aggression. Here comes Van1. You're about to go Mega Nard, though, so you have to be careful as double flash is used. Maybe they just have to back off.
Momo's like looking for more. Okay, has the vision on Van 1. Needs to be very, very careful here. Needs to respect the fact that Van 1 is in the area. He does not have flash, but I do like the early flash coming out of Momo as well, before there was any chance for Van 1 to connect and make it that 2-for-1. Citrus, though, in the area, he might be looking for something because they know Evie doesn't have flash, but he's under his turret, so he's just going to recall, because you look at that, a Drake up in 1 minute 10 seconds, or 70 seconds in the common parlance. The Rift Herald 4 minutes away, and 2 members of SHG in that mid lane pressuring Fisher. They want priority. They want to get vision control for the next Drake.
Yeah, that's it. Now we're getting the first coach comms out of Tana as well for DFM. Nice to see them utilizing these a lot more. I do see that they used it, I think, 2 or at least 3 in their last game, in the last one last week. So nice to see that they're utilizing as much as they can to keep this communication strong. I think this is one of those things for especially teams that have had a bit of a rough time in the split and splits gone by. Getting this little bit more information of guys sending, guys, just go drag. We won with the numbers. We win early. Full send. We can be successful. So there it is. The flag and Drake's good. Heal is nice. Petrifying Gaze is going to land. The Miasma is nice too, but it's just Vista holding them back. The TP sending Evie down. It's a 5v5. And I think they are just happy with the scuttle at this point because the vision is so powerful around these objectives.
Yeah, and I mean, Evie has completed his first item as well, so he's got that edge over Momo when it comes into that tank-for-tank war. TP committed as well from both of them, so those summoners burnt no one in that top side. You watch, Evie and Momo are going to be racing to this top side to see who can get there first. Fancy feat from Evie. And yeah, that fight around that Drake pit ultimately gives it over to DFM. So Citrus has started that one up. Woody is in the area, and that will get them their first grubs, and that should get them their first Drake. But I see SHG, they're closing in. They want this.
Yeah, they want it. You can see as well, Van 1's coming back to the fight. Citrus needs to be careful, goes straight back up. Pull back, yeah, throws a little bit more. They do secure the dragon, but Woody has to flash over the wall. Even through a Hextech ultimatum, they were able to survive a little bit more, and that is first dragon going over to DFM. They're playing really well, Logan. This is what I wanted to see.
Yeah, you can tell they've definitely been putting in the work. They've definitely been practicing. Momo here goes mega into Evie, but nothing more will come of this one. But yeah, this DFM is looking a bit different, I have to say, even from last week, Pike. And yeah, it's still early game. It's only 13 minutes in. But if they can keep this up, because you think about it, Victor is one of the ultimate scaling mid laners, and Fisher is using some fancy feet, has been fed that first blood gold as well, able to get some small advantages over Arya. I think they're in with a chance here.
Look, down but never out is another side of the story. SHG, I mentioned at the start, is all about early control, but you need to really start snowballing it. If we hit the 15, almost 20-minute mark, and DFM don't have a substantial lead, I think they're going to fall off. I think Van 1's going to hit some great cataclysms. We're going to lock down a lot of these members, and I think we have to be very concerned. But in saying that, it's a pretty good comp out of DFM. The Cassiopeia with the Shen at the same time. It's such a dynamic duo that it can get a lot of sort of nuance in landing the Miasma, landing a good Petrifying Gaze as they go in for a little bit of a fight, because SHG is all about proactivity. It's going forward. You got a Camille, you got a J4, they want to land on top of you. Whereas the other side, they can play a little bit further back. They're a disruptor.
One thing that I am concerned about for both sides, I dare say, is they've got so much AP damage, right? Nefiri and J4, yeah, they're AD damage, but they're not the highest damage dealers. Both of your massive damage dealers are AP, right? So they're very, very bursty. So if you can live through that sustained engage, sustained fight, you stand a better chance. Now, out of Na and Cassante, who is the better tank, Pike? Which one of them is the better tank to equip with MR?
Can you come back to me? Because that's a good question. I know it's Cassante, but I feel like if I play it back a little bit, I don't look like a smarty bum. But in saying that, you're talking about damage, Logan. I want to flip that script a little bit more. There's a Camille in this game, and that's a lot of damage regardless, because it's true damage plus the full engagement. Van 1's already getting jumped on, has to flash that wall, because 3 members strong of DFM want this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that's a Hail of Blades Camille as well, so that's going to be a little bit of extra damage. But you're right, DFM in the area, they poke SHG away. There are wards in the area, but SHG, they're going to respect it. And I like this call. They're like, we don't need to take a Rift Herald flip. We don't have to give it all away here. And DFM, they're racing away with these jungle objectives. They've got the 3 grubs, they've got the Rift Herald, they've got the second Drake of the game. So it's up to SHG now to respond to this pressure that DFM is, piling up, is compounding against them. I mean, Evie.
It's 16. Look, you're a Cassante at the same time with Merc Trends. It's Citrus you're going to be worried about here. Is the Pursuit. Call the Pack is going to be used, but it is a Cassante. They have a multitude of abilities. They can do a multitude of different things, and they do it for 5,000 years still. So it's going to be hard to catch this Cassante as the game goes on a little bit further. But what I was going to touch on here is it's really on DFM to really snowball a little bit faster. Yes, they're at these objectives, but they're still only 500 gold up. Some of the best teams in the league would have all these objectives on the board and be a lot more. And it's really SHG doing a good job of taking something from the other side of the map. Yeah, they've given over the Rift Herald. Yeah, they lost their grubs, but that bot tower is low. It's a lot of gold going into their pocket, and starting to whittle down these towers means a lot as the game goes on.
Yeah, that bot side tower is on its last plate, but that's 4 plates, and I think the mid has only lost 1, so it's a total of 5 plates. But SHG's towers, they're missing 2, 3, 4, 5 as well, so it is equal across both teams. It's just that SHG have focused all of their attention on DFM's bot tier 1, whereas DFM, they're kind of spreading their attention across each one of SHG's towers. So when they, here it is, when they put the Rift Herald down, 20 seconds before the next Drake, and they will crack this, they'll open up the map. And here's Tana doubtlessly congratulating them for this play.
Yeah, 100%. The third and final coach comms. I think every time I've seen the coach comms being used for DFM, it's around some form of objective or some major event that's going to go forward. Yes, they stopped the second charge and all well and good for SHG, but first tower confirmed for DFM. They have got full control over this game. They're now taking the 1k gold lead. Items are starting to come online. We've got the Rod of Ages for Cocoon starting to scale up. It is only at 5, but third Dragon, Logan, it's on the board.
Yeah, and this one, it's not pivotal, but obviously you want it for your team, right? I think SHG really want this one because the Rift Herald and the Grubs went to DFM. They're here first. They've got the vision control. They've got the members. Momo being left on that top side does have TP, so can join at any moment and decides against it. So SHG claim themselves their second Draken is the third of the game, but that gold going over to Momo, I'm pretty sure he's got 2 plates here, Pike. So I like this call from DFM, and now they've just rotated to that mid lane to apply more pressure.
Yeah, look, I really like it. You're right. The gold lead, again, is starting to build up on DFM's side. The objectives are slowly being good, and now the tower's low. Evie could be caught out here as 4 members running up to the top side. Evie needs to be careful as the Chaos Storm does go down, trying to go on top of but still not enough. Flash being burned. Evie, still deathless, is holding on, but he loses a top tier 1 as well. DFM doing a great job. Tier 1 also got picked up for SHG on the bot side, where it was always going to go down fairly soon. Yasma now, big bit of damage to Arya, but still trades across the board, but Flash is burnt.
Yeah, so I really like this. This all started back at the Drake, right? That Ocean Drake, the third of the game, where SHG put every single one of their members, but DFM took 4 and left Momo in that top side. Then, when DFM applied the pressure to SHG, kind of made them a bit wary around the Drake, they went to that mid lane, as I pointed out. And from that mid lane, they pushed it in and rotated towards that top side to apply all of that pressure to Evie. And I think if they'd gotten the kill on Evie, that would have been a bonus. But I really do think their objective was to take that top side tier 1. So I like that sequence of plays. It was a very intelligent couple of minutes out of DFM. And to me, it speaks of growth. It speaks of improvement that these guys are taking it to task to SHG.
Yeah, that definitely does. Like they're playing proactive. They're moving around the map really well. They're giving objectives where they need to, but they've taken a lot more from the other side. So I'm really liking what DFM's bringing to the table here. Is again, they're stacking so much onto Evie. I said, take Arya out of the early game. They're going to have to fall behind because they are a scaling champion on the Syndra. So they're going to have to wait till they get these stacks on board. So now just target Evie. Take the tank out. Don't let them get these items as quick as they can and give a little bit more. As Momo, yes, a little bit behind in farm. down, but not too far behind in gold. And yes, Citrus doing a good job just being proactive and going into the jungle and disrupting.
Yeah, but already SHG are catching up in those turrets, right? The gold lead is still only 1,000 at 20 minutes. So that's not detrimental. You'd be okay with that. 2 turrets aside, 2 Drakes to SHG, the Grubs of Drake and Rift Herald over to DFM. So it is still a relatively close match here, Pike. But even being close feels like an improvement out of DFM. But I want to point something out. Marble has 2 needlessly large rods.
X-Tech Ultimatum does go down. Not too bad. 2 needlessly large rods. Why not 3?
Because they're needless. And you don't need 3 for a Rabadon's death cap.
You know what? That's a good call.
yeah. But it's concerning.
That's the scaling that we're starting to see. Oh, looking for Woody. Could not find it. Found cement instead.
But that's, oh my God. But that's the concern, right? Is that Marble, for his second item, is going straight for that Rabadon's death cap. That is so much AP power. Has that Dark Seal, has that Doran's Ring as well. So if Marble is able to connect with anyone on the side of DFM, it's going to be lights out. It might almost be a one-shot. But DFM on no vision here. SHG just not expecting this early Baron. And Momo presenting, so SHG think they might have a play.
Well, that's the thing, right, is they did just see Van 1 was down in the bot side of their jungle, so like, it makes sense to go for it. Vista's now saying, okay, you know what, we can smell this a mile away, and now they're forced to back off. You see Citrus already quite low, just teetering on half health, but burning the TP out of Arya as well. Not bad, really good productivity from SHG, and I talked about it at the start of the game, Logan. We're at 22 minutes. It's going to get a lot harder for DFM. You do have to verse this Cassante. You still got a Vladimir who just picked up that Rabadon. Now they've got a Dark Seal. All they need to do is start scaling on that, and this Vladimir, may I say it, might be unkillable.
Yeah, but I mean, Kankun, not to be outdone, just picks up his needlessly large rod as well. Fisher has the Chovy belt, Citrus with that Black Cleaver as well, and you can't tell me that is not specifically for that Cassante in the top lane. Chip that armor down, make him very, very vulnerable to the damage that DFM want to deal. I like the items that we're starting to see. I like the proactivity that DFM are bringing to the Rift. It's not SHG running this show, it's DFM making plays.
Yeah, and that's what we need to be, is Dragon up in 7 seconds. We're seeing a battle for vision as both teams trying to make their way there. As it's all about getting the early push and then seeing who can get to it first. But it really comes down to who's the snap pull of the trigger. And right now, Citrus getting stunned up, it's not going to be the end.
Sometimes that's all it takes as well, is a snap decision. Last night, T1 versus KT. T1 pulled the trigger, but KT were able to respond and turn it around on them. But the swiftness of that trigger pull is what was the decisive moment. And one of these teams needs to do it.
What's happening is the Hextech Ultimate goes down as Momo picks up Vista, but look at the Dragon. It's just being taken by Van 1 this whole time. It's going to be smited away. It is secured for SHG, but the team fight just blows up. Kakuna's so low. Get that snake off my screen as they're trying to clean up the rest of the one. Arya holds on. That's the unstoppable. It's going to be nice, but the damage is too good. Citrus has the moves, has the health, flashes forward. Scatter of the Weak keeps them alive. Woody couldn't hold on with the last stand, and it's all on Marble now trying to hold off Momo. They just need to run away. They got the objective. Now they just need to survive as best they can.
Yeah, Marble and Arya running for the hill. Citrus are still chasing.
Oh my God, getting caught out up in the air, and a hound of dogs comes charging through, and Citrus picking up another kill here, and it's beautiful to see. 103 on this Nefiri is so good, and they are not going to be able to catch him off this. He's going to get out alive.
Yeah, no, really well done there by Vista, though, to respond to TP coming through. 2 TPs.
This is aggressive. They're going straight onto the Baron. Citrus is low. If they have the healing, great. But if they don't, it might be a disaster because Van 1's coming in. TP out of Cassante. Evie's going to join the fight too. Now we have to see who's going to start it off once more. Vista gets the stun, but there's going to be enough. It's Evie trying to charge on through. Shielded good, but the damage is not there. No one's able to follow it up. Marble's just sort of sitting there trying to land what they can, but it's all about pulling them off, and Evie might just go down here. It's Cocoon picking up the tank. I thought they'd be unkillable at this point, but they just couldn't hold on, and DFM, they're winning out all these fights. They're 6-0-1.
Yeah, 6-1 to DFM, nearly a 3k gold lead, but they knew that their aggression. Oh, not done.
Cataclysm, scatter the leads, nice. It's going to be too much. The shutdown goes to Marble, Logan. That's who you wanted on for SHG.
That's huge gold in the pocket of Marble. He's 3 stacks on that Dark Seal, and they're not done yet. SHG advancing on this mid-tier 1 of DFM, but they're gonna pull away. But I liked that aggression out of DFM to go for that Baron play off the back of this Drake, because we started here again. SHG, it looked like they weren't willing to pull the trigger, so Momo does it for them. A Scatter the Weak comes out and delays them, but Vista is caught up. Van 1 on the bot side, though, that the ultimate coming out of that Cassiopeia was just half a second too late. If he'd ulted a little bit earlier, he likely could have prevented that Drake going over to SHG. But that's all she wrote, is Ari and Marble are trying to make good their escape here. And that Scatter the Weak, phenomenal. Woody flashing to make sure he survives and not give one over. As we take a look at these player comms, they're getting animated with it. They're getting enthusiastic. But off the back of that Drake, DFM were like, right, we need this Baron. They committed their double TPs because Aria was still dead. They knew it was a 5v4. Went for that Baron play. SSG came in. DFM turned it back around on SHG. And then Aria respawned. And then SHG chased DFM down. It was just a bloodbath for like 2 minutes there, Pike. And Baron is still up.
Yeah, look, 26.5 minutes into the game, Baron's still available for either team, but I'm looking at the overall state of the game. Yes, it's a 1.7k gold lead for DFM. It's not all that much at this time in the game. When you have 2 Ocean Drakes on SHG with a Vladimir and a Cassante and a Camille and a J4, these players, these teams love to heal up, and with 2 of these big dragons that are going to be scaling, and if they get the 3rd and they get the soul, it's going to be so hard to lock them down. The sustain in fights is going to be nuts.
Yeah, definitely. That sustain could change these fights. And again, 6-2 in favor of DFM, 3-2 turrets in favor of DFM, but 3-1 in terms of Drakes for SHG. If they do get that Ocean Soul, they do get that sustain, and it is a Cassante. Has that Canic Rookern, those Merc Treads as well. I mean, I just can't help but think, though, that DFM have put together a really good composition to shred this Cassante. We've been seeing it. He hasn't been as tanky as we've expected. That Black Cleaver for Citrus doing work, and I think, is that a Wit's End on Citrus as well, reducing shielding?
Yeah, is it? No, maybe. We don't know. As they're going in for a little bit of a fight. Citrus getting caught as Van 1 is so low, has to flash. The burn is good. It's going to be able to execute them. Now they're looking at Vista. That's 2 for none. And DFM getting this control 30 seconds on this Dragon, though. So it's pulling the trigger just a little bit too early. Oh, they're looking at Baron. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about being early. They just go Baron.
Well, that's it. That's been their objective, right? This whole time, DFM are the ones who've started up this Baron a couple of times, trying to drag SHG over, but with no Van 1, with no Vista, DFM, you know, they've got the numbers advantage. They've got their jungler. They have a smite. SHG, they don't want to give this one over for free. They're in the area. Great scatter because DFMs, they're in the pit.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Ari's on the wrong side of the wall. Needs to be super careful. As now Evie's looking to lock them down. Citrus's low goes up into the air, but other dog's going to keep them alive. Set them loose. It's not enough. It's the Evie show, unfortunately. They do get taken out by Momo, but with the jungler down and Van 1 coming back, they can just go straight to the Dragon. It's sole point for SHG still, Logan.
Yeah, that was fantastic from Evie as well. Great target selection, and I really love his commitment. He was like, if I die, I take out that jungler. It's a 4v4, but we have our smite, and it looks like SHG want to make it even more unfair for DFM. They're trying to prevent them coming in.
Well, watch Cocoon on the back side. A big Petrifying Gaze could be amazing. Miasma's good. The damage is even better. Petrifying Gaze doesn't hit, but Vista's just gone. 3 hits and they're out. Marble has to go into the pool because they're just so low. Healing's nice, but it's not enough. Fisher is just doing everything they can. Momo getting caught out. The shutdown's even better for Van 1. Woody is dangerously low, teetering on execution, but no, they are going to get out with their lives. And Cocoon is now saying, I will solo the Dragon myself.
Yeah, and I mean, with the damage Kakun has, I don't see why not. Honestly, chasing SHG out of their own jungle, basically getting a solo on Vista, giving the numbers advantage over to DFM, and we see it here. Citrus finds Van 1 and just goes, I'm going to try and take out this jungler. Van 1 knows he has to get away, but that one hit from Kakun was enough, that damage over time to take him out. So now, DFM, they take away that Soul Dragon for SHG. They're up 11-4. It's 30 minutes in, but it is only a 1.7k gold lead here. And DFM, they're the ones being proactive. DFM are the ones winning these team fights, but they just can't seem to win this Baron, Pike.
Yeah, no, it's the prize that everyone wants, but it's a slippery snake to capture, unfortunately. It's one of those, well, actually, it's technically a worm, but we don't have to get into the semantics of it all. But still, we'll have to see whether this side of DFM is going to be able to hold on. Remember, still a best of 3. This is only game 1 and already going to a 30-minute mark with no tier 2s being taken. It really spells that this could be a long, drawn-out game. If we get to those 4-5 item power spikes, it comes down to hands. And the track record still stands strong that SHG can take it to the best of them. Now, that's the big question. Can DFM start to really snowball these team fights, take this early lead that they have secured for themselves, and make a big play off it? Because they're getting the picks, they just need to take it to that next level and pick up some more.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They're getting these picks and they're having unfair numbers advantages in these fights, but they're still not able to close out these objectives. They're still not able to really stomp SHG and win through. Because, I mean, look at these tools. SHG are able to escape a lot of what DFM is trying to do. And Momo, unfortunately, on this Gnar has missed at least 2 ultimates that I can think of, not actually connecting with any member of SHG. So if Momo is able to find a fantastic Gnar ult, then I definitely think that will change the fight in favor of DFM, like convincingly. Like I think an ace would come off the back of it and DFM would be free to take the Baron because they're here again. It almost feels like the last 11 minutes has been all about the Baron.
Ooh, a very nice scatter there. Sends Citrus packing. Can't call out the hounds there, but yeah, you're right. I think it's such a big thing now with more items being picked up on the board, and some that I really want to point out here. Serpent's Fang for Citrus. That is so good into this Cassante, so good into the Camille. It means these shields are going to get shredded instantly. It's going to alleviate so much space for Cocoon's burn damage with the Rabadons, with the Rod of Ages to really start doing some damage. So I love this itemization that's coming out, even with a Black Cleaver to boot. It really means Citrus is going to be starting these fights, getting in, bursting what they can, and then saying, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Clean up crew, you're coming in. And it's all Cocoon, and Woody is going to be the facilitator there as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. That was the one I called Wit's End earlier. So Serpent's Fang. Like, I knew what it did. I just forgot its name. But yeah, absolutely amazing itemization coming out there. But you take a look at Evie, and he's half an item ahead of Momo too. Momo with that Triforce and the Sterex Gauge and a half-complete sort of MR item, whereas Evie does have his 3 and is able to be a little more tankier, a little more damage absorbent. However, SHG, they found DFM in their jungle, trying to push them away. But look at the vision here as well, right? SHG, they've got wards around the Baron pit because they know DFM are relentlessly trying to get this Baron. It is the big objective, and it's another minute before the next trade.
Ooh, Vista didn't land a slingshot, but that's okay. They're going to pick up some of these tasty little fruits that are just lying around on the rift. Now we're going to have to see as Citrus is starting up the Baron, Logan. Do you think this is a good call?
It's going to force SHG's hand. It's going to force response out of them. They see Evie on that bot side, so they want to draw him in. He's recalled, he's in his base, and he's probably going to have to TP. So I think even if they back off, I think it's a good call.
He's going straight on in. Hextech Ultimatum is good, but it's 5 members strong. Look at Vista. They're just burnt to a crisp. Citrus Cataclysm onto 2 is good with a GA. A Flag and Drag mid-GA is unheard of, but still, it's going to be enough as they get out of it. They're still going to get absolutely obliterated. 2 members down for SHG. They could not hold on. A jungler gone with a 50-second timer spells a Baron for DFM.
Yeah, Arya are alive, but is taking that recall. So it looks like SHG will finally not contest a Baron here. They're going to look for something else. TP going to that bot lane. Evie trying to get that mid tier 1, get something back, because DFM just collected themselves one of the freest Barons we've seen after this particular fight. And it's Vision, right? Fisher and Citrus, they find the fight. They engage on Vista, who is forced to Hextech Ultimatum early defensively. And yeah, Van 1 gets that Cataclysm, but he was only about 10% health anyway. And you look at Carkun. Carkun is safe on that bot side, free firing the entire time, Pike. So they get the Baron, they're back out on the Rift trying to stop this Drake, because if SSG get this, it's Cloud Soul.
It's just way too much. There's a lot of damage going forward. Woody picked up Arya too. SHG, they've just got no answer into this team comp. Marble's just getting thrown left, right, and center. Woody's going back forward. What is going on? It's a double kill for the Shen. Now they're looking at Van 1, the Dragon's free, but this is a Baron-empowered team. Right at the start, they've still got 2 minutes left. They can charge down mid here. Like, they could just end the game.
I mean, it's 5 versus 1 right now. SHG are lucky they didn't get aced. And yeah, as you say, they've got Baron-empowered minions. Every single member is here in the mid lane. They're sieging the base. It looks like they mean to end it here and now, Pike.
This is the play. It is all on DFM. They said we have been the underdogs for too long. A Cataclysm going forward is not enough as Van 1 is taken out once more. The taunts are good, and DFM are here to win this series and work their way through this Swiss stage, because they just took a game of SHG.
DFM take game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between DFM and SHG. That puts them on the precipice. They are on match point here against SHG in this LJL derby, and honestly, they looked good from the start and they never relented. It feels like SHG were trying to make the plays, but DFM had the answers. And I feel like this goes all the way back to your pre-draft comments, right? Give DFM comfort, give DFM a solid draft, and they can deliver the Nexus. And that's exactly what they did. I love seeing this form. I love seeing this energy, this change coming out of them. And if we take a look at the stats, the numbers tell no lies. The damage from DFM was simply so much better.
19 kills to 4 in a 36-minute game, Logan. I have some concerns about what SHG was really trying to achieve here. Like, their comp was decent, but it honestly just felt like DFM were just running and in full control. Yeah, the gold wasn't the hugest part of this game, but it really was this nefarious Citrus who was like, I'm feeling so comfortable with this pick. I think we can just win this game by stalling out these team fights. And what my big point of note is for this team is they just looked union. They looked together. They played so distinctly. They knew exactly where they needed to be, who they needed to target. And you look at this, SHG, they're just split up looking at different members of the team, whereas DFM are like, we know which target we're going for, and we lock it down, get it done. So I want to see SHG now start to pull this back together, but if that's the way SHG is going to play, DFM have this series.
I genuinely think that SHG just played too passively. They just didn't do anything. There were 5 players on the Rift that were trying to avoid dying rather than being the ones who were trying to kill, right? And DFM used that to their advantage. Like we said, it was a 36-minute game. That's a Victor that just scaled to his maximum and beyond. The damage that Fisher did, the damage that Carkun did was insane. And it just feels like SHG were like training dummies that just stood there and soaked it all. To me, it felt like Evie showed the most signs of life. He was trying to tank. He was trying to space and zone. But what can you do in the face of so much aggression from DFM?
Go next at this point. Just the game's already done. Go next, and that's fine. But I think what it really came down to is it looked like SHG were uncomfortable on their picks. They tried to play these strong meta picks that everyone thinks is going to be the winner of their game. I just don't think that's the right answer. I think SHG need to be a little bit more succinct in how they've played before. They like the traditional AD carries. I'd like to see them go back to that. right now, these majors are not sitting too well for the LCP. I just think we're a little bit confused by it. We don't understand it. I think we're definitely a league that likes to be comfortable with what we know works for them. And I think that is your more hyper AD carries that scale really hard and then hard dives. That's what we do best.
Yeah, look, I want Eddie on Kai'Sa. Please and thank you. I'm a simple man. When I see an AD go brr, I go, ha ha ha, great. That's League of Legends, whatever these mages are. But as we covered off, they are going to be nerfing those mages in that bot lane. So if you don't enjoy that mage meta, this bot lane mage at the moment, it will be changing soon. However, like you also said and League said, we could see ADs then move into mid lane, which arguably I think is more acceptable. I don't recall seeing too many people complaining about that. But we can get back into it straight after this break because we've got a game 2 ahead of us.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... They get rid of that.
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
In a surprising turn of events, DFM have taken the game 1 against SHG Pike. What do you think of that?
I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of feelings. As a male in this industry, I'm very confused by those feelings. Mostly because I didn't think DFM were going to do that, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, they played pretty good. Like, they took SHG to the cleaners a little bit. I want to see them. I talked about it before. I want to see them do a little bit more with it. We're going on a stage. We're seeing DFM. They're one game away from progressing here, Logan, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, look, like we said at the start, right? It's been 340 days since they've taken a match, and that was against SHG. And I mean, right now they're poised to do it again. Is the LJL the LJL's weakness? Because that's what's happening. I mean, DFM came out of the gates firing on all cylinders, and they never let up. And it feels like SHG just never got out of first gear against DFM, and it didn't feel like they threw anything strange or unusual at them. They just played better.
Look, I'll hit you with a bit of a counterpoint to that, Logan. I don't know if it's they played better. I think they played together. That's how I would talk about it. I just felt like, I said it before, SHG just looked really disconnected. They didn't know left from right. They were trying to go north, but they actually ended up going south. They didn't know what they were really doing, and I just think they were a little bit confused. I want to see them clean up this sort of navigational gameplay. Look at your map. It's there for a reason. We just need to put a compass in there, because then they might be able to find their way back. They've got 2 games they have to win here if they want to turn this series around. But DFM, I think they are looking really good in the situation, and I actually think you're bang on. LJL teams, maybe they just know how to verse each other. Maybe it's the rest of the league that they're like, yeah, we got no clue what these guys are doing, but LJL, we'll figure these guys out.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we're such a diverse region, because here in the LCP we have the LJL, the VCS, the PCS, and RIP OSH, it means that we have unique identities, we have different metas, and they all practice against one another. They come up in academy teams against one another, right? So to me, it's like doubtlessly SHG and DFM team members have played into one another and they know how one another play. And if they've kind of got the better read, if they've kind of adapted better to their opponent, then of course they're going to come out on top, right? And this just speaks to me of SHG, you know, based on their past performance, a slumbering giant, if you will, waiting to wake up. Whereas DFM, they're these young, energetic upstarts who are like, we need to put our best foot forward, we need to show that we belong here, and we can go toe-to-toe with the best. And I mean, that's what we're seeing here tonight, right? It's DFM 1-up over SHG and in a good position. They only need to win one more, and they get their first match win in nearly a year. Like, that's got to feel tantalizingly close. That's got to be motivating.
Such a good word, tantalizing. Oh, you got me. You had me going a little bit, then you pulled me right back with that word there, Logan. Well done. But no, you bang on. I think it's very telling. And something I wanted to talk about before game 1 that we can talk about now is both these teams had a decent break. What that really does, and we've seen it in teams as good as like Gen G, where they have this time to stop, reset, reevaluate, and say, okay guys, we can study the meta a little bit more. We have time to practice these unique picks and try them out in our scrims. And this is what these teams seem to have been doing, because DFM, yes, they lost last week, but now they're coming into it, they're in the lower bracket, and they're like, well, we can take it to these guys. I think we can start moving up and see if we can put our best foot forward, and that's what all that practice should really lead to.
Yeah, practice, practice, practice. Solo queues and scrims. That is what you want to be doing. You want to be testing, you want to be refining, and you want to be bringing it here to the LCP, the Tier 1 region in CPAC. And the best is what you need, because if you're not bringing your best, you get relegated at the end of the split, right? Because here in the LCP, we do have relegations. If you are bottom of the ladder, then you go down to fight in that promo relegation sort of tournament at the end of the split, and if you lose that, you're out, which is what we saw happen to the Chiefs in 2025. And DFM, they don't want to be there, but that is the kind of thing that is on the line if you do not perform.
Yeah, Logan, the big thing is if you start to corner the wolf will bite. And that is what DFM are clearly acting like here tonight. They have been cornered all year long, and now they've said enough is enough. We're going to start showing our fangs. Funnily enough, they're Cassiopeia's fangs, because Cocoon looks really good in that last game. And I think we should probably talk about at least some of the players individually about their performance, because it was a bit of a weird laning phase where there was definitely no supports. They were always mid, but Cocoon was looking really good the whole way through. They were landing great miasmas and they were getting some petrifying gaze, and they even had some dives where they didn't even get focused. Like they had 3-4 members about to hit them and they were able to survive. So the hands are looking really good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Kakon was able to dodge that 3v1 dive on the bot side, which was just heads up play. And that speaks to the proactivity that SHG were trying to do sometimes. But that was a proactivity that DFM were doing all of the time. They were going to every objective first. They were bringing more members first every single time. And I mean, they're probably going to be proactive in this draft with their picks and bans, having already taken away Nocturne. SHG do not want that in the hands of Citrus. And it's interesting, right? Because when we see VCS teams, Nocturne has like a 100% ban rate, and it feels like the LJL and PCS teams have kind of adopted that Nocturne banning because he's also just a really strong meta jungler, as is that Lee Sin.
Yeah, no, get the junglers out of the way. We've talked about this a multitude of times, Logan. The junglers in this league in particular are the reason a lot of these teams' games are won. Citrus in that last one on the Nefiri had a great showing, was always proactive, landing onto the right targets, even getting caught out a couple times. They were just jumping away and they knew exactly what they needed to do. So I like this. Now with an Orianna ban on the board too, not going to be giving over another really strong mid lane pick, but slowly starting to see mages getting banned out here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the ban phase here is pretty similar to game one.
Yeah, and I like the ban on Lee Sin because of that super early aggression that he has. Locke banned away again, which was also banned away in that game one. That mid lane AP assassin just proving so oppressive, so impactful in that early game, right? And if you're able to put together a very, very strong early game draft, and you take that early lead and you snowball it, you can win the game and win it fast. But you have to be committed and you have to put the right draft together, which I frankly don't think is possible now with that Locke and Lee Sin being banned, both very early, very aggressive junglers, and Corki and Poppy banned away as well. I saw someone talk about Corki earlier. I like that Poppy ban, just fantastic wherever you put her. Honestly, I'm a fan of Poppy. I play her in support and I play her in ARAMs. I like Poppy.
I don't like Poppy just because every time I verse them, I get PTSD from when I was a streamer and someone kept playing Lethality Poppy in all my games, and I always hated myself for it. So you know what? Good. Poppy's out. That's fine. Sun and Sky Poppy is now no longer available as it gets banned out. But first pick here, Rumble being locked in for Evie. I like this change of pace, giving him a priority pick in the top side. A damage dealer in these team fights looks really good, but it opens up other strong champions like the Rise.
Yeah, look, Rise, obviously a very, very powerful pick. With that Orianna band, is definitely one of the stronger mid laners. Stronger traditional mid laners, I dare say, and it's a good pickup because Rise speaks to me of proactivity. Rise speaks to me of side lane pressure, right? Because you rarely ever see a realm warp in that mid lane. It's always realm warping off to the sides or to objectives. So I like this pickup. I like that it's fast. I kind of liked that hover of Talon, but they've locked in Ambessa, and I'm going to say that's for Momo.
Yep, has to be. I love the Ambessa pickup here. It's really nice. I think it goes well into the Rumble too. It's going to be impactful. It's going to be able to sustain as much as they can in the early game. So very similar to the Nar-Cassante matchup where Rumble will do more damage than the Ambessa, but it's all about these team fights. It's the public execution onto the backline is going to be critical. So I like the Ambessa. It's all about the mid to late game right now. Yone being hovered. You called it, Logan. They played the Wind Brothers, and we get a Wind Brother because that is a Yone in the mid lane most likely for Arya, and I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, I love seeing a Yone in that mid lane. Obviously, they kind of get nailed early because it's melee into ranged, but Yone comes online, I want to say around that 12 to 13 minute mark, and Sejuani in the jungle is tanky to boot. I like what I'm seeing out of SHG here. That engage, that ultimate of Sejuani's a massive engage tool.
I like the Sejuani here. The lockdown is impeccable. It's going to be doing so much proactivity to start a fight. Ascana here is a fantastic disruptor. Even a Trundle now too is so good because you can throw up the pillar and it's going to get so much engagement, especially if you give over the Rift Herald. So I like the Trundle because it's also a tank shredder.
Yeah, look, that ultimate able to steal all of those stats and shred through that Sejuani is very, very important. Obviously, you've got another good target in the Rumble. Not your biggest, truest traditional tank, but it can prevent a lot of what he wants to do with the shielding here as well. So I like the Sejuani pick, I like the Yone pick, but I also like the counter pick, if you will, of this Trundle into what SHG have drafted for themselves. So far, we're looking at very melee-heavy comps as well, with Ryze being the only one of the 6 picked that is actually a ranged champion here, Pike. So we are in for a bloodbath.
Yeah, I like it. Everyone's on top of each other. It's just going to be nasty clubbing. There's going to be swords going off. We're going to be hitting people with a flay. I don't even know what Ambess is rocking at the moment. It's like chain swords. It's craziness here, Logan. But bans are coming in and we're looking towards that bot side because the Lucian and the Talia are taken off the board.
Yeah, I really wonder what those weapons that Ambessa uses are actually called. Like, I feel like they're like miniature glaives, right? Because they're kind of like curved, kind of longer, similar to Akali's miniature scythes. But someone smarter than me will be able to tell me eventually, because Varus has been banned away. And I like this, right? We're seeing traditional AD carries being banned. That Varus, that Lucian, that Ezreal. But on the other side from SHG, banning that Talia, I have to, that was a bot side Talia ban because that Ryze had already been picked.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I like the Talia because you can pair that with something like a Pantheon too if you really want to get into some old school laning there too. But fun fact, it's the twin heavy gauntlet mounted chain blades. Now that's a bit of a mouthful, so I will not say that in cast, but it's a close range knuckle weapons and mid-range retracting whips. Fun fact for all you Ambessa fans out there, if you did not know. I had to get that in there. I could not think about it. But an Alistair being picked as the final ban here for SHG, and now we're seeing the Rel being locked in. Now, a champion that instantly comes to mind with a front-to-back comp that DFM have got right now, Misfortune.
Really? No way. I never would have guessed Misfortune with this composition and that particular support. Not in a million years
anymore. I'm really struggling at the moment. I don't know what's going on.
But I really do like that heads-up play, obviously because they hadn't shown their bot lane in any way, shape, or form. It was difficult for SHG to ban toward it. Going with that Talia is a very meta ban, but I like the pivot from DFM. I think they've positioned themselves very well. They've got that strong front line with that Ambessa and Trundle to better enable Misfortune's ultimate over the top. But here's that Bard you were talking about.
Yes.
Bard Siva for SHG.
Bard, baby, let's get it done. No, I love the Bard here. SHG is all about the roaming. We know we can trust Vista with the good roaming as well. And it's sort of like that flip play. Like you put the Trundle pillar up to stop the Rift Herald. You put down the Tempered Fate for Bard to stop the Rift Herald as well. So I really like this. And I call out the Misfortune. It makes a lot of sense. Jhin is okay, but I think the Misfortune is a good call unless they're looking for a really strong dive comp here. Could be looking at the Kai'Sa for a little bit more of that movability. And there it is, locked in.
Yeah, I love it. I love the hyper-scaling AD carry of that Kai'Sa. It is not the Misfortune that we're expecting, because obviously they see the tools of SHG, right? Equalizer dropped on you from range, Sejuani ultimate, Yone ultimate, Siva obviously not going to stop your bullet time, but is going to be able to get around it quickly with Thrill of the Hunt. And then Bard, Tempered Fate will shut your ultimate down. So I really like this pivot from DFM into that Kai'Sa with so much frontline. I really think Kakun's going to be able to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, but it's also about how can you get onto the back line. If you are one step too far forward, you're going to get hit with everything on the other side. You have the Glacial Prism out of Sejuani. You have an Equalizer on top. The Fate Sealed, like you mentioned. The combos that I'm seeing out of SHG is looking pretty scary. Like, there's a lot to be layered on. On the other side of that, if Rel gets one good engage, one shattering strike, one magnet storm, could decide the fate of SHG and knock them out, because it's looking very, very scary for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Ambessa dive, you've got the Kai'Sa dive, you've got the Rel dive. I mean, she can do a lot. As the boys are just checking their headsets, it seems like a sound ripped through their headsets for a second there, just double checking. But I like both these compositions, but I liked what I saw coming out of DFM as they saw SHG's picks and they pivoted their draft into what SHG had drafted. So because they had the opportunity to react, I really think DFM are better positioned here, and I like it. As you said, it's very much more of a front to back draft rather than SHG's. It feels like theirs has more moving parts that they need to bring together in a more refined time period that makes it a bit more complex to execute. So it will be up to them to, coordinate, communicate more effectively, much more quickly than DFM. I feel like DFM, they'll be able to play a little more loosey-goosey with their draft.
Okay, well then that begs the question here, Logan. Who do you think's got this game? Draft only. Who do you think's going to win?
Draft only, DFM.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume that means you're SHG? Like, what do you think?
Look, I like Kai'Sa. I think it's good. The Rise is really strong. The Ambessa is always relevant. The Trundle's going to be able to get to these objectives really quickly because you are able to clear quite successfully too, but it's a Sejuani, so you're not really worried about that. You're worried about just getting some items on the board and then being a big front line. In saying that, the front line out of DFM is nice. A Trundle with a Rel, including an Ambessa, happy to slice through a couple people. I see where you're going, Logan. I see the potential for DFM. I think the pick potential out of SHG, if they can get the comms right. The comms get right, Logan. They can pull out a win here because Bard is going to be able to mitigate a lot of that full-on engage coming out of DFM too. So I think there's a lot to say about how it is. It comes down to the early lane phase. Who gets the early lead? Who's going to progress a little bit more and start scaling on objectives?
Yeah, and I mean, you can't forget Arya on Yone. All right, like, sure, you can line up nice front to back for DFM. Yone fate sealed all 5 of you. Great. Thanks for coming. Fight's over right then, right there. It's just, it will come down to timing. It will come down to hands, but we are on Summoner's Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 LJL derby. Oh, SHG. Knew DFM would be coming in early, and it's that support roaming that we saw in game 1. Vista was there. Woody was there. They were ready for it, Pike.
Yeah, no, I like it. Playing it smart, playing it loose. They had those comms before where headphones were doing something funky, but now they said, you know what, we're ready to go. We're on the map. T1 Ambessa Elite, that's dope. Now we're seeing a couple of Junkyard Trundle. I don't know, you can do better than that, but T1 Yoda, we're seeing a lot of T1 skins here, Logan, and I'm here for it.
Look, I myself subscribe T1 Bard as well. 3 T1 skins here in DFM versus SHG, but I myself have picked up a fair few of those T1 skins of late. I did pick up the Worlds 2025, I don't know what you call it, the deluxe, the ultimate, the every single skin bundle, and I absolutely rep that on Seraphine. I really think they nailed her skin there.
Here. God damn.
Yeah, look, it's all LCP money, baby! But that's enough. Because we see exactly what we'd expect here in this mid lane, right? Visha on that range rise into Arya on that Malay Yone. And it's going to be Malay, it's going to be Mana Bar versus Health Bar who can win that one. And the first one's to roam too, but I don't think either of these AD carries can really be left alone in lane for too long. No. So I actually think we're going to see the supports stick around in the bot side a lot more.
It's a bit of an interesting one because Bard wants to rotate. I think the hard part is, oh, okay, very dangerous fire you're playing with there, Arya, but you do have a Dorian shield, so that's okay. You're going to hold it a little bit more. It's all about burning through that mana bar. But back to your point about this bot lane, right, is I think Marble just needs to be very comfortable playing solo because you can already see great vision coming out of Vista, rotating up and just trying to secure a bit more of the river. So I like this. I think, yeah, you are correct. It's going to be very hard for Woody to leave lane. especially in a game where you will have a Bard around the map almost permanently for these objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. When those objectives do come up, the Bard will be roaming. It is an electrocute Bard as well, so a little bit of extra poke damage that what he does have to be careful of. We've got the Doran's Bow on both Kakun and Marble. They've both picked up the Cull as well on their first back. And we take a look at Fisher. Does have that, I think it's a Death by a Torch that has been picked up for them. And we've got Summoner's Spellbook, actually, for Van 1. I like the flexibility it has.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty good. It's just added a little bit of, I don't know, barbecue sauce to your sausage, you might even say. I don't know. There's maybe a different analogy is probably better for that one. But yeah, I don't mind it. I feel like maybe going that tankier route could have been smarter too, going for like a Resolve or just seeing if you could get a Grasp of the Undying. Just maybe you're not going to get the Grasp procs as quickly as you would if you were in like the top lane, for instance. But that's okay. It's not a worry in the world. I think we'll have to see how they're going to use it to best effect.
Look, you touched on something that I really want to get into while the game at the start. Oh, Mr. Cannon Minion Momo, no! But as this game is kind of
delicious.
Yeah. So barbecue sauce versus tomato sauce, and I hope chat weighs in on this one as well.
Yeah.
Right. I think tomato sauce is better with sausage rolls. What about you?
What? It's barbecue all the way. It's a sausage from a barbecue. You gotta have barbecue.
It's a sausage roll, mate. It's got pastry on it.
Oh, I thought you meant like a sausage sizzle, like at Bunnings.
Nah.
Sausage roll, still barbecue. I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, get your head in the game, mate.
Okay, all right. What about your traditional Australian meat pie?
It's the same food group, Logan. It's the same thing. It's still a pastry with meat. Like, I'm still going barbecue sauce. I don't know what you're on about.
Well, thank you for indulging me, because the first Drake of the game is up in 15 seconds and Momo is on the run, tail between his legs, because Evie has the upper hand in that top lane. Honestly, I don't know how we're friends. That is a disastrous source choice, but we do love a bit of League of Legends here, as SHG do have that bot side priority, as the first Drake has now spawned.
Yeah, being in Little Mountain's always going to be good. Just a little bit of that extra shielding is always nice. Even in the early game, especially both teams do have that tankiness that they'd like to have. But we'll have to see how it's going to come out, because you're right, Evie did get control of this top lane quite well, able to TP back and start securing this wave as it is pushing into him. But that means they're not going to have it if they're looking towards like early fights around these objectives. So it might just be looking for a trade. As we do see Van 1 already heading towards that bot side. Same with Citrus. The pings are coming forward. They want to get this early tempo in the lanes so they can make their way to this objective. And we could be looking at a 4v4.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It must have been when we were looking at the map. Van 1's here, but DFM's first. They've brought the numbers to bear. I don't know. I just felt like it. But they brought the numbers down first, right? 4 members, we are having fun. 4 members of DFM here on that bot side, clearing out that vision. Oh, SHG might be caught.
Yeah, could be Van 1 as well. They have to be very careful. Vista getting jumped on by 3 members. The damage good flash over the wall. Citrus wants this first blood. And there it is. An easy pickup for the troll on the Rift. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're made for this as well, in case you didn't know, but First Blood goes over to Citrus, giving that first gold bounty as well to the Trundle is not great. And here's where disaster started, right? SHG, they were trying to come into that river, and DFM had placed vision before SHG saw it, so they were just sitting on those wards, which meant DFM were allowed to get a little too close, and SHG were doomed before the fight even started. So I do like that play, but no one has actually gone for the Drake. It's just DFM at a 700 gold lead right now.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just first blood gold. That's okay. So we did see that in last game too, and then they sat on that 1 kill for about 15 minutes and decided not to really do all that much until the mid-late game. So we'll have to see, as already Van 1 now making their way to the Dragon. We'll have to see, as the vision is still very solidly in DFM's control, but I think they're just going to give this early Dragon. Now the scaling starts. Ari is just going to soar in over that wall. Happy to see if they can do anything with it, but first Dragon secured.
Yeah, exactly like game 1, right? Like, SHG did get the first Drake in game 1, and they got the first Drake here in game 2 as well. But it'll be interesting to see if SHG... Oh, Karkun aggressing forward.
I like it. Good damage. Marble gets chunked pretty heavily, but this is also the Sivir sort of matchup, is you are not that strong early. Kai'Sa probably does have this advantage, but now it's about using it and maximizing it as you can. Using the spell shield early, the killer instinct goes forward. Marble able to hold out on 1 HP and lives to fight another day.
Yeah, but critically, Marble did pop Flash there, whereas Karkun still has Flash and Barrier. So next time Karkun finds himself in that position advancing on Marble, I really think Karkun's going to take it. It was really well played. He was just aggressing in the face of Marble, even with Thrill of the Hunt up. Now, though, SHG on the top side, great connection.
It's all going to hit as Citrus is taken below half health. Realm Warp is good. There's so many members. They've turned it on a dime. Heavy getting caught out. Could not have the equalizer up in time. And DFM flipping the script from game 1 and taking a solid lead in game 2. 1.6k gold up over SHG.
Bro, what did we just watch? It was like a 2v1 that turned into a 4v2. That Realm Warp from Fisher delivered a nuke onto SHG, who thought they'd found an angle onto DFM, as we get to look at it here again. So SHG make the move. Van connects with the ultimate beautifully. Evie first to rotate down, and that Realm Warp brings 2 more members. So it becomes a 4v3. They take out Evie so fast from that top lane. He was the one who was responding, trying to help the other 2 members, but he dies. Now, though, SHG have gone to the bot side, where they've brought 3 members for a Scuttle Crab Pike.
Yeah, they should have brought 4 members to those those grubs, if I'm being perfectly honest, because that was just a little bit rough. But again, this is what we're talking about. DFM have such great communication right now, and Citrus playing so well in the shadows. Could be looking at Evie as the pillar does go up. Public execution does land its mark. Evie in a 2v1 is overheating, but no fire can save you from this troll. 2-0-1. They are feeling so good tonight.
That was a clean set play. DFM are 3-0, 2.3k up right now at 10 minutes. They are running SHG around this rift right now. I mean, SHG tried to make a play on that top side near those Void Grubs, and it was answered so clean, so quick by DFM. And at 3-0 and 2.5k down, it feels like SHG in a great play.
Flash, killer instinct straight onto Marble, but they are able to get away. The hunt was used. Stuns are good. Cocoon is quite low, not much mana to hold on to, but they're going to just back out.
I really love what Marble did there. He just flat out ran away. He didn't like try and space. He didn't try and kite. He didn't try and chip anything back. He just ran. And he lived. It's plain and simple, right? It cost Woody their flash. It cost Karkun their ultimate. Marble, it cost just the Ghost and ultimate as well. So I really like that. And it's recognizing that Marble on that Sivir in this early game does have the sheen, may not very well be able to kind of take a 2v2 or even a 1v1 yet, but in that late game, being a wave clearing monster and that boomerang bouncing around, I think could really be danger. SHG.
Well, now they're looking. Fisher does stop out the Glacial Prism. He's going to land. The flash is good. Fate sealed on the back. They're looking for this dive. Is the Soul Unbound going to pull the damage back? Now Ari is caught with a troll on top of them. They have to be so careful as stun is good. Woody looking for the crash down too. Is this going to be the Sejuani taken off the board? Fisher not able to get the damage off, and they all walk out with their lives. But the proactivity from SHG, it's just not finishing the blow.
Yeah, look, they're being proactive, but they're just not finalizing it, right? They're not getting the job done when they do it. You look at the CS as well. It is advantage DFM in every single lane. Gold advantage to DFM every single lane. And it honestly feels like proactivity advantage, because the way SHG made that play and how fast DFM responded was spectacular. And SHG committed a lot. The Van 1's ultimate, Arya's ultimate, even Vista was around, and they just could not kill Fisher. Yeah, they got his flash, but you spent so much more just to get that one flash that it was not worth it. DFM well positioned for the next team fight, because the second Drake of the game is up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and even the itemization is looking so good here. The Hex Drink being picked up by Momo. They're well ahead in CS. They are almost 20 CS up on Evie, who seems to be really struggling after that last gank we saw out of Citrus, sorry. So it's one of these tales is Citrus just playing better than Van 1? And right now, they are. Van 1's put on this tank. They're looking for these snap engages, but DFM, they're feeling good about it. And now Dragon's just going over, and it's already secured. First one for DFM, 2K gold lead. It's really solid. This team are flipping everything, and they're really happy to take these fights.
Yeah, but what's really interesting is it was 2.4k gold lead 2.5 minutes ago, right? So SHG slowly bringing it back, if you will. But as I say that, it's creeping to 2.3. Just ignore me. DFM is on the rise, but Van1 going for the scuttle crab. And enough about what's happening, you know, every single minute of every single time. I want to take a quick look at the Rift and look at the vision control here, right? DFM, they're the red team. They have those red wards. I like their vision around that mid area, the river entries. They're really trying to protect Fisher because Fisher doesn't have flash for another 2 minutes, right? Whereas you look at SHG's vision control, it's all around that top and mid as well. They don't want Evie going down. They don't want Arya going down, who is also flashless. So it feels like they're very defensive wards here. They're not deep in enemy jungle territory, so they're not looking to make plays right now.
Yeah, no, so true. And an interesting fact, now that the second dragon is down, it is going to be a Hex Tech Soul, so those tunnels are going to be so big. And the one thing that you mentioned in that is Fisher. They've got the flash coming up. Ghost is their other summoner. They didn't actually take the TP. They wanted this extra movement speed because Phase Rush isn't in the game anymore. So I really like that these tunnels are going to be a makeshift sort of a teleport for them to get closer to these fights. So I love that this is the main soul for them here. They're going to be able to move around, and with 3 Void Grubs, these towers are going to get absolutely shredded now too. Arya's being spotted out as they could be looking for something. Realm Warp is going to be used, and I think they just have to say Bon Voyage.
Yeah, I like that. Very early, very proactive Realm Warp. Saw Arya coming up. Arya didn't even try and go for it to get that knock up to interrupt him or CC. So just honestly a good waste of Arya's time, if you will. Fisher already back out on that top side too.
Yeah, and so they took the magical journey, but the vision is really deep here for DFM. They had vision on this blue the whole time. Van1, they know that they're in the area. They know what's going on. The tracking has been immaculate, and I think it is on the hands of Woody and Citrus, who are being so proactive around this map. And now Van1 trying to hold on as wards are going down, and they're just trying to get any information they can with Rift Herald now spawning.
I love a good Rift Herald. Shelly and I would be friends, I reckon, but DFM have started up. SHG are aware. I just don't think they have the members to contest, and it is dying fast.
It's a trundle. It's literally the tower objective taking champion at this point, and they are looking so good on it. That's why when we saw the trundle and the Sejuani was picked, I was like, what does the Sejuani really do in a lot of these team fights other than being a meat shield? And now, with the Rift Herald being secured, we're going to have to see a Tempered Fate to hold that tower as long as possible. So if Bard, if we don't see Vista being proactive tracking this jungler, they're going to be picking up free towers.
Yeah, but I want to point out the Kraken Slayer on that Kaiser of Karkun as well. It has been answered by the Essence Reaver of Marble, but Arya is online, has that Blade of the Ruined King in that mid lane, so they will need to be careful. Yes, SHC are down 2.7k gold, but they are not out of this fight yet, especially with the T1 skins, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, T1 skins are cool, don't get me wrong, but we need to start seeing that performance, right? So it's all on to the next. It's Van1 being looked at, getting hit with a slam. A Shattering Strike is going to hit, and trying to back there is probably not the right call. The rest of the team is looking to fight. Woody might want something. Cocoon off to the side, but SHG going to be able to walk out of this one.
Yeah, I really think they were trying to go for a play on the top side. They were bringing members up, but Momo cleared that wave exceptionally fast in the face of SHG.
Engage, go for Prism. There's the exhaust. Killer Instinct, Flash, Tempered Fate. They could look for a potential dive, but no, Woody's coming in. A great Magnet Storm onto 2 members. There is a lot of damage going down. Van1 actually getting shredded more, and it is SHG who took the worst of that trade. And now that the Tempered Fate is down, you drop the Rift Herald, Logan.
Yeah, great sequence of plays. They've made the right call here with no Tempered Fate. That is a free charge onto that tower. Excellent value there. And like you said, I mean, SHG went for that play, but they're the ones who came out worse for it, right? They committed the summoner spells onto DFM, onto Karkun. Van1 actually used the summoner spellbook to switch to Exhaust and exhausted Karkun in the middle of all of that. forcing that flash, forcing that defensive ultimate, but even then they still weren't able to get under the turret, even with the Tempered Fate, because the rest of DFM collapsed in response. And now they're bringing more members to bear onto this Drake because they want the third Drake of the game. They want to keep their dragon stacking going.
Public execution does go forward. Band 1 is able to get out of dodge. They had to see if they could hold on a little bit more, but Woody getting melted is a big equalizer. He does a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough? Every Band 1 are so low, but the rest of DFM teetering around that half health mark. They have to be so careful as they might be giving the dragon over. As something I wanted to note is Band 1 actually had heal in that team fight and then used it and got the smite back. And I was like, there's a dragon up Band 1. You need to have your smite ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, a weird fight too, because Van 1 was brought really low really early and actually had to hightail it out the back end. So it was a great job of SHG to then rally around their jungler, keep him alive as Citrus here, just on the top side. Gonna push Evie away.
Fate Seal, Tempered Fate, just to hold them at the tower. Flashes go forward, they pick up Fisher. A nice dive out of SHG. They get the shutdown, but a top tier 1 is also secured.
Yeah, that's it. DFM, they're getting objectives across the other side of the rift, right? Yeah, okay, it's SHG getting a kill, but DFM get a turret. It looks like they're trying to get a second one. Probably unlikely at this point. But the gold is spiraling, right? It's 3.4k in the favor of DFM right now. SHG, they need to start making plays. They need to start finding more picks and overloading these side lanes.
Yeah, well,
okay,
that's
so Aria...
Yeah.
Yeah, Aria Fate sealed in, gets the flash out of Fisher. I like the Tempered Fate to shut down that turret. So it really just became like a 3v1 bot side dive as we do see Aria here going for this. He was running away and he's like, you know what, I need to go back and get it. But now the gold lead, it was 3.4, it's down to 2.5. The supports, they're roaming. They're placing that vision. Objectives on the rift, 30 seconds till the Baron, 3.5 minutes till the fourth Drake of the game pipe.
Fourth Drake, usually the most fun, because that's where teams have items and they look for a scuffle, not a scuttle, because it's usually secured.
Not a shuffle?
Maybe a shuffle. You're playing, Momo's playing a shuffling champion. It kind of makes sense.
I can shuffle.
I would love to see that, genuinely, on a dance floor.
If we go to Taipei for the grand final, I'll do it for content. I'll do LCP caster that shuffles.
Done. And I will watch.
Great. Excellent. Carcoon, though.
The Baron is up though, Logan. 20 minutes into this game, it's online. And now, this is the thing that scares me the most. We saw how much damage Citrus was doing to those towers. They can do that just as easily to a Baron.
Yeah, look, Kraken Slayer, they just completed their Rage Blade as well. So Carcoon, I mean, 2 items isn't fully online, but it's near enough as good enough here in this game because you look at this, DFM have started up the Baron. SHG, they're going to sniff this one out, same as they did in Game 1, but the damage this time around is so much better than Game 1.
They don't know it's done. They're trying to get to it. They're trying to clear it. It's just completed. That's the problem, Logan. I said this. It's just so quick with a Trundle. Yes, they pick up a kill on Woody, but it's just the support.
That felt really, really weird. That was an amazing heist coming out of DFM. That's what we call a T1 Baron on the 20-minute mark. But then we saw the Realm Warp out, and yeah, they gave Woody over. Great, cool, no worries. Why did Aria Fate Sealed onto Woody when he was like less than 10% health? He was dead to rights. You didn't need to use your ultimate, Aria.
Really good question. When you're a Yone player, questions like that you don't need to ask because now Vista being looked at, got to be very careful. Tempered Fate does go down, walks out one, just giving the space. But yeah, look, the difference is if you're playing Yone, you're using your abilities on cooldown, Logan. That's the big thing. It's all about just going forward. It doesn't matter if you're behind or ahead. You just keep going forward and hope for the best because you're there to take kills.
And you know what you're not there to give? Gold. Right? Don't die, don't give gold. Like last week, class was in session, Professor Logan was giving out notes on how to win games, and this is exactly how you do it. take turrets, right? Because then the Nexus is open. And I mean, DFM, they've got the Baron buff. They need to be sieging to get as much value out of this as possible. Woody gets a good Shattering Strike on Vista, but he escapes. So they get their mid tier 1. Momo, all the while on the bot side, able to get bot side tier 1, and the gold is starting to come funneling in. 1,000 off this Baron power play so far, Pike.
Yeah, it's looking really good. They've picked up the 2 tier 1s, and now they can keep moving forward. They have the Void Grubs, they have the Baron. They're just going to be able to hit these towers and just do so much. Citrus does not care who you are or what you are. The damage is real. They took a tier 2. Now they're at a 1.7k gold lead with this Baron play. They're looking so much better in this series. Where has this DFM been all year long?
You want to know why DFM are doing so well? Because Woody has hit 100 kills in the LCP, and he did it on the Rel with that 1 kill. Congratulations, Woody. And the rest of DFM has rallied around Woody. They're like, you've got your 100 kills, you're on match point, we've got to get this series win for you, buddy. And honestly, the way they're playing right now, I think they'll do it. Not the most valuable Baron power play, but they got a lot of objectives, and they're going to take this Drake.
Look, I would actually argue that they got enough. Like, they opened up so much more of the map. You can just keep Raj, you can keep Fisher down in this bot side and clearing waves and disrupting, sending Evie to respond, because really at this point, Arya needs one more item. They're almost at their 3-item power spike. They've got the Borg, they've got the Immortal Shield Bow, so they have a little bit of safety from the burst, but now they need the IE. They need that little tick of extra damage. They need 100% crit. That is where Yone's start to shine. The downside, you look at Fisher on the other side of that map, and yeah, they've got 2 items. Rod of Ages is already stacked up. Rise also gets pretty good towards the end of the game here, Logan.
Yeah, also has half of that the actualizer, I think it's called, or is it the brutalizer? The activated 3rd item that every single Rise gets. But he's halfway to his next item, which is great. Ooh, Vista caught there. Gets Kakun.
See if they can do a little bit more. Magnet Storm is good. TP's coming in. It's too many as Fisher picks up Vista. Where did that Bard go? No skin's going to save you now. The Equalizer does drop. Citrus is low. That's the target. Going to lock him down and keep him just out of these fights. But DFM still came out with the goods. They picked up Vista.
Yeah, 2 for 4. DFM have the upper hand. 24 minutes in, 3.5k gold lead, and they've turned their attention to this topside tier 2. I was expecting Citrus to show up there, but Garkun had more than enough damage to take it out themselves. Marble, though, able to clear waves so quick, and we go over this replay. Vista, great Tempered Fate, just nicks Karkun, but it is not enough because SHG aren't there to follow up. Vista dies through his troubles. Karkun dives in the back line, going for Vista. Unfortunately, Vista had died, so immediately forced to retreat. Equalizer did a good job of closing off that entry path for DFM. They get their kill and they back away. So a good rally and defense from SHG, though. Vista might be caught. Okay, nothing, just a little bit of a poke. Because you look, SHG have bugger all vision right now.
Yeah, it's just being cleared out. DFM have got really good control over this map, and you got to give props. It's Momo and Citrus playing so well. They've both got really good goal lead. Momo has no kills, no deaths, only 2 assists in their name, but they're still 1.7k gold up. And I think it's all of these tower plates that they've just been successfully taking on the other side. And now we're looking for the ultimate plays. We've got 3 members sitting in a bush. Marble about to clear the wave. They want to look at this mid-tier 1. Really, SHG need to open up this map.
Yeah, they're struggling, right? It's 2 turrets to 5 as we do see Momo trying to find an angle. Ultimate misses, unfortunately, so the play will be called off. DFM, though, not done with it.
Magnet Storm comes in. Woody wants to jump on through, but a great magical journey does keep them out of harm's way. Tempered Fate does not land. Evie getting caught out the Rune Prism. Great stopwatch. Keeps them alive a little bit longer, but the whole team can go in on it, but it is still a flash out. Kill Instinct goes forward. Cocoon fears no man, and they do have to escape. A lot was burnt there, Logan. So much. And a Baron up in 10 seconds. This could be where the team start to reset the fight.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates committed there, though, so barely any resources for this second Baron as the play continues here. Marble might Okay, I was worried. DFM were kind of putting something together to SHG, but as you say, Baron now on the Rift. A minute and a half till the 5th Drake of the game, and whichever team gets it would put them on Soul Point. But look at the gold. It's 2.9k in favor of DFM. Most of it is on Momo and Citrus, though, whereas Marble, the AD carry of SHG, has a large gold lead over Carcoon and has picked up that Dusk and Dawn as well, which increases those stacks that Carcoon is able to apply. But Marble, no slouch, 3.5 completed items. Some serious damage if they're able to protect Marble, but these fights have been so messy, Pike.
They've been scrappy as all hell, but that is exactly what we like to see here at the LCP. It's basically how they all live. So we'll have to see. It's really going to be a bit of an issue one. But one thing I want to note here, Logan, is we actually have the all-seeing Baron, and that is the Baron that has sort of like the tunnels going through it. That is probably the best Baron for any Rumble player because you have a perfect line of sight for an equalizer if the team gets caught. So I think this is something of note, and I expect to see a good big trail of fire dropping down. It really depends if SHG get that chance. Citrus getting chunked out quite heavily by Aria. Always nice to see as they are going to be sieging a little bit more. SHG want to look at this mid tower.
Yeah, but I want to, like, the power of Aria there. He just went into a 1v1 with Citrus, got him below 50% before any response was even possible. Like, SHG can... Yep.
Not going to hit as they're turning back onto it. Citrus gets hit with the equalizer as well. Is the damage going to be enough? The equalizer stopped by the Tempered Fate. Woody is low. It's enough damage. SHG, they turn it on a dime. They pick up 2. It is DFM now on the back foot with only a 700 gold lead, and the Baron is just going to go over. SHG, they took the flip and they said, we like these odds.
I mean, that's all it takes, right, is one good fight. We were just talking about how Aria can do so much damage, and SHG find the angle. DFM, though, they make the right call. They go to the bot side to get this 3rd Drake and put themselves on Soul Point. And this is just Momo and Carcoon. The damage was insane on that Drake. But you look at that gold lead now, it is non-existent. At 29 minutes in the game, both teams even in gold. That Baron fight, the team fight before it, SHG getting the better of DFM. As we take another look at it, Aria didn't even have ult for the Baron fight. He had to Fate Sealed away. And there, the Realm Warp. No one took the Realm Warp. Van 1 just face tanks everything. The Fate Sealed saves, obviously, Citrus, but it's still not enough because it buys SHG time to turn onto another member of DFM, take them out, and then finish Citrus. So actually, I kind of think that the Tempered Fate worked out well.
Yeah, it did. It just sort of stopped it. Citrus probably shouldn't have walked into it, but I think if they stutter stepped back, they probably would have died anyway, so maybe they're just trying to delay it and hope for something. But we saw that damage chart. Marble actually coming up with the goods, and this is the Sivir magic. We have a 3, almost 4 item Sivir. The crit is almost online. They are sitting at 75%, and their wave clear is astronomical. With a Baron in tow, you have to be so careful. As now we see one has been able to take it. Woody did take the Realm Warp, but no one on SHG is going to fall for that bamboozle as they do back off, and they can just sit here and look at this as, okay, Glacial Prism does go wide. Looking for a little bit more as the Tempered Fate, a little bit too far. Fate Steal is going to lock them down. Equalizer's good, but Marble picks up the kill. Let's see if they go for a little bit more, as it is. Citrus getting chunked very low. Double kill heading out for Marble. Going golden is going to be enough as Aria wants a little bit more blood. Woody has to be careful. One more hit should do it. Aria locks it down, and SHG are back in control of this game. It is swung to a 3.5k gold lead just for SHG off this Baron play.
Yeah, 3-0. SHG take DFM and more. Momo finds an angle.
Could be looking as the TP is good, but is the damage going to be enough? Is the energy used instantly? Are they disrupted a little bit too hard? Momo can't get it working, and Evie backing with the TP straight back in. They've just been caught out. Momo wants to take this fight. Let's see if they can continue it on as Fisher being careful too. They do just back away.
Yeah, good defense there from DFM in the face of SHG. We do take a look at this one, though. Van 1 went for the play on Carcoon with the ultimate. Carcoon, a fantastic ultimate to avoid the tempered fate as well. Like, it forced SHG to commit so much, but SHG is so strong right now that they committed 3 for Karkun happily, because that's their main damage source, right? So once Karkun was dead, they were like, we can just keep on going, and that's exactly what they did, as we do see a bit of rumble in the jungle. Woody trying to crash down to escape the clutches of SHG, because now they're feeling themselves. Now they're 4K up, 2 Drakes, 32 minutes into the game. Their Baron now gone, but they got so much value. They got the top tier 2, they got the mid tier 2, and they got 3 kills. I mean, SHG, they've got 2 Infinity Edges completed now, Pike.
Yeah, so that's 100% crit on the Yone and 100% crit on this Difference. They go for a little bit more. The face seal is going to hit its mark. It's on Citrus, but they do have a lot of healing. But it was all about getting that tier 2. The gold keeps stacking, Logan. They can wait for this dragon if they want to. It's a minute and a half, but they can start to look at these tier 3s, and they're getting strong as Fisher could be caught out. Flash stun, double flash is going to be going forward as Fisher take it low. Seraph does get burned, and they are going to get it. Marble locking it down, but look at the backslide. Citrus onto the Seas Mirage. It's a double kill. It's Marble's show as they're getting everything done. The triple is good. They're going to hand this over, give them the quadra kill, and it's all she wrote. SHG are coming back in this game 2 as they're charging down this tier 3 in the bot side. A beautiful set of plays. It was looking so good for DFM all game long here, Logan, but they could not hold out, and SHG just scaled so incredibly well.
Yeah, props to DFM for playing through that early to mid game, but SHG are taking it. SHG take the Nexus here in game 2 against DFM, and will take us to the 3rd and final game of tonight's best of 3 series between DFM and SHG, Pike. That was spectacular.
It was just a waiting game for SHG. They said, you know what, guys, it's all good. We have a Sivir. We wait for the late game. Just as long as they don't keep killing us over and over and over again, we can come back. Kai'Sa getting caught out way too much. Cocoon just being focused so heavily by SHG. There was nothing you could really do. So once they were off the map, but all their damage was really gone because they can just isolate more. And Citrus being that Fed member from the start, they can only do damage in isolation. Kai'Sa can do multiple damages across the board. So I think it was really, really smart of SHG here. And look at the damage, man. There's a flame horizon of damage for this Sivir. And it's so good that we're getting a game 3.
Yeah, it looks like the game 1 charts, but the other way around, right? Whereas DFM just out-damaged every single one of their opposing team members, whereas here in this game 2, it was SHG all day, it was Marble all day, and that was our featured matchup as well. It was Marble versus Karkun. Karkun got a great early game. They were playing well for him, but when Marble came online with that Sivir around that 3-item mark, it almost felt like there was no way for them. But I really loved DFM's playing. They took the initiative. They were proactive. They were responding to everything SHG wanted to do. They had the early game in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, you're so right. Like, DFM were playing really good early. Like, they had the control. Like, this was probably the first signs of life that we saw from SHG securing a kill. But outside of that, DFM were fully in control right up until Sivir came online. The second they were locked in, they were able to get it done, because even here, Vista a little bit too far forward, getting locked up, and they tried to make it proactive, but it just didn't turn out for them.
Yeah, but what did turn out was SHG. What did turn out was Arya on this Yone as well, getting some fantastic Fate Seals, doing some spectacular damage himself in some of these later fights. Evie, more zoning ultimates with those equalizers and high damage. Did do a little bit of damage, but I think it was the zoning, the spacing that it created. And what's interesting too is that a lot of times SHG heavily committed to getting some of these kills on DFM, and DFM weren't able to sort of turn it around and punish when SHG had like no resources left in the tank. It was just SHG were running the show.
Yeah, no, it really was, and I think towards the end they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you can see Marble here got incredibly low, but held on and just knew, if I save that shield, if I just keep fighting, the damage will be enough to sustain, and a quadra kill for Marble to close out that game too is so cool. Like, that is a big showing for Marble and Sivir in general. Please play more traditional AD carries. We clearly know they work. Just do it, guys. Stop with this nonsense of mages, but you know what? I'll let you take us to a break, Logan, because we have a game through in our hands. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, and you're so right. AD carries, watching them, it's just so much more exciting. I think that's what a lot of players are more familiar with. They're able to bring a lot more sustained damage as well, rather than bursty, so that affects compositional drafting. But I think proof is in the pudding. We loved it. The bands proved it as well. And we will be back, as you said, for a game 3 in this LJL derby right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid!
Yo! We're back for game 3 of tonight's best of 3 series between the LJLs, DFM and SHG. What a banger of a derby, Pike.
God damn, those Sunny, that was smooth as. God, where are my sunnies at? Maybe I should get a pair of sunnies for that. No, we are in for a derby. It's 1-1 right now as the scoreline sits in a best of 3, Logan. The derby is showing up here tonight. And you know what? Our prediction for the next series is very, very similar to what's going on here for series number 1. But SHG coming back in that game. They were down goal from the very start and flipped it so successfully. And it was all on the back of Marble, who looked so damn good on this Civer, and I'm really excited for them to do that much more. So really keen to see these teams really go up against it, because right now, if you lose this, you have one more chance, one more opportunity to go into this and to stay relevant in these playoffs and make your way to Worlds. That is what these teams are fighting for.
Yeah, exactly. That's the ticket on the docket right now. It is a Worlds berth. We get 3 slots to Worlds this split. It'll be, I think, the champion, it'll be second place, and then it'll be third in championship points. So everything matters. Every game win is needed. You lose 3, you're out of playoffs. You win 3, you're into playoffs and still in with a shot. So I really do like the stakes that are here in this last split. And like we mentioned a little earlier as well, relegations and promotions. We have that here in the LCP. If you're bottom of the rung when it comes to that time, I'm sorry to say, unless you're a partner team, you have to fight your way through relegations and promotions. And that's just not where you want to be. But this DFM, I mean, right here, right now, it doesn't look like they're going to be there. They're playing well. Their first game, they came out kicking and screaming and they were never caged. Their second game, it felt like they tried to emulate that kind of energy. They had a good first sort of 15 minutes, but then SHG turned it around once Marble on Civic came online. So it'll be up to them to try and reclaim the momentum, because they know they can beat SHG. They just did it, but they need to do it one more time.
One more is all it takes for both of these teams here, Logan. That's the best part. Is his monitor like on an angle? Sorry, like that just literally caught me off guard. Is it literally like wonky?
Yeah, we talk about it every time. I'm like, yeah. He's like tilted.
You don't want to be tilted playing in this league, mate. That's not what you want at all. You want to be screwed on straight. You want to be playing this game as we get into draft now, Logan. Game number 3. DFM chose first pick, but SHG chose blue side. So nice to see is we're starting to see similar bans coming out once again. No longer are we seeing the Lee Sins being banned out first. It is the Ezreals.
Yeah, exactly. The traditional AD carry has been banned away, and we saw Fenrir in the LCK just last night pop off on this Ezreal. He is still very much meta. He's still very much a high priority choice for as far as AD carries go. Nocturne banned away by SHG. I mean, we saw it in the LCP split too. It was nearly a 100% ban rate. Like, I think there was 2, maybe 3 games in all of the LCP that we saw a Nocturne. And frankly, wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens again, because Nocturne hasn't changed.
No, the champion is weirdly strong here in the LCP, but I think it all comes down to these junglers love that sort of turning out the lights, making those big proactive plays. As now we're walking into some more bans. Olaf being a little bit of a surprise swing in the ban phase. Orianna, pretty straightforward. Looks like SHG don't really want to deviate from the script that they've had so far, but DFM, they're looking a little bit different. Locke hasn't been banned out. Lee Sin, I mentioned it before, it's one of these junglers that if you're not careful, it could just be picked up and on the hands of Citrus, who has been playing quite well this whole series. I think Lee Sin could be pretty good. That's banned.
One thing I do want to point out, yeah, there it is, Lee Sin's ban. That Olaf ban speaks to me that DFM actually want to go mage bot lane again. Olaf just has a way into APCs, right? He's just able to go unstoppable, hit his Ragnarok, and run them down and kill them more easily than he can traditional AD carries, because mages are a lot more immobile. So Olaf ban wouldn't surprise me if DFM go for a mage on that bot lane that worked in game 1. Why not make it work again in game 2? Yes, the lock has been banned, that's expected, but a Jace hover here. Now Jace has once again seriously risen in priority here, Pike, and I don't know how I feel about it, because like He's a flex, so I feel like he doesn't really have a true identity. Yeah.
I think the true identity for Jace is he goes pew 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 pew, and then just a big boom, like a big one as well. So it's like I think he's always going to be somewhat relevant in these games. When you have a champion that can be as diverse as a Jace, where you can go like full lethality, or you could go a little bit more of a bruiser sort of build, like it's always going to be interesting. But a Vi being picked up here as well looks so good, especially paired with a Talia. I love this matchup for SHG. It's very proactive. The rotations are good. It's quite global, so I like this. It means this Jace has to be doing some really long-range damage in order to be really effective in these team fights. It needs to be bursting them down.
Yeah, but if you look at it as well, Talia being picked up in this current meta, that could be a flex. We don't know if that will go bottom. We won't know if that will go in mid lane, because in game 2, we saw it banned away from the bot lane, right? So they could be expecting a mage matchup in the bot. I really like Akali picked up here by DFM, a very, very powerful and oppressive mid laner. Could definitely answer any mage that decides to go into mid lane or bot side, which could create some interesting drafts. But with Ziggs being hovered here for DFM, that will definitely go bot, so Akali would definitely go mid. But I like the Ziggs choice. Has that range, those satchel charges for that mobility to escape. Yeah, it's got an extra step, but is pretty strong.
Look, I like the Ziggs here. My only concern with the Akali into this matchup, if they do the Akali mid, and it's going to be Arya's Talia in the mid as well, is every time you go for a dash as this Akali, you're going to have the Unraveled Earth. It's going to be a nightmare. You're going to get stunned up, and then Talia's just going to layer on that damage very, very heavy. The big side of that is, and I've said it all the time, whenever we see an Akali, 15 minutes, most likely going to be a solo kill in the game. It's only not been true once out of every game we've casted of Akali in the last year. But a Yorick being picked up here for Evie is a great response pick into the Jace.
Yeah, those ghouls and minions are just able to soak up those shock blasts that Jace wants to pepper you with from range. So I like that pickup. It also gives a lot of side lane split pushing pressure with that Yorick. That is what he is known for. But we see some more bans coming through. Skarner has been banned by SHG against DFM. So I like Skarner bans generally. He's a bit tankier. We've been seeing him pop up more and more in support lately as well. It's really good lockdown tool. If he stuns you into that wall, Ziggs with the Mega Inferno Bomb, the big ult thingy, will just annihilate you.
And pair an Akali on the back of that with a shuriken backflip, and then you go, wah, and then you get the execution, and then you get some cool sound effects like that, all cast long if we're not careful. But you're right, I like the Galio ban out here too. I think that's sort of telling that it is going to be like that Akali mid. They are unsure if it is going to be a Talia in that AP carry role, so I like the sort of proactivity where they don't want this extra sort of increase of the hero's damage, the hero's charge coming down. So we'll have to see what the bans are going to be moving forward, as it is a Poppy, once again, really highly prioritized in this ban phase, and you know what? I'm here for it.
Look, I'm here for it. We're made for this. This is the LCP. This is a BO3 third match LJL derby between SHG and DFM. Whoopee-cha! And we are full of sound effects as we ban Poppy away. What will DFM's fifth and final ban be? I kind of like the Galio ban though, because Galio is obviously so anti-mage. He's able to soak, absorb a lot of AP damage, and that seems to be the way that DFM is building toward. But they have taken away the LeBlanc of Arya in that mid lane.
I really like it, and we're starting to see a little bit more. Okay, hold the front door and let that sink in, because you know what? A Twisted Fate in this game is huge. Look at the global potential and the lockdown that we're going to be seeing. You have to be so careful as this Akali, as this Ziggs, or this Jace. They are all squishy. There is no tanks yet for the side of DFM, and the pick potential is so big, paired with a Yorick on Evie, who's going to live in side lanes forever. But I love the Leona here. It's a great pairing with the Ziggs.
You know what I call Twisted Fate?
Twisted Fate?
No, Mr. Worldwide, because he travels the rift. He gets around like it's nobody's business. And like you said, Talia with the Weaver's Wall, Twisted Fate with the Destiny. They're going to have a time and a half racing across Summoner's Rift to try and turn these side lanes into winning matchups, right? They're going to, again, overload the sides, but ooh, this is some LCS Griffin tech. Yep. So Nasus has been coming up in the tier 1 regions as like a pocket jungle response, right? And LCS's, I think his FlyQuest Griffin kind of kicked this one off under the consultation, under the coaching of LSX as well. So you really like to see these sort of adaptations, these initiatives coming through here, Pike.
Oh, look, I really like this. I think the Nasus jungle, and a lot of people will be like, Nasus jungle, it sort of somewhat makes sense, but literally 15, 20 minutes when they come out of the jungle and they emerge as this glorious dog with a giant hammer, and they just one-shot you almost, or like half-health you with one siphoning strike, yeah, you've got to be a little bit concerned. But we're also seeing that it is the Talia in the bot, so it is the AP carry Talia with a Twisted Fate mid. I like this. It means they're going to be able to rotate either top or bot with that Destiny Gate, so I think that's a really smart call, giving it over to Arya, who's going to be able to hold off a little bit more from this Akali. I think that's a really interesting sort of comp, so we'll have to see how they're going to play this one, but the rotations need to be on point. We need to see Twisted Fate and this Vi pairing up really strong. Let Evie do his thing. Leave him in a side lane. Let him just push to his heart's delight. He doesn't need to fight. Downside, you also have a scaling Nasus that will come out of the jungle and just try to fight you.
Will absolutely bonk you with that Q. The damage coming out of Nasus after he's had time to get stacks, after he's had time to scale, is quite considerable. Also very, very tanky when in that ultimate, in the midst of multiple members. But here's the thing as well, right? There's not too many melee on the side of SHG. So Citrus is really going to have to get amongst it to get maximum value from that ult. But we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of tonight's Best of 3 series between the LJL's SHG and the LJL's DFM.
At what point do we just say that they are the LCP, Logan? That is the big question. But you're right, it is the final game for these two teams this week. We'll have to see whether they're going to be able to get through this series. Hydra and Twisted Fate into Prestige, KDA Akali. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, look, on the rare occasion that I have to play Akali in like an ARAM or something, it is the Prestige KDA because it just looks so good. And speaking of, right, Riftbound is just releasing Vendetta like this weekend, but the next set, Radiance, it is heavily thought of that we're going to get KDA skins in Radiance in Riftbound. So, you know, keep an eye out for that.
Party time is what I'm hearing. Is already a coach comms coming in. So it feels like Tana might be saying, Citrus, you need to be careful. Your jungle will be absolutely shredded. You need to head down towards bot side and do just a little bit of vertical jungling, most likely, as it was Van1 who started up on the red, so trying to get this proactivity because Nasus just needs to farm. That is the big thing, and an early ward there means Momo's going to be able to spot out Van1 and tell that all of that jungle's been taken. But at this point, I think Van1's clear time is just that little bit faster than Citrus.
And there's the thing though, right? Woody went up to that top side and placed that ward in that brush for Momo. So Momo was then able to use his ward to play a little bit more safely. He knew he was able to step up. Van1 though clears out that top side of DFM's and returns out to the rift. So Citrus is going to learn in just a minute that he no longer has a topside jungle. In fact, I think he already knows because he's just rotated to that bot side. Pings are going down here. Looking for a play in mid maybe because Arya's pushed up. Oh, Van1 has been jungling spectacularly, preventing Citrus from stealing that camp as well. The deep play.
Level 3. Look at Fisher, though. They're incredibly low. They might not have everything as the gold card is going to be used. Fisher wants to get back into this fight. Flash comes out. Arya able to hold on, but now Van1 wants to join this party and has found that hammers are not too good if you can't get to the dog. But now Woody and Vista joining this fight. It's a 3v3 party. Early game at 3 minutes in the mid game.
Yeah, look, we love two threesomes happening in the mid lane because that's 6 people and that is a lot. It was an early attempt there from Citrus to try and make a play. I loved Van One being in that area. He did have a good response and they weren't overly aggressive. Both sides acknowledged, hey, it's probably a little too early to fight. They did get the flash out of Arya though, critically, which means next time Citrus or Woody walks around, they should be able to get a kill. As Citrus, he needs to really get his camps and DFM need to help him here. Van One's moving in.
Yeah, with Van One getting that early back too, they got that extra potion plus a longsword, so they can just sort of affect this and really start to siphon Citrus out as, okay, there's the Zenith Blade, it is going to land, they try to lock it down, but Woody is getting a lot of agency here too, so is Van One, the knockups are good, this is trying to hold on, but where is Van One going? They are so low, the Zenith Blade is going to hit, and it's first blood going over to Woody. What is going on?
And this is what I said. I said DFM need to protect Citrus's jungle. Van One was aggressive, but he was overly aggressive for overly long. It gave DFM the chance to respond. Citrus able to back away. Woody claims that first blood, gets that first blood bounty bonus as well into his back pocket. So that Leona is going to get tanky and going to get tanky quick as Citrus desperately jungling here, as the observers are so rightly pointing out. And we go back to this kerfuffle in the jungle. 3 members of SHG showed up, right? But Woody goes in hard. It allows Citrus to come back, get some damage, but Woody and Fisher, I mean, they get the job done. Arya had no flash, was unable to follow up, and Woody's just like, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate that gold as Citrus heads back out to his jungle. And you have a look at this, right? The Drake is up. It's 5 minutes in, but there's no vision on it. So I don't think either of these teams are going to make a play.
Well, this is what we need to really see now actually out of the side of SHG is they do have a more traditional jungler that is a bit faster with the clear. So you need to be using that to go to these dragons early, get these objectives online. You have Void Grubs in 2.5 minutes. An early dragon at this point, even with Van One only getting 2 longswords, could actually be really handy as now waiting for those scuttles to spawn, but popping down vision, now we're starting to see it all start to come together. It's going to be a bit of a slow burn. This is a Nasus level game. I think these guys want us to be here till about 2 o'clock in the morning.
A Nasus level game. Because if you look at the CS, Citrus is seriously behind Van One. Like, he was down about 20 CS. I think that's like 3 or 4 camps even. Momo is seriously behind Evie. Fisher is behind. I mean, every single lane of DFMs is behind SHGs. But the longer this game goes, the scarier DFM's composition will be. As SHG, they're here again.
Yeah, it's all the disrupt here, Logan. They just need to stop Citrus from getting any sort of farm, and you can see Van One saying, let's just go steal the red, and I don't think Citrus can really contest this, because Vista's like, we're just going to chill out here, guys. It's totally sweet. And they are going to lock down the count. Vista gets a good knock-up. See if Van One wants to come in as the Destiny Gate is going to come through. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to hit on 3 members, but isn't enough as Arya is low. They have to be so careful. Fisher in the Shroud. It's a lot of damage still going over. Arya holding on a little bit longer. Marble joined the party and picks up the kill. Now they need to survive a little bit longer. Fisher did pick up this as well. Now they are going to be doing too much as Momo picks up Arya on the backside. Where did Citrus go? They're just squeezing the lemon and they're making lemonade in his jungle. Momo now getting caught out as there's a couple members. Evie's low. Momo has no mana. This could be an interesting fight as sending the ghouls charging. Is it going to be enough? Evie looking for a fight. Does have the maiden. Ooh, throws the cage, but I think Momo's out of there.
Yeah, Momo sends a departing shot. Dearly beloved, have a shock blast to the face. And Evie just walks it off. Yes. But here's the replay, right? So,
thank you for the shock blast to the face.
Yes, thank you. It's better than that citrus we were just tasting. But you have a look here in this replay, right? And SHG, to me, they were broken apart. They had disbanded. They were coming from 3 separate angles, whereas DFM were kind of bottlenecked. They were together as a team. And then as the fight drew out, DFM kind of enclosed and collapsed around SHG, but that was SHG's strength. They were acting as a unit, as a team, and they would just turn to one side and take out that member of DFM and gain the advantage. So it was a messy, scrappy affair, and it left both teams at even gold, and it gave SHG the first Drake of the game, and Citrus is catching up in CS.
Well, now they're looking at the Void Grubs. This is the big thing, is if they can get this Void Grubs online, this is a Zig special. You want to be taking these towers as fast as possible, so you can see all of SHG are now responding. Citrus and Woody are the only ones here. Destiny is not up for Aria, so they're not going to be able to make that TP play into the fight. They might be giving over one of them, but I think they need to look for at least one to not get this passive off. But I think they're just giving.
Yeah, I think they'll just give it. Woody and Citrus are both here. I love the Zenith Blade from Woody. Like, what? On the Grubs? I think it was just casting out a habit there, I think. Oh, wait. The recall was cancelled because it was like, yeah. I think what we just witnessed there, Woody started the recall, and as the last Grub died, it autoed Woody. But I think Woody was already looking in the shop and didn't realize his recall had been cancelled. Oh, you'll love to see it. But Citrus is on the farm, does have that sheen and that Kindle gem for that little bit of extra life. No items completed as of yet. And yes, while the gold is dead even, Woody has the only, as I say that, Momo gets it and Citrus gets it, gold lead for DFM. Oh my goodness, this game.
It's definitely a game and a half. That is the thing. But one thing we have to note too is Evie getting very close to securing that Triforce, which is going to be a huge power spike for this top laner. So I'm curious to see once that comes online, or is the Destiny's coming in? Momo could be caught. Gold card is going to land. Evie wants to join up and try and join this fight as soon as possible. Good crash is going to hit. Gets the flash out. Another flash. Golden card. Flashes are bound, and Evie picks up the kill. Second of the game, and the Maiden is going to start hurting.
Yeah, the Maiden went on a journey, but it wasn't their maiden journey, as Citrus cleans up this jungle, does have those double buffs, and like I said, Evie able to clean up that second kill for himself too, but you look at the gold lead, right? It's only 40 over Momo, because Momo got a kill earlier, so it's staying quite even. It's not like it handed over too much advantage. It was one flash out of Momo for 2 flashes, Arias and Evie's, so a bit of a commitment from SHG to take out Momo, but I would argue it was worth it in this instance. Both sides, 3 kills apiece, even gold, Grubs to DFM, Drake to SHG, jungle advantage to Van 1 for now, Mike.
Well, as you say it, 69 CS now for Citrus. Not too bad.
Nice.
Like to keep that score
Nice.
as often as possible in these games. But now I have to see is whether this Nasus can scale up appropriately. That is the big question. Is we're getting a TP now out of Marble, just heading bot side, getting that Blackfire torch online. So always good to see these early items, and a Rod of Ages now completed for Aria. So you're going to start stacking that one up. We'll have to see if the rest can keep up, as already a Gunblade getting very close for Fisher, almost completed, as they do have that one kill to their side. But Evie with a Triforce is looking strong.
I'm so glad the Gunblade is back in League of Legends as well. Like, it was such a beloved item, and then they brought it back, and the community was like, oh my god, a Gunblade! And it like instantly became like the #1 picked item for, I'm pretty sure it's Akali's and Katarina's. So like those mid AP assassins just absolutely froth it. Just like I froth some Citrus, because that jungle needs protecting. Vista trying to get some vision, but Woody's here to help.
I thought you were about to do like an infomercial or something. It's just like, just as much as I love Citrus, a cool, refreshing drink that anyone can enjoy on a hot summer's day. I was like, all right, I'm back in this again. I'm here for it. Like, what's this drink called? And you're like, cordial. You're like, you got me. I don't want that.
It's the old bait and switch. Yeah, get you interested, and they're like, lol, rug pull. Anyway, Van 1 has just taken the Scuttle Crab on that top side. 30 seconds to the second Drake of the game. What were you going to say, Mike?
Cordial's pretty good, actually. That was It was just like, I was trying to think of the most basic drinks you could get, but I was like, oh, lemonade's kind of nice, but that was too much citrus. So I was like, oh, cordial could be fun. Tanner coming in with their second coach comms of the game. First one was very early. So it's been interesting that I did note at this first game that they were bringing these out before major objectives. And there's a dragon up in 10 seconds, Logan.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Drake has spawned! And DFM are already here, but SHG, they have vision. Citrus has a cheeky startup, but pings are coming down. 4 members of DFM on the bot side, 4 members on the bot side for SHG as well. It could be anybody's Drake Pike. We will never know. In fact, we'll know in about 30 seconds time because it looks like a fight. It's going to break out.
Well, Citrus won, sir. We're going to see Van 1 is now in the pit. There could be quarters. The rest of the team might be looking to collapse. Citrus gets the slow. Is the withering strike going to be enough? Is the flash over the wall? It's good. Solar Flare is going to hit, but I think they just have to give this dragon. They had too many members in the pit ready to go.
Yeah, that was a bit odd, I feel, coming out of Van 1. It was a bit too early, obviously stuck in the back of the pit there, so they were just like, all right, we'll collapse on you. Gets the wither as well, so he's forced to flash. So really just burns a flash for nothing, does Van 1. And obviously DFM pick up that second Drake of the game. So Citrus back to farming is a tidy 20 CS down on Van 1. If Van 1's able to maintain this CS lead, I think it should work out for SHG. They're really trying to curtail the impact of Citrus as he does complete that protoplasm belt. So he'll be a bit tankier. He'll be able to walk out of fights a little bit easier here, Pike. But I want to take a look at the vision, which is something I love doing because I'm a support main and I love vision control. Woody has 51 vision score to Vista's 27. So Vista is not warding as much, not destroying as many wards, which means DFM has seriously more vision control, and you can see it around the Drake because that was the obvious objective they just went for. But now Woody, defending a control ward here, is working to put more vision in DFM's jungle so Citrus can get his camps, so that they can protect this Nasus as he tries to scale as quickly as possible.
I think the reason the vision score is probably so low is because they've been fighting in the jungle. You don't need to put vision out if you're already there fighting for things. So it's like, it just makes sense. But I understand why Woody's got a high vision score, because they've been clearing a lot and be able to put a little bit more out. And as the Rift Herald is now started, Citrus is off in the wings. Evie, wait, did Evie just TP bot? What is going on? Is it looking for a fight? Solar Flare goes down. Nice flick back is going to be good. And the red team actually stole a DFM. Able to lock this one down. Now Fish is coming for cleanup crew. So the execution is nice. Backflip Shuriken easy in there, but there's a Shroud keeping them safe. But Rift Herald confirmed here, Logan, as DFM take the gold lead. Wait, what? Did he just solo?
This is the TP.
What? Oh, what? I don't know.
This is the TP. So every TP. Yeah, every TP'd bot. Momo TP'd to the, I think he recalled to base, or even to the Rift Herald, because he wants to get the bot side tier 1, while DFM try and get that mid tier 1. This is the split pushing that Yorick wants to do. So I like that call coming out of SHG. I just don't think it worked very well for them this time, as we get a replay here, right? So the good Solar Flare gets a bit of a stun onto DFM, but it's still not enough, as Citrus on this Nasus has popped his ultimate, is basically leading the charge, clearing the space for Fisher to get in and do some damage, picks up that Rift Herald. So 4 members of DFM tidily take care of Van 1, get the Rift Herald and crack open that mid tier 1. But you have a look at that bot side tier 1 and it's on its last legs. It's got 1 plate left. So bit of gold injection for Evie.
I just don't know if that was the right call. Evie, yes, wants to sit in a split push, but if you're already there, and I think the TP was already channeling, thinking, oh, there's not going to be a fight. And then, boom, they just pop out of the jungle and they just said, we're going to take this anyway. And they were just down a man. So I feel like if Evie had stuck around just 5 seconds longer, they might have been able to stay, not TP, and then actually participate in the fight, because they are quite strong. They're 2-0-1. They're relevant. They needed to just be there, but I can understand where the headspace was. It just didn't turn out in SHG's favor, and now the gold lead comfortably in DFM at 1.8k gold up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he did catch a massive wave, right? So that was about priority. Momo had pushed a massive wave into that bot tier 1, and so Evie TP'd to respond to it and counter push. But it gave the numbers advantage to DFM, which is fantastic. They played that perfectly. They used that numbers advantage to capitalize on that on the Rift Herald, kill Van 1, get the Rift Herald, crack the mid tier 1, and now they're able to place that vision more aggressively. Now they're able to roam the jungle a bit more easily and set up Citrus for success. He can now come out of this jungle as a 126 CS Nasus with Sheen, with Protoplasm Belt, with his Merc treads, I might add, and start walloping people. So they've really worked around building Citrus up as that win con, because they've got a 2k gold lead right now. They've got 1 Drake and the 3 grubs, and the next Drake is up in 30 seconds.
You're right. There is a Drake up in 30 seconds. Now it's 20 seconds, in fact. But we'll have to see is it is going to be Evie up here against Fisher, sort of in the side lane. I don't mind this, but Fisher's finding a lot more proactivity in just general fights as the skirmishes sort of break out. Once the Wither goes down from Citrus, it's a lot easier for Fisher to land these 5-point strikes and actually get a little bit more damage off too. So I'm curious to see how they do it. As they're all just waiting. They're looking for a little bit more. As Momo is getting caught. Cease and desist is nice. Gold card not in range. The Solar Flare is going to be used just for the slow. Is the damage going to be enough as the Netherblade goes through? Okay, Van 1, you are just caught. And Citrus picked up the kill, and now they can look at the Dragon. But topside as well, you have Evie split pushing. We called it, but a Dragon seems pretty valuable to me.
What a crazy turn from DFM. Van 1 thought he had an angle. They had numbers there, and they just go Momo. A great flash from Momo to get away from that play. But even before the flash from Momo, TPs were being committed. DFM responded. The Avengers were summoned. Like, there's already 3 of them here. So Van flashed forward, gets a good engage, but he's too deep. The rest of SHG can't follow. Aria TP's away. I mean, Vista and Marble are on the run while the rest of DFM just overwhelm them. Yes, Citrus gets the kill, but then he gets the jungle objective. He gets that Chem Tech Drake. So that's a Chem Soul. That is not what you want on a Leona and a Nasus. They will be so hard to kill.
Yeah, it really is. Even on the other side too, you look at an Alistair, you have Evie, who's going a bit more of the damage route for the Yorick, so you got to Triforce with the Shojin. You got to be careful, and at 20 minutes now, Citrus is a bit of a beast. You got to be so careful as another Solar Flare popping out the Fury of the Sands. And what is going on? Van 1 has to be so careful. The flash goes forward, trying to hold on as long as they can. One last siphoning strike will get the job done, but now Citrus is stuck between a rock and a Twisted Fate, and they are going to get out with their life, which, hold the phone, Evie might be here for a little bit of a help. The flash goes over, another flash from Citrus, the movement speed out from the Jace. Wow, that is not what you want. They're trying to commit everything. They need to get Citrus. They need the turn of events, as there is the Destiny Gate gold card. They get the shutdown, and it's in the hands of Aria.
Yeah, I'm surprised that sequence of plays at the end there, I really thought the SHG were going to let DFM get away because Fisher was on the bot side pushing this whole time, and they saw the ult come out of Twisted Fate there, or Mr. Worldwide, sorry, as I'm going to start calling him, and they knew where all of DFM were. They were collapsing on that top side, so they were really desperate to get that, and it all started down here on this bot side. A great setup and sequence from DFM, right? The stun, the slow, the lockdown, gets the Mega Inferno Bomb, they get their kill, thank you very much, but Citrus's ult, it times out, it runs down, and Marble and Aria, they have the CC, importantly. If they didn't have stuns and flicks, I would have to imagine Citrus probably would have died a lot earlier. That gate able to speed boost Citrus away, but SHG keep chasing. There's 3 members here with Vista forcing the 3 members of DFM away, unable to assist and support. So it's a long, drawn-out kill, but SHG close it out. That said, DFM still have a 2k gold lead. They still have 2 Drakes and 3 Grubs. The Baron is up, and it's 2 minutes till the next Drake. And DFM's vision's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is. I fully agree. I think it's definitely interesting how they're going to play around this vision, though, right now. I think the one member on the side of DFM that I want to see having a little bit more impact, and it will happen, is Cocoon. We want to see they're 1.1k gold up right now. They've got 2 items. But the one thing that I usually like to see out of a Ziggs is the traditional Ludens into a Shadow Flame. I think they've decided to go the Leandres with the Blackfire. They need the burn damage. They need to be able to chunk out Vista, even Van 1 to a degree, and taking Evie off the board as well. I get it. It makes sense, but I feel like the Ziggs is all about this strong burst value. Where Citrus, oh, no way did he just steal it. Did he? No way.
Yeah,
No.
he smite, yeah. Citrus smite and got it. So that's why we got the emote. And we just saw Van 1 smite the jungle camp that he was on the Gromp. So Citrus got one over. Still 20 CS down though. And yeah, look at that gold advantage. Most of it is in that bot side of Kakun and Woody. Citrus has a bit to his name, but Arya, most of the gold for SHG is kind of their hope, right? So we need to see Arya in every single fight from now on. We need to see the stuns on those key targets, locking down Kakun, locking down Fisher, Citrus.
Eddie's a little bit in a dangerous position as they're just sending a force of damage, and this is the power of the Nasus jungle. It is tanky, it is big. The Fury of the Sands, once popped, makes you just so much of a hassle to deal with. And 30 seconds on a dragon, I don't know if the cooldown will be there, but they're looking at this tier 2.
Yeah, not great timing for Evie to die though, right? With 20 seconds left on the dragon and Evie 25 seconds away, he's not going to be able to contribute to that dragon fight. DFM 3.5k gold lead now as they chip away at that bot side tier 2. Pinging that Drake, they want it. It will be their 3rd Drake of the game. It will be their 2nd Chemtech, and it will put them on soul point. So I feel like another couple of minutes and Citrus could probably 1v5, quite frankly. He does have that Dead Man's Plate as well as that Protoplasm, so he's getting very, very difficult to kill. Marble, with that AP damage, will need to find a way to get onto him, as it looks like SHG, they're not even going to contest this one.
The hard part is they don't have the kill threat. They don't have the damage output. There's no DPM on the side of SHG to deal with the Nasus. You've got Marble on a Talia and you have Arya on a Twisted Fate, both playing very sort of like want to just sort of whittle you down a little bit. You have the Rod of Ages and the Lich Bane now too. So yeah, your gold cards and just your red cards are going to hurt, but are they going to hurt enough? That's the big story. And with a 1.5k gold lead for Citrus, with items already stacking, I worry this comp that DFM have put together is very late game. And the later it goes, the harder it is for SHG to do anything. And the big point of note there is Van 1 was trying to be so proactive in the early game, and they needed to be, because you've got to shut a Nasus out fast so they can't scale. They shut them out, they just got caught out one too many times, and now it looks like Vista might be caught out as well. Have to see if they're going to be careful. It is a very scary Nasus. Good flick. Solar Flare is nice, but it's not going to be able to do too much damage. And getting hit with that Empowered Shock Blast and trying to hold back on. And there they go in. Cease and assist right onto the backside. It's going to be enough damage. They pick up Citrus. It is Arya locking down the kill. Now the Destiny Gate. But no, the Zenith Blade is good. There's the Weaver's Wall also. Let's see if it's going to be enough as good damage comes through. Fisher with the TP. And they got the pick. They got the jungler. Maybe they could look at a Baron.
I just want to say Caster Curse just happened,
Yeah,
for real. We were talking, you were talking about, oh, Citrus is going to be so hard to kill. And then SHG is like, bet, bang, and they take him out. But now DFM don't have a jungler. So SHG, they've started up the Baron. They got the TP out of Momo. They're collapsing.
They're looking for something as Fisher getting caught up. The knock-up is nice, but it's going to be enough as Woody is quite low. The flick is good, but it's very tanky. So they need to take Fisher out of the fight. They do. It does go over, and they pick up 2 with a TP burnt from Momo. They can, again, probably turn back onto the Baron.
Well, this is the SHG that we saw in LCP Split 2, right? I was referring to them as the masters of the Baron. They do this all the time. They start it up, drag you in, force you to commit resources and turn on you immediately. DFM, they're happy to meet that though. They are committing. Citrus is here. TP is being committed, Pike.
They want to go for it as Van 1 is quite low. They've sent Mr. over the wall. They're trying to get out Citrus one more time. They get one good smash onto Van 1. Citrus is holding on. He's unstoppable right now. Momo picked up Aria. They could pick up another one, but it is all Momo picking up a double. Citrus, a double, and they flip the Baron. Citrus actually stayed alive just enough to get a little bit of health, and now it is DFM on the Baron instead, and they took the flip, and DFM like those odds.
Pike, the timing on the Protoplasm Belt as well. He stepped back from the Baron. The Protoplasm Belt procced. He healed back up and went into the Baron. Like, a low health Nasus does not care. That belt is such a good pickup. And he just straight up bought his Spirit Visage as well. So the healing on this Nasus is going to be oppressive. Critically, though, Marble does have some anti-healing. Van 1 does have the Black Cleaver, so able to reduce the healing, able to chip away at that armor, but if they couldn't kill him now, it feels like it's going to be impossible to kill him again, because 4v1, they focused him so hard, so heavy, CC, damage to boot, and the rest of DFM were just, and look at him dancing, and the rest of DFM were just able to clean SHG up and remove them from the rift.
You think he can get anything off as Momo? He's going to get caught out, but there's two members still strong. Van 1 is incredibly low. Gold cards are good. Flick is even better. Citrus, I can still fight you here. The cow is about to be minced once more. Cocoon picking up their first kill of the game. Fisher taking Marble out, and it's DFM with the Nasus pick that has turned this game 3 on a dime. They're sieging the tier 3. They're looking to close out this series right now if they can. They have the damage, they have the health. Citrus is level 15. They can back off. It's fine. Reset. Go to the dragon. It's in 45 seconds.
Om nom nom, beef patties for dinner, and it's Vista branded because that cow got sent to the butchers. DFM made this play in the mid lane, but SHG responded. But it is just a Citrus show. Nasus is so big now, it feels like he creates so much space and does so much damage. Look at Karkun, he's like aggressing forward behind Citrus, right? 1, 0, and 9. He hasn't been able to get the kills, but I guarantee you, when we look at the damage meters, Karkun is going to be up there with this Ziggs. Woody aggressing forward onto Vista, might be caught here.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a solid. Oh, look at the damage. Look at these siphoning strikes. That is actually insane. As now they're going back forward into the back line. Flick, flap. It's all too much. And they're trying to pick up Citrus. They do lock him down. It's Evie able to get this job done. As they land the gold card onto Fisher into the back line. Looking for that strike on through. Execution's nice, but he's going to get the damage off. As Evie is low. Healing's good, but there's 4 members strong. And Cocoon does pick up the kill. And now they're saying, do not worry about the dragon. It is 4 members down for SHG. They still have the Baron for 20 seconds. They can siege on this bot side. They can open up the map yet again. Maybe not finish, but they can get a lot of gold for it, as it is a 5k gold Baron play.
Yeah, that is an absolutely phenomenal Baron power play. The recall, the TP, they're going for it.
They want to finish this one off, as yet Vista's joining back into this fight, but the tower, it's almost gone. It's just going to be secured. They can just hit the Nexus. DFM, they took this series. They looked good in game 1. They held out in game 2, and now, looking in game 3, they close out and pick up their first series in the LCP.
340 days since their last match series victory, and it was over SHG. 340 days later, they absolutely shine like the stars they're destined to be. LJL Derby delivers tonight, Pike. Congratulations, DFM.
What a huge turn. They were looking so good, and honestly, it's MVP all on Citrus tonight. They played so spectacularly, and I'm really here for it. Huge, huge play, and you know what? Well earned. They did a great job.
Yeah, look, the perseverance, right? I love these games. Game 1, it was DFM all the way. Game 2, it was DFM early. SHG turned it around mid-game and took the win. Game 3, it felt kind of SHG favored early and then DFM favored late game, right? Once that Nasus came online, it didn't feel like there was much SHG could do. Around that Baron pit, when they hard focused Citrus on that Nasus, yeah, well deserved, honestly. This is what you want to see, their emotions, you know, the victory, it means so much. But yeah, when they hard turned on that Nasus and weren't able to kill him, like, I feel like that was just the end.
And we can look at the charts here as well. 10 kills to 18. It was a 30-minute game. It was relatively close all the way through until that 15-minute mark when Nasus really cleaned up around that Rift Herald, and then the game sort of just progressively got worse and worse there for SHG. They just couldn't hold on, they couldn't get the objectives. Evie wasn't able to sit in these side lanes, they were just forced in these fights, and we see Citrus here making the 1v4 play, and I'm suspecting this is them getting MVP, because look at the health! They were literally on 10 HP, and then they just healed everything back up. And a huge performance. Yeah, oh, don't dance on me there, mate. That just hurts. But again, we look at the games, even the Trundle game where they did lose out, they still played well. They got a lot for it, but it was just this Neferi Nasus game that he really shined.
Yeah, and that Neferi, that counter pick into that J4, it just proved its value right there. Really, really high kill participations in game 1 and game 3. As we go through all of these games and we take a look at where it all started, and SHG had the right idea early, right? It was, we need to bully Nasus out of the jungle. We need to prevent his scaling hard and early. And they did it again and again, but DFM, I think they knew the plan. I think they knew the game, and they responded every time. They punished SHG. They said, no, you cannot steal our jungler's camps. He needs those stacks for himself.
Yeah, it was just good response. And at the end of the day, I think the communication out of DFM here was just better. SHG didn't feel like they were on the same page, and DFM just came up with cleaner plays, and their steal here was really good. And again, that was basically a 2v3. You may refer to them there, but the Smite battle to win over the Rift Herald and charge them down. They didn't even worry about the eye at this point. They were like, we just need to exert as much pressure as possible, and a Blast Cone just to go and pick it up for free. Just thank you for that. Much appreciated, guys. I think this was the Hail Mary play that SHG was really banking on to get that next dragon, and then it was just turned.
Yeah, I mean, they turned and burned, right? DFM collapsed. There was literally 5 members of DFM there, when initially there was only 3 from SHG. This tankiness out of Citrus here was as well. Like, the chase started at the bot side tier 2 and ended at the top side tier 2, basically. It was such a long run, and Citrus survives this, right? 4v1 essentially, and he lives as the rest of DFM just clean up SHG because they were so focused on Citrus, because they weren't doing anything else to anyone else of DFM. So even with this Nasus, right, even if you're not doing much damage, which you always will once you've scaled, you're still taking up space, you're still taking up resources, and that is enough, and then some.
Yeah, it really is. And a huge play and a huge win for DFM. Incredibly proud of these boys. It's been a long road, but they're now starting to find that success. Maybe it was just a slight teething period for them, and they're starting to find their momentum as they enter into Split 3. Because remember, it's only week 2 here, but it's a relatively short week, so every series counts. And this was a really good play, because even with this Baron, it was going down, but they were able to just push that momentum and then take the Nexus off what felt quite interesting. But we've got another series on our hand here, Logan, because it is Relove DCG coming onto the map. We've got Florin, Pop9, Hongju, Fang, and Xiaoxi about to make their way onto the Rift, and this is arguably one of my favorite teams in the LCP.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of chatter around Florin, the top laner of Relove DCG as well. I think they're inarguably our second best team here in the LCP, though, you know, a case could be made for Gam. So they're always exciting to see, and I love watching them grow and develop. You know, Xiaoxi is such an exciting support, especially when he gets on those hook supports, though he does play Enchanters really, really well. Florin, one of the best top laners in our league, just one of the toughest nuts to crack as well. Rarely, if ever, crumbles under pressure. So really looking forward to watching how Relove DCG perform here against their opponents, Ground Zero Gaming, otherwise known as GZ, who, as we know from last week, are coming into this with 60% new roster. Uniboy, new to the team. Betty, new to the team. And Kaiwing, new to the team. But the familiar faces, Husha and Ijong.
Yeah, that's it, right? It's a bit of a new roster. It's a bit of a shake-up, but maybe this is the time to shake it up. If they can maintain and hold their course in this and not get into the relegation stage, if they can maintain their position in the LCP, this is a roster that could probably go all the way. We've seen Highland before. They've been looking so good in previous teams. Betty, a player that we've all come to know and love. Uniboy, sort of that wild card. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to this team and what their impact is going to be. But Husha and Ijong, absolute stars on the Rift. So we'll have to see if they can really sync up with these new players, come together.
Yeah, let's take a look at the featured matchup for tonight's second series, though, between our top laners, Florin and Ijong. And you look at this, right? The numbers are very similar, except when it comes to unique champions. Florin has played 6 more than Ijong, so just has a bigger depth of champions than Ijong. However, every other stat fairly close as we deep dive onto Florin here, Pike. And is there anything here that stands out to you?
I just like the hand movement that he's got in his photo. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to copy it right now.
The big thing I want to look at is the solo kills. Solo kills. 28 solo kills is pretty phenomenal considering it is an island up in this top lane. So they clearly know how to be very dominant. You can see 9 games as Renekton, 9 on Rumble. They love to be aggressive. They love to be feisty. So I'm here to see Florin actually really pick up. Let's have a look at our predictions for tonight though, Logan, because there's a lot that we have to break down. And you know what? Again, we're copying each other's homework once more to 2-1 for Relove DCG. And you know what? After that last series where we had no clue what was going to be coming up, I don't know if I believe this anymore. Maybe GZ's just going to 2-0 that. Who knows?
Yeah, but we'll also take a look at Carrick's, our other caster, who's put in his prediction, and he thinks it could go GZ 2-1. And I respect it, right? When a roster makes changes, it's new, it's exciting, it's interesting, and there's a lot of unknowns. So I'm leaning on DCG as the tried, true, and tested team, but GZ, they're different, they're exciting. They could change things up with this new roster, Pike. As you say, I'm not entirely sure, but at least we've got some different predictions here for the second series of tonight, because the first series we all went 2-0 and it ended up being a 2-1 to DFM. But that is enough out of us here for that first series of the night. We will throw to a break, and when we come back, it'll be GZ versus DCG.
blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. about winning and stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
You miss a few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Guess who's back? The LCP is back because we have 2 series tonight, 2 best of 3s Pike, and next up it's DCG versus GZ.
Where's my hat? What's going on here? Devastating. Now you got a Poro coming in? Like, I don't know what's going on. But yes, GZ versus DCG. It's going to be a big series. It's one team eager to prove themselves, another one that hasn't had the performance as they went international for the first time from the LCP and didn't have their showing there either. So both of these teams wanting to make their mark even in this lower run. Let's see if they can do a little bit more with it.
And that's it, exactly. DCG went to MSI. Unfortunately, they have the first team knocked out, but it is important to get that experience. Obviously, you would have liked a little bit more, but let's see if they were able to take some of their learnings from MSI and apply it here in the LCP. Unfortunately, they are down here in the lower bracket where they 0-1'd in the first week, and ideally, they don't 0-2, so that will happen in the BO3. And as a reminder, right? If you win 3, you go to playoffs. If you lose 3, you're no longer able to get to playoffs. And if you don't get to playoffs, then you don't get to Worlds. So you've got to make sure you win.
Look, and Worlds is what every team is looking for. Stop it. Just get that hat away from me. I'll put my own hat on. Just whatever.
Hey.
But no, that's exactly it, right? Like it all comes down to these teams really need to put their best foot forward. They need to be putting everything they can into these games because you're right. If they lose these series, it's one more series to go. If you win, you start to claw your way back up. But there's heavy, hard-hitting competition up at the other end of this. So these winning teams, they've got their techniques down, their hands are clean, they're taking majors into the bot lane and making it look easy. So it's now on these teams to really start to step up and do a little bit more with it. Ideally, I'd like to see the LCP start to develop its own somewhat kind of meta. I think right now, we've thrown out a couple of lads, but who knows, as we're getting ready for our walkouts now, Logan, let's jump over and have a look at these teams as they get ready to show us their good stuff.
Heck yeah, let's take a look. GZ versus Relove DCG. This is going to be a PCS derby. What a treat. A double derby here tonight. We had the LJL in the first match, and now we're having the PCS here. And GZ, obviously the honorary OSH team, near and dear to our hearts. But, you know, it doesn't change the fact they're PCS. We love them all the same. As Tommy announces the teams here, and it will start with our top laners. And our featured matchup, Florin and Ejung. I think Ejung will have his work cut out for him, but with that deep, deep bow of respect, I think he's earned himself some good karma points.
Yeah, they're very true. The karma points are important. The deeper you bow, the not only the more respect, but the more subservient, some might say, they even are. So if you're going to bow that deep, you're going to be careful because they might start walking over you. Now our junglers making their way out. Pop9 there, Husha on the other side. Husha having a good history in the LCP is one of these star players that has been known to upset a lot of games, but Onshu and Uniboy making their way to the floor.
Yeah, that's it. Uniboy's been to Worlds twice previously, so brings a lot of experience. Has quite the tenured roster here. Previously PSG as well, so Hongshu will have his work cut out for him, especially in the face of a new foe. But in the bot lane, Fang and Betty face off.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to see that matchup too. Again, both of these players a bit more traditional in regards to the AD carry. So I'm not sure we'll be seeing too many majors. Yes, it's strong at the moment, but I think these guys like to play, especially with Xiaoxi and Kai Wing in the support role. Xiaoxi loves these tank hook fighters. We're looking at Pikes, we're looking at Blitzcrank, Nautilus. There's so many options there that we can get. I'm excited to see if they're going to be pulling a lot of this onto the Rift because these are a bit more traditional teams in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I can't say we've seen too much adaptation yet from them out of the mage meta, but it will be good to see if they forge their own path, like you said, or if they adapt to the mage meta while it lasts. But what I really enjoyed the previous game is actually seeing the AD carries pop off and still perform. Yes, it was in isolation, right? It was AD versus AD. It wasn't an AD versus an AP, which is a matchup that I would like to see, but I don't think we're going to get that one because we are getting ready for the 2v2 to decide right of first selection. And it is Hongshu in the mid and Feng in the bot lane for Relove DCG versus Ejung in the top and Uniboy in the mid.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen for that, honestly. Ijang Uni Boys, another bit of those fun combos. If we see Yasuo Yone again, not only will I be excited, but I'll be confused because it got destroyed. But I doubt we'll see it from this sort of duo. I think they're going to be playing a little bit more conservative. Not sure what their last sort of bans are or what's available to them, but there are still such strong picks. You can go like the Poppy and Nivea, the Rengar, Ivan. There's a multitude of options. And I think Singed Cassiopeia is another big one too. So we have a lot we could take onto the bridge here. Logan, anything in particular you'd like to see?
Look, if I'm going onto the bridge, I want to bring maybe like a Zig so I can blow that bridge up so I can, you know, knock everyone down in the fjord below and win nice and easy. But I know a lot of people love the whole idea of an Ivern Rengar, but we very, very rarely get to see it. I want to see something fun. What is considered fun? Zyra. Let's go with a Zyra. Yeah. Put your little plants down. Yeah, she's fun.
Mate, this ain't Garden Simulator. We're not playing like Forklift Simulator or whatever it is. We're not doing that here in the LCP. We're here about action. I want to get something nuts. Give me something crazy. Get like a... Give me a second. Give me like a Kha'Zix. I don't know, something wild, something stupid.
Look, honestly, Kha'Zix would go pretty hard as well. Quite frankly, Kha'Zix diving is quite scary, do a lot of damage, very assassin, very explosive potential. But the evolution could take a while, like it kind of scales, and in a 2v2 environment, I don't know how well that would perform. I think I don't want to see traditional picks either. Like, I don't want to see like a Caitlyn Leona combine. Words escape me right now. Yeah, combine, not the farming equipment.
That's still farming. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to see farming equipment on this bridge tonight. So we do get a Lock Jace ban. I like it.
Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Lock Jace. Like getting the lock out of this game, not the end of the world. I've only versed it a couple times, and it's just an interesting one. What is that icon for Pantheon? Is that old League Pantheon icon? Why is that there?
Is that a classic icon that made its way into my LCP?
What? What is going on? How is that? Is that broken? Like,
Ijang has picked up a Nivea though. Poppy hasn't been banned.
Has to be. Cassiopeia Ezreal, I love the poke, but Poppy? Or actually, Elise kind of slaps here. I like this. The lockdown with the cocoon, along with the Anivia, like you get a free CC damage. The burst is huge. I kind of like this. Only downside, you have to be so careful around the miasma.
Miasma this, lockdown that, and Nivea scrambled eggs for dessert. The world is in turmoil, the rift is in chaos, and the 2v2 is getting ready to load. But look at Relove DCG, they are locked in, they're ready to go. They want to win this 2v2 because with this 2v2, right, the way you win it, you either get first 2 kills, first turret, or when it comes to sudden death, you get the first kill. That's the winning conditions. And what you earn is the right of first selection. So you can pick either first or second pick, or blue side, red side. And then your opponent is allowed to pick what is left over, right? So there is a bit on the line depending on your player's preferences, depending on the kind of draft you want to build and the priority you want to have. So sometimes, you know, it may look all fun and games, but others could take it quite seriously. And you need to be ready to rise to that occasion here, Pike, as we're just waiting to load onto the Rift for tonight's 2v2 matchup.
You know what I'd really like, Logan, that I think would just be a fun thing to know. We don't know if it's the answer or not, but imagine if all the other players who are just spectating got to just watch, like on their own screens in front of them, and they just get to spectate from above, and they're just like, yeah, this fun as. I don't know if they will, because like there's only so many limited like spectator spots, but like that would be hilarious.
I reckon that'd slap, and then they could like commentate over it as well, or at least like give him a ribbing and be like, why'd you do that, bro? Like, what a bad play. Because, you know, we can't really be that critical, but they're teammates. They could be critical.
Yeah, I would. I'd be like, what are you doing, bro? Why'd you flash that? What's going on? Where's your head at? What are you doing?
Where's your head at?
But yeah, still waiting for it to come in. I think we're just having some... Oh, look, wait. they're doing. Oh, they're actually just practicing. So while they're doing the 2v2, they're actually in practice games. That's actually good to know.
You know what was really cool, actually? I was watching the LCK last night, and they had almost this exact camera angle. It was kind of like the camera was more to the right and over the left shoulder of the player, but you got like a very clear shot of the screen as they went to the replay for what had just happened. But yeah, it looks like practicing Shen here in that practice tool as well. Doing the E-flash taunt. Yeah. Oh, and what is that?
Mbessa? That looks like
yeah,
Mbessa.
that's Mbessa. Yeah, yeah. Just clearing
Really,
top wave.
We know exactly what these guys are playing now. Our casting predictions are going to be fantastic.
We're getting draft insights before the game has begun. She's loving it. But what I noted there as well with that Mbessa that we got was playing right on the line around the tier 2 turret, was proxying between tier 2 and inhibitor turret. And like getting that practice in so you know the spacing when you get into the real game where you don't have that sort of tooltip to help you, I think it is still incredibly important. So it's good to see them practicing and trying to stay sharp, even when, even between like pro tier 1 games, as it looks like we're just trying to take care of some thingamajiggies and what's-its here. But I want to talk about the 2v2. Right. So the 2v2 with the right of first selection is something that we do here in the LCP. We've done it all year long, and I kind of like it. It's kind of like a unique identifier for the LCP.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's something different. It's a unique flavor. But at the same time, it's always just fun to see little exhibition shows, right? Like that's a big part of LCP. We're all about putting on a good match. So little update from our production side. There was a hiccup in the client, so we're just getting that all fixed up right and dandy. So we're going to be redoing the draft. I have a feeling they'll be picking the same champions, but I think they just have to go through the motions once again. So bear with us, chat, as we're getting ready to move on through. But honestly, it happens.
Yeah, look, sometimes it happens, and this is why we have all of these tournament administrators, all of these judges, all of these referees and officials, right? Every single tier 1 comp, and I can't speak to tier 2 and tier 3, but I assume that they're the same. We've got like licensed or accredited refs, judges who oversee our games, right? For competitive integrity, for, the upstanding competitiveness of these games. And that's what happens. You need to put your hand up, or you need to alert the referee straight away that, hey, something's up. And, no communications are allowed more often than not through these time periods. You're not allowed to like get extra information or communicate outside your headsets. So it's important because sometimes even mid-game, if these things happen, if there's like a bug that has a significant impact on a play, they can time, I think it's chrono break. They can actually take the game back if an official deems it. So it's great to see so many staff members here overseeing this process, ensuring the competitive integrity of the game.
Yep, absolutely. It's always good to have that sort of level of stuff. But now, as we get ready, I think let's talk about team compositions here, Logan. I think there's a chance while we have a bit of a break, while we're waiting to go in, what would we like to see out of these two teams? Let's start with DCG. What would you like to see them successfully do in this best of 3?
In my opinion, put Florin on weak side. Florin can win no matter what you put him on. So put him on weak side, and then let the other 4 members of Relove DCG flourish, right? Let them work together, as we're done. The 2v2 is up and ready. We don't need to talk about what's, ifs, and maybes because we're into the action, Pike. Cassiopeia and Ezreal versus Anivia and Elise.
No, I want to hear what you had to say about Florin being weak side. That boy never go weak side. He's always strong. Okay, they flash forward. They're going to get a little bit of damage off. Uniboy going up into that. We'll see if they're able to hold on as the Miasma is going forward. Uniboy is not letting up. This is full aggression as it's going to be Hongshu picking up first kill. Let's see if they can charge a little bit further. Ijung says, what, we've been waiting in this cloud for too long. No, going to have to be careful as they get their first early resets. Gold on the board and picking up Merc Tread. I said Merc Tread, not Treads, because it's a snake. They only have one tail.
They've got hands. Wear them on your hands.
It's mittens. There's no mittens. That's in a different game mode, Logan. There's no mittens here.
Well, just, I don't know, make it work. Adapt, right? Because you've got the tail, you've got 2 hands. Maybe like cut holes in the ends of the boots and wear them. But anyway, we're back to it.
Of a boot, Logan. You're meant to conceal the foot, and in this instance, a tail.
No. It's adapt, overcome, survive, and thrive. That's what you need to do.
If we look at how Camille technically, Cassiopeia, moves, do they just put the boot like flat underneath them and they sort of slide around with the boot?
Yeah,
is that how it works?
If they put it on their tail, right? Like I feel like it's going to come off real quick, and their tail's really, really thin at the end. Whereas I feel like Merc Tread boots, they got like a really large opening, right? So unless they get like a kid's size, extra small, it's just not going to work.
I agree. There's a lot of damage again. Ejung does still have egg form, but Uniboy doing a good job just going up, spidering up into the space and surviving a little bit longer. Might be looking to reset here as they are quite chunked out. This is the power of Cassiopeia and the Ezreal. They do have this ability just to poke you out, whereas the other side is all about all in.
One thing that I like, though, about the draft from DCG, and I'm talking about like the draft, it's a 2v2, is that they've got an AD carry and an AP carry, right? They've just got, and they win right there. They get the turret. Like, such high damage that there was nothing GZ could do because they drafted a more traditional 1 damage dealer, 1 support. So I like that choice.
It's not even that. Like it was just 2 damage dealers straight off the bat, and they just GZ took a risky fight, didn't win it, and then they were able just to smash through, take the tower instantly. And that's the beautiful thing about these 2v2s. Those towers do get shredded very fast. So if you play the early start of the fight wrong, it's just going to be a disaster. So really nice of Real Life DCG. They had the winning goods and they took it all the way. Now they get to choose to get that first preference, and I'm excited to see where they're going to go.
I think they're going to go to Summoner's Rift. They're going to go top, mid, jungle, bot, and support.
We're going to League.
We know where
that's where we're going.
Could you imagine if they pulled a fast one on us and loaded in the classic and we're like, yeah, so this is fun?
Just play Fiddlestick. You get a pentakill every game.
This is AP Yi. Welcome to Busted.
The best. Every time. It works. But no, as we get ready, we're going to have to find out where these sides are actually going to go. Let's go back to my initial question before we just jumped into that 2v2. You said weak side Florin for DCG. What about GZ?
Yeah, well, what I said about weak side Florin is put him on the weak side because you know he'll perform no matter what, right? Like, give him first pick top side to protect your bot and mid and jungle or something because he'll make it work no matter what, right? That's how good he is. But for GZ, I think they need to not let Florin counterpick their top because he is very, very strong. I think they want to give Ejung an advantage in that top side. I think that they want to win through bot. So yeah, maybe play through sides, right? Maybe go for something like Twisted Fate in the mid lane. Obviously it's not like a game 1 pick. Maybe go for Rise actually. Yeah, for Realm Warps to play through sides for GZ. That's my thoughts.
Well, Jimmy does have the most games in Split 2 for the Rise, so I kind of like where your head's at. I think it makes a lot of sense. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do anything with it, but instead, not actually Jimmy. It's Uniboy. It's a changed mid laner. I'm looking at an old information, so don't even worry about it. Uniboy can play anything and it's going to pop off, so maybe you're right. Maybe we go for something a little bit different.
I like Spice and everything nice as these bands are looking awfully familiar here, Pike. We've got Locke, the AP assassin in that mid lane. We've got Nocturne, the AD jungler. Jace, that kind of flex bully, can be ranged, can be melee. And Camille, the Lee Sin of supports, that hyper aggression in the early game. And Poppy, banned away by GZ as well. I mean, one day I want to see Poppy played on the Rift. Can we just not ban Poppy one time, please? It's not like Kerry is here.
No, we're not going to do it. Poppy's a jungler now, mate. You know that, right?
No. Poppy's support.
You know why Poppy's a jungler?
Please enlighten me.
Everyone's got a dash nowadays. Every champion play, there's a dash involved. Poppy stops dashes, and you build them damage, get a Sundered Sky, you're laughing. Ezreal has a dash. There you go. 100% pick ban rate right now. 2 wins, 1 loss. 100% pick ban. Just saying.
Yeah, look, Ezreal, though, is a great pick because it's a traditional AD carry. I like my league with traditional ADs. None of this AP business. Because you can see DCG, they banned Syndra, right? They want to prevent GZ from leaning into that mage meta in the bot. They want traditional AD carries because it feels like Feng wants to play against that. It's familiar, it's comfort zone, right? Whereas Mage, it hasn't been around that long in this iteration. So you're less practiced, you're less comfortable into it.
And with the ban of the Syndra, like you mentioned, the Vi is a great pick, and now the Cassiopeia, who has one of the highest probably win rates on this champion in the game right now in pro play, it just makes so much sense. You get the lockdown, you get to do anything you want with it, and it's just gonna hurt. So I like the Cass Vi pick. It's got a lot of front to back and a lot of burst potential.
We do like a scooch of burst, you know. The thing with Cassiopeia, though, is she's, in my opinion, I'm going to call her very, very oppressive. She's very fast. She does a lot of damage. She does a bit of burn damage as well. So, like, damage over time. So, if she starts hitting you, the damage doesn't stop until you're actually well and truly clear of her for quite some time. So you've got to factor all these things in. She's not like your traditional mid laner that bursts you, and if you live, great. But she also has miasma, right? And miasma is one of the single most powerful abilities at stopping you getting away. Like, you can't flash out of it, you can't dash out of it. Like, you are locked down until you walk out of it or are dead.
Very true. Very true. I like the Ambessa being hovered here and locked in. It's a great answer into the Rumble, but at the same time, both these team comps are coming very, very cleanly together because you've got the Ezreal, J4, Rumble already. The jungle top duo is very strong with Hoosier and Ejang, but DCG, they've got some combos of their own. You've got Florin on this Ambessa. It should be able to go comfortably into Ejang's Rumble. We'll have to see how that fares out because we did see that earlier tonight, and it started off a little bit rough, but it came back, and that's a big part of this matchup. But then Pop9's Vi, it has some damage to it, and we're going to have to see where this Cassiopeia does go. Most likely it's going to go into Fang, but it could go mid.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda is more bans on that Orianna. But like, okay, Orianna is a mid laner. I don't think we've even seen Orianna in the bot lane yet. And obviously with Ezreal picked up, they're targeting Uniboy's picks right now. I like this because we know the top, we know the jungler, we know the AD. Just let the supports through. Nautilus isn't as strong as he used to be. Seraphine, neither. I mean, maybe ban the Karma actually, because Karma Ezreal is quite a strong bot lane, and that is open for GZ.
That's something Kaiwing has played a lot of before. Like, I think we have seen them play a lot of that Karma back when the Ezreal Karma was one of the strongest bot lanes, and it's always still relevant. It just depends on who it goes into. Like, Cassiopeia still has a lot of range, so it's probably better into like these more like a melee support that you would probably see it because you want to be able to poke them out as much as possible. But the Bard being banned out means it's not going to be another roaming support being picked in. So the Bard was a really good answer for Kaiwing too, taking away that potential. So I like this. The Talia is definitely interesting because they're still definitely teetering on the fact that it could be a Cass mid or a Cass AP carry. So they're trying to just cover their bases and take away these priority picks.
And that's kind of the power of this mage meta in the bot, right? Is that it opens up more flex pick options. It confuses your opponents and forces them to have to commit to banning something, but it increases the chances of them missing, the right lane when they're banning. So it's good for that. It's great for deceiving your opponents with your picks. But as we do take a look at these bans, right, we've got Lock, Nocturne, Poppy, Talia, and Rise banned away from GZ. So a lot of AP damage there. Bard, Orianna, Syndra, Camille, and Jace banned away by DCG. So a lot of it's an even mix. But the Bard ban, I like it because Bard is just a good support generally. It's a very meta level ban, but I really would have thought they would have gone for the Karma. I think Karma still works into what DCG has drafted, but I like Alistair better. He's going to be able to repel Vi, repel Ambessa. effectively, he's one of the best anti-dive tools. And DCG, well, they've got a lot of dive.
Yeah, no, you're so true. I think it's about committing, but it's also those big team fights, right? Is if Husha decides to start this fight as the main aggressor with a Cataclysm, if Shasi is anywhere with this rel, it's gonna be really, really difficult. You need to be layering on that equalizer on top, or it's gonna be really rough for them to do. In saying that, we need to see what the AD carry is gonna be, as Victor is being picked up now for the side of GZ. Going to be a lot of good damage, and I really like GZ's team comp. I think it's actually really strong, and we're seeing a Silas being hovered. That could be a Silas mid.
Yeah, really good pickup there, that Silas. There's a lot of great ultimates to grab. Obviously, Alistair's for survivability. You can grab Victor's. I can't believe I forgot Victor's name for a second there. You can grab Victor's. That Maelstrom, so powerful. Even the Cataclysm, like, I think Silas is a fantastic pickup here. I do like the Victor for Uniboy, that scaling AP powerhouse. I mean, GZ's, it's a very, very traditional draft. This is what you would expect to see in LCP Split 2. I'm loving that we're seeing it here. DCG has a clearly defined identity. It is dive, dive, dive. And I like the Alistair response, but I just don't think Alistair will be enough to prevent all of that dive pike.
That is the truth. There's a lot going on. You have to be super, super careful. We'll have to see it's going to fare out, because both these teams look really strong there. Is it potential for one side to swing it really, really hard? We're going to have to find out, because as we're getting into the first game of the series and our coaches are about to walk out, fist bump each other and walk backstage, we need to see what the priority is going to be. Now, Logan, break it down for me. What are these teams ideally looking for from these comps?
I'll break it down for you, Pike. A to the B to the B to the C, C to the D to the GZ. I reckon GZ are gonna want to try and dive, right? They have drafted a strong composition for themselves. They're looking good with their new roster, right? Uniboy, Betty, Kaiwing. We say they're unproven here with GZ, but I really think their past experience lends it themselves strongly, right? They're going to have to defend. I think what they need is a lot of vision. They need to see Florin and Hongshu and Pop9 coming so that they can better respond. I like the J4 pick against the Vi, right? Because you're able to flag and drag away to drag that Vi further. You're able to Cataclysm to drag her even further. So there's a lot of options for GZ, but I think DCG have a more clearly defined identity.
Yeah. I like
it. It sounds like you're saying meow. Yeah.
Meow. Right, meow?
Yeah.
Let's get serious for a second. But one thing I want to talk about is, and I'm sort of looking at their stats a little bit too, is Uniboy. Like, let's have a talk about this mid lane. Like you said, they've been to Worlds, but they've had 2 years off, so they haven't actually played since season 13. Can you tell me any more about this for the folks at home?
Yeah, I can tell you that they've had 2 years off tier 1, but they have still been playing in the tier 2 scene, I believe. So they've been brought on as a bit of a scuffle breaks out here between Husha and Pop9. Good board just to prevent that recall. But Uniboy has gone to Worlds twice, has been there with PSG as well, or Paris Saint-Germain for those in the know. So definitely has a lot of international experience to bring to the team. And I'll be looking for that impact here with Relove, with GZ tonight.
Very interesting. And it's good to see them on like something like the Victor. They haven't actually got too many games from at least the history that I can see. They've only played it once in season 13 too. So we've got a little bit that we can probably break down, and I'm excited to see how they're going to play as a really nice knockup from Kaiwing. This is actually one of these things that I think a lot of fans at home are hoping for from this revitalized GZ roster. Is there's a lot of star names. These are names that have been in the scene, at least playing for a very long time, and that's why I wanted to focus on Uniboy. So I was setting you up a little bit, Logan, for a little bit of fun. But that's the difference, right? So I want to start seeing these semi-veterans that have got the skills and are coming into this league with fresh hands after taking some time off and start to revitalize what this league is already doing quite well, which is being aggressive.
We do love a bit of aggression here in the LCP. It's not uncommon for our games to go, 1 kill a minute as these mid laners are trading. Wards are down here. Scuttle Crab spawning. Drake in 2 minutes time. I'm loving this really fast clear from Pop9. Slightly ahead in CS, has the blue ward. We'll get that first scuttle as Husha goes to start his on that top side. I expect we'll see a little bit of action in the... No, okay. Pop9's just going to show face and go, hey, Uniboy, back up. Hongshu going to take a... unfortunately, a necessary bad trade. Ooh, Vault Breaker over the wall. Husha's there, though.
Yeah, Husha's looking. Flagger Drake's good, and Pop9's already at a disadvantage for health. Could be a first blood as if they decide to keep scrapping out. Hongshu's now making their way over. As Pop9 didn't land, but the chains do go through. Flashes are burned, and look at Kaiwing joining this fight. DCG Hongshu is not going to be long for this world. They're trying to get these heals off, and Xiaoxi comes to the rescue. Heals with the heal, and is going to keep Hongshu alive to fight another day.
That anti-synergy coming out of GZ saved Hongshu. Kaiwing headbutt Hongshu back and away, and it gave him an angle to the mid where Xiaoxi was racing toward, pops that heal, gives the healing and critically the speed boost to Hongshu to get out of range of those Victor orders as we see it kick off here again, right? Pop9 Vault Breaker over the wall. So he didn't have a Vault Breaker to get away from Husha when he flags and drags in. That said, Hongshu is first to rotate from mid lane, but GZ rotated with more. Kaiwing and Uniboy are there. So Hongshu almost goes down here, but is saved by Xiaoxi. Full health rel, rocks up, crash down, goes for the Shattering Strike, does miss, but it forces to space them away. Hongshu lives to fight another day. That all said and done though, Drake, 5 seconds, GZ up 500 gold, and a lot of summoners burn.
Yeah, it's just good. I was about to say, I was looking at the jungle going, what is going on? But Equalizer being used by Ejong here just to clear the wave because the TP has to be burned. And look at Ejong's CS score. It might not be much. It's about 10 CS, give or take, but it's a nice little lead that they're starting to pick up for themselves as level 6 just being picked up for Florin. And this is one of those things, right, is the proactivity. It feels like GZ are on the same sort of level, even from the early game. They're looking around the map, they're being proactive, but Husha so far has just been a menace. Looking at this jungle, and now Xiaoxi wants to join these fights, and they said, you took my Raptors before, it's my turn.
It's my turn, and that is exactly what they are doing. I am liking this out of Ejong. He has come out of the gate strong. He's already completed his boots, which reduce the damage you take by 10% from ADs. And I mean, you look at it, Mbessa, Vi, and Rel all do physical damage. So good value there. Amount of CC and lockdown. I probably would have argued Merc Treads in this situation, but hey, these are the pros. They know better, Pike. But a lot of pings happening down that mid, and there's 3 members of DCG and only 2 from GZ at the moment.
Yeah, but a TP's now coming in. It is going to be Kaiwing making their way into this mid lane, so they're looking for a fight. Ejong getting that early rotation means they're getting great vision out. It's just trying to track Pop9 as best as they can because they know Pop9 is the glue that holds a lot of this team together. They are the proactive players, so as long as they know where he is. And now if Five's going out, Hongshu wants a little bit of that heat, but might not be able to secure the rest as they did take away the Chaos Storm, but it hasn't been used yet.
Yeah, really great stun there from Uniboy to lock Hongshu down, prevent any of that follow-up, able to layer that damage on top of Hongshu and make him think twice about continuing on. So both mid laners trading aggressively. Uniboy only has a small CS lead, which is kind of not what you would expect here because it is, again, range versus melee. But, ooh, Husha... No, he's taking a recall. Ejong just flamethrowing Florin in the face. Florin has to respect it. 15 CS down. First Drake is up, and we do see Pop9 moving towards it. DCG got that bot side priority, so they're able to rotate and send more members. But GZ, they smell a Drake take, and they are moving in to see if they can make a play.
Husha has stolen before. They can steal again, but I think the Dragon is just going to go over. A nice proactive play from DCG. They knew that there was some tomfoolery afoot. There was something going on, so they made the call, and an early drag, especially an Infernal, is really going to help this team out damage-wise as the game progresses.
What did Tom ever do to get attached with Foolery? Why was it not Adam or John Foolery?
I'm just going to let everyone sit with that silence. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Tomfoolery abounds here in the LCP, I'll give you that much, but Husha is on the grubs. And I mean, you look at it, GZ, they've got the numbers. There's 2 members of DCG on that top side, but GZ are just able to zone the mid of DCG away. So Husha going to collect all 3 grubs here, I suspect. Yep, there we go. The smite on the last one, flag and drag, bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. They make good their escape. So nicely played. GZ still 700 gold up, do have 3 grubs, DCG on 1 Drake, and Uniboy dancing with minions.
Nothing wrong with that. In the pale moonlight, you might even say. But it's actually never dark. It's never nighttime on the Rift is what I'm actually noticing. When do these people sleep? Or creatures or monsters or void?
Well, they're too busy dancing, you know, and make a little love. Dance tonight. Summoner's Rift. League of Legends.
Maybe the others tell us tribe. Yeah, maybe that's just us at the same time. And like, oh, usually I'd be playing games until this time. But nope, we're still here. LCP, it's only the first game of the second series. We'll have to see whether these teams want to make it nice and quick or if they want to take it the full distance. We'll have to see. There's a little bit of a fight going out. Yijang taking that damage, but Florence happy with a couple shields, just going to keep them relevant and just being constantly pushed underneath their tower. And you talked about weak-siding Florin as like a sort of a key to victory. I think Florin's getting weak-sided just because Yijang's got hands.
Yeah, and I'm liking that. I'm liking seeing that, right? Because like for a long, long time, we've considered Florin to be one of the best top laners in the LCP, right? Because as a reminder to everybody at home, Relove DCG only came into the LCP in 2026, right? They've been here. This is their 3rd split. They're a newer addition to the region, and they have entered the region kicking and screaming. They are proving that they are here to contest with the best of them, and Florin is one of the best of them, right? So I'm loving that Yijang is taking it to Florin, but Florin is also not buckling under that pressure. It's just a little bit of trading in the mid. So, you know, pre-draft, we were talking about, win conditions, and we were like, just weak side Florin and let your jungler mid and bot side take over, but right now, it's not like it's a choice. It's kind of just happening.
Yeah, it really is. Like, they're just, every lane is slightly behind. Yes, Pop9's got a slight lead over Hoosh now, but Hoosh has just been getting all the vision, all the knowledge, and at some point, that is kind of more important at an 11-minute mark where you need to be tracking this jungler, and it is Yijang that's getting these early rotations, and the vision's just been so good. They know exactly where Pop9's going to be, what they're trying to do. The next big question is, how do you track Xiaoxi? They're a little bit harder. They have been spotted out on a ward in this bot side river. So this is just great proactive vision control out of GZ that we haven't seen them do in quite a while. So I'm really enjoying this new roster. Even though they lost last week, this is a team we need to be concerned about.
And it's interesting you say the vision control too, right? Because you look at the vision score and Xiaoxi is dominating Kaiwing when it does come to that vision control. Feng is dominating Betty as well. So it just speaks to me that Relove DCG has higher vision score, but maybe less effective wards, if that makes sense. Like where GZ's wards are much more critical. They're getting much more value, even if there are less of them. But DCG, they're in the area. They're taking that top scuttle because they really want to try and get Pop9 ahead 30 seconds before the next Drake of the game. And one thing I'm liking here is that gold lead, it hasn't really gotten out of control. It's kind of between 500 and 700 gold for GZ, but Relove DCG are very much staying in this by keeping it close, as Hongshu does finish that belt. So now he's got that extra mobility here. He's online. You need to be worried.
Yeah, I do like that, picking up a Dark Seal too, which means they are just going to be a little bit fun with it, maybe get some stacking online, because remember, Silas is one of these champions, one of the only champions right now that can go in every single position in the game, so they are very, very strong, and with all these ultimates and Magnet Storms coming in, Shao C looking for something, but a good flag and drag keeps Husha out of the fight.
That's what you want to do, right? You want to zone your opponents out of the fight. You don't even want them having access, as the vision control from DCG is there, but GZ have vision on this Drake. They know it's being taken. Chassis trying to zone GZ away.
Okay, Kaiwing sending him straight back. Chassis has to jump forward with the barrage. He's going to land double TPs and now joining into this fight. Going straight on back as Uniboy getting hit with a Cataclysm. They could be taking us first blood. Does go over. It's looking so good for Husha, but Florin TPs in like a wind with eagles. It's all too much now as he's trying to run Betty, picking up Hongshu, and it's 4 members down for DCG. And look at the gold as they want even more. Ground Zero Gaming are turning up for today's game as they're going to get an ace right at the back. No, maybe they won't. Nah, you commit to that. You get it done, and the tanking from Kaiwing is enough, and they secure an unofficial ace in the very first team fight and the Dragon.
How did Kaiwing still have his ultimate up after all of that? As we see it here, Chassis misses that Shattering Strike. Kaiwing gets a fantastic engage there. That flash pulverized headbutt to deliver them straight into the waiting arms of Betty. Husha takes out Pop9, and Ijong is just left in the backline pre-firing. Florin trying to make it happen, but just too little, too late. GZ take the first big fight convincingly, and the second Drake of the game. It's 30 seconds till the Rift Herald, so great plays there. And look at the damage. Ijong on that Rumble, Husha and Betty all outdoing their counterparts in that fight. Now out to a sudden 3,000 gold lead, Pike.
Yeah, out of nowhere. Like, it just makes a lot of sense, and really good proactive plays out of GZ. It's, they have the champions that can fight in these narrow corridors, which is where they found all of DCG. They just got caught, and a big show for Kaiwing, who was able to get that little early proactive play, and now 4 members once again looking up at this Rift Herald, like, where is the contention? Maybe they're looking at Ijong instead. Maybe this is the next sort of pick that they're looking to sacrifice, as they're not even able to lock him down. Ijong gets underneath the tower.
Yeah, look, not great. Ijong has been set up for a dive here. It is a long time till the wave, though. I'm not sure they can do this.
If you lock down, but they're tanking up. I think Florin might not be able to hold on much longer. Ijong in a 2v1 says, I like these odds.
Nah, Pop9, that should not have happened. That reeked of desperation. The wave wasn't even close. Yes, they cleared it out, but they should have called that one off. Pop9 instead, though, goes under the tower, and Florin dies for his hubris. Like, a great layering of ultimates here, but just the timing on the aggro did not work out, and Ijong survives a 1v2 dive, gets a kill back. Not a good look.
No, it's definitely not the reloved DCG that we've all come to know and love, as GZ are just making them look like a tier 2 team at this point. Skywalk now coming in with their first coach comms of the game, so obviously saying, guys, there's a dragon up in 2.5 minutes, don't forget, but don't forget to keep extending the leads. Betty 102 with a 1k gold lead. Look at Ijong 301, and here's Hongshu overstepping. The equalizer does get dropped, but you are just melted, my friend. And now the Rift Herald is being summoned mid. They did not take any damage off that. The charge is good, and now they're going to open up and take the tier 1 at 17 minutes. First tower for GZ.
Yeah, they're running this riff right now. They got that first mid tier 1 is the Shelly going for the bot side tier 1. Oh no!
Couldn't land it. That's unfortunate.
So close, Husha. And that, like, I almost feel like that's even worse than like just a massive miss, right? You were so close. Like, I feel like it was like one more click and you would have got it. And to go through all of that Tokyo drifting there through the jungle and fail at the last second is like, oh my God. But GZ, 17 and a half minutes. 5.6k gold lead, 7-1. Have the first tower, 1 minute till the third Drake of the game. Gold leads in every single lane and vision control to boot. Right now, this is GZ's game.
It really is. Like, they have really shown up here today. They knew they were up against a tough opponent, and they've bringing their A game. 7 kills to 1 right now. You're right. The gold is good. Dragon in 45 seconds. These teams need to be making proactive moves. And right now, GZ should have every single one of these team fights because there's no real response until items really come online for DCG. At the same time, Florin needs to find these back lines, but how do you do that when you're getting stopped by an Alistair, even a J4, that they will disrupt you really heavily mid-ultimate and you can't do anything?
I mean, you could dance, pop in an emote.
If you want to.
Yeah,
You can leave your friends behind.
You could dance. Yeah, you get where I'm going with this. As some hordes spot Pop 9 out, he will have to retreat in the face of some aggression from GZ, who are set up for this Drake. The next...
Barrage is going to hit Pop 9, just got absolutely popped like a pimple, I'd say, but a nice little petrifying gaze. But Xiaoxi going to go for a little bit more, as a lot of damage. Uniboy gets taken on the backside. That's a lot of their damage gone, as they try to get a little bit more, as Florin is just getting chunked out once again. Heal comes through. Double kill for Betty. Betty likes everything, and an ace for GZ. They are just looking absolutely on point. 19 minutes and an 8k gold lead. They're going to pick up their second drag.
The first might have been an unofficial ace, but that was an official ace. That was a clean fight from GZ. It was a great ult from Cassiopeia to try and get something done, to try and turn it back around. And they found a kill on the Uniboy, but it was too little too late. GZ able to clean that fight up. And here it is again, right? I was just talking about the vision control. Pop 9 steps forward to try and clear some of it, and GZ just so ready to respond. They popped Pop 9 before he could even get away, and DCG were down in a 4v5 fight for the rest of it. It was just super clean, lovely gameplay from GZ, and then they take that ace, turn it into their second Drake of the game, and looking at Betty, he's 5 assists away from hitting 500 assists in the LCP. So I don't know, maybe he's like, can we please get 5 more assists at least?
Yeah, look, the way Betty's playing, they're going to get 5 more kills at this rate.
Yeah, I wonder what their kill stats are, but, you know, so long as they win, I'm sure they'll be happy with it. DCG, though, they're not, you know, put off too much. They're going for plays.
Boy, Chaos Storm, they're sending everything they can, but Uniboy still getting locked up. The chains were good. Pop 9 picking up the kill. Here's Kai Wing, Husha as well in the side. Barrage hits 3 members from afar. Insane, as now they're looking to siege this tier 1.
Yeah, look, hitting 3 members from that far away is actually really impressive. As GZ, they're collapsing. They're looking for more here. Oh, Xiaoxi.
Is just getting shredded. Shredded horse at this point. And look at that, Betty picking up another kill, 405. They have a 3k gold lead alone in the AD/AP carry role here, Logan. Wow.
Look, I know a GZ co-streamer who will be very happy with tonight's performance of GZ, at least during this game 1. And if they keep this energy up, they might take the series, because Relove DCG, you can see that the initiative is there, the proactivity. But GZ is still able to turn things back around. As that barrage, yeah, like you said, hitting 3 does so much damage. You know, just padding those stats, if you will. Husha goes in to clear the wave, extend this sign of top side, but Just to catch on to Xiaoxi, he went for that crash down over the wall and unfortunately missed it, but he absolutely would have died because Husha was right there ready and waiting here. But 9.4k gold lead, 22 minutes, 2 Drakes, 3 turrets. GZ very much in control of this one here at sort of the, you know, verging on later stages of the game. Gold leads every lane, CS leads every lane. Item advantages on every single role here, Pike. It's a lot to overcome.
Look, it's going to be a tall order once again. DCG, they're on the back foot. They need to be playing really clean, really smart, and Abra's just sending up just to trim the wave again. But look at the damage out of the carries from GZ. Uniboy with a 16.2k damage chart, and Betty with 14, Ijung with 12. That's nothing to be to snub your nose at all, because they are looking so good in these fights. And one big team fight here is going to spell a Baron, and then it's going to spell the end of the game if DCG don't play it perfectly.
Yeah, if GZ win it convincingly, like even if there's 4 members of GZ left, I would have to imagine they would absolutely sprint. And look at how fast the Baron is dying. DCG don't have vision on this. They can sense it, but they don't see it. Kaiwing trying to play bouncer.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can get anything done, as shields are not going to get popped up a little bit by the barrage, but Baron is at 5, as maybe they're looking for a bit more of a fight. Great equalizer into the cataclysm over the top. Xiaoxi just getting melted down, cannot hold on much longer, and now they're turning onto Kaiwing as they're seeing if they can do anything more. Fang just gone, double kill for Betty, and look at Hongshu running for their life. A double again for Ijung. They want the ace, they want a clean ace, and a triple kill for Betty. They've come back with a vengeance. Everyone said, GZ, is this roster what it takes? And the revived members have brought them back to life.
Yeah, I mean, if this is anything to go by, what an upgrade by GZ here, picking up Uniboy, Betty, and Kaiwing. I mean, this whole team is putting in work. It would be unfair to disregard what Husha and Ijung are also achieving. Deathless in the top jungle, AD, and support. Kaiwing has been involved in 16 of the 18 kills as GZ just get the Baron. That's an aside here as we go to this replay. Kaiwing playing the bouncer, a TP coming on the top there, and GZ, they never wanted the Baron. They wanted DCG to come and fight them. The moment they see more members of DCG, they just go them. Hongshu's TP on that Silas was so late. He ends up deep in the middle of multiple members of GZ and dies for nothing. He gives over his summoners and gives the ace. I mean, a disastrous sequence of events for DCG, because GZ get the Baron, they get the Ace, they get the Drake, they're on Soul Point now. They're 13.5k up.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I was like, yeah, Ijung now getting looked at as they do use the stopwatch is going to be enough, as they are potentially going to pick up this top laner as they do just collapse everything they can. Kaiwing being looked at too. Chaos Storm, Cataclysm does go down. As Fang is caught in the middle, has to flash out. There's nice little knock up there from Kaiwing, hitting on 2. Xiaoxi is just low and gone. Betty goes legendary, able to get the damage off once again, and they're trying to charge down. Husha has the GA, it's still up, gets the flag and drag. It's a lot of damage, and Husha gets even more. 13k still comfortably on GZ, and they are now at the tier 3 and mincing these towers like they are made of Swiss cheese, because there's holes in every single game plan that DCG is trying to do.
Nom, 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 nom. I love Swiss cheese. As we do see Pop9 going for this bot side tier 1. Just there's a lot of standing gold for Relove DCG if they're able to close these ones out. Clears the wave, gets this tier 1 turret. A lot of pings coming down from GZ, but will absolutely walk away. Interestingly, GZ, the Baron power play is currently negative as we look at this. Look at the collapse from GZ. They've got here so fast. Yes, Ijung dies, but 3-4 members of GZ, everyone showed up. Kaiwing extremely tanky on that Alistair with that unbreakable will, and DCG unable to get through him. He was body blocking, he was spacing and zoning as Husha just so desperate to get onto Fang, flag and drags, and is able to close out Hongshu too. It's that response time, right? so many teams just don't respond quick enough. GZ absolutely did here tonight. That's why they're at 13.5k gold lead, 3 Drakes, 3 Grubs, and they've still got Baron for another 20 seconds, Pike.
Yeah, and they could just take this tower too. You mentioned that it was a negative Baron play. No, we're turning it back on its head. It might be, at the end of this, potentially a 1,000 gold Baron play, as it is just teetering up to about the 700 mark. 2 inhibitors down. If they feel confident enough, they have the gold, they have the items. Could they siege here as the equalizer stolen away from Hongshu? So they could use it to clear out the waves a little bit more. But Betty is doing so much damage. 4 items deep. We haven't even had a chance to talk about the items going on because they've just been fighting so much. There's 20 kills to 4, and it is still GZ. They're waiting for the next wave. Are they looking to close out this game? They get 1 pick. It could be the answer. As the flag and drag goes forward, they've found Shousting. Betty just picks him up instantly. Chaos Storm, Equalizer, all dropping on their head. Public Execution is good, but is it going to be enough? As Betty being focused, but it's just too much of a line. A double kill for Betty. Uniboy picks up the kill on Fang. They're sending him back over the wall. Hongshu has to be so careful, but there's nothing you can do. You don't have to reset. You can just end this game right here, right now, GZ. It's all in your grasp. But instead, it is just going to be Husha saying, guys, why are we trying to reset? Maybe there's a TP available. They're stopping Hongshu. And wow, GZ coming back into this game, into the LCP, looking like the most dominant team we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, as a reminder, Relove DCG ended Split 2 as our second placed team. GZ absolutely turned it on here with this revitalized, re-energized roster. Props to GZ. They absolutely deserve this massive win. And just before the game wound down, we breached that 1 kill per minute figure as well. So a very classic LCP game, if I do say so myself here, Pike. But yeah, I mean, I know Relove DCG in Split 2, they were a little bit slower to take off. They were a little bit slower to gain traction. So I'm wondering if it's going to be the same thing that happens here, because right now they're on the back foot, right? They're behind the 8 ball. They lost last weekend. Right now, GZ are up on match point, so if Relove DCG lose this, they'll go 0-2, and if they go 0-3, then they're out of playoffs. They need to turn it on, and turn it on soon.
That's so true. This next game is really the big decider for them, as it is GZ with the match point right now. 1 win will put them up again, but the way this team was looking, I haven't seen a team of this dominant since, like, honestly, year 1 CFO. Like, that was the kind of level of gameplay we just saw. DCG just had no answer. There was nothing they could do. They had no response. The picks did nothing. It is almost a 4 times the damage dealt just in the jungle alone. So if that doesn't tell you how awesome this GZ roster is looking right now, I don't know what is, because the plays were immaculate, the synergy was on point, and dare I say, I don't know how you answer it.
Well, I mean, you answer it with a game 2, with a new draft, with a new mental, a bit of a reset, and a break, right? That was just 1 game. It's okay to lose 1 game, so long as you win the next 2, it doesn't really matter. But with the way that GZ are playing, if they take their mentals and they take their motivation into game 2, I feel like they'll be hard to beat, quite frankly, as we do go into this highlight reel, and it was... Feng got a great ultimate to try and turn this back around for GZ. Oh my god. As GZ committed 3 flashes in that fight to close it out. That was crazy. I didn't even notice that the first time we were watching.
Yeah, look, honestly, the one thing here that is really sort of scaring me the most is they were willing to sacrifice everything. And I think when you're at this level of gameplay, it's do or die. Every single fight, every single game is do or die. You're playing for your life. And that's what it feels like GZ is doing. Like, it is incredibly scary. And if I was Relove DCG right now, I'd be a bit tilted. This is a hard loss to come back from and feel confident going into a second game. And you know what? I love DCG. I think they're a really good team. I think they've got a lot of the good stuff. But this was absolute domination all across the map, every lane from minute 2 2, Logan. Minute 2. They could not do anything.
Yeah, and it feels like it's hard to come back when you're behind that early, right? Because, like, in the early stages of the game, you're supposed to be farming, you're supposed to be getting small leads and edges, but the moment you fall too far behind in that early game, it can feel difficult. It can feel impossible to come back from. So it was just all credit to GZ. They put the pedal to the metal and they kept it there. They just never let Relove DCG find an edge, find an advantage. They just kept shutting them down. Even here in the base, right? They just caught Xiaoxi and immediately shut Xiaoxi down. Yeah, Florian got onto Betty, but look at the collapse from GZ. It's that team unison, that team synergy, that team communication that they're like, hey, you need to like help me here because if I die, they got your damage. It's the practice of the pros.
Well, that really is. And I think GZ have been putting in those hours. They've found that winning formula of the right members with the right sort of, I'd say the right stuff, I'd honestly say. And you know what? I'm hella chuffed to see this team do so well. Yes, they're PCS, but they're still O's in my heart. So we'll have to see if we're going to be able to do a little bit more. Logan, let's go to a break. Time to just relax. GZ, they got me all amped up. Pretty late here. Slow it down. We'll be right back, guys, with another game as GZ looking to close the series out, or as Relove DCG going to take it further.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... They get rid of that.
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Big. Welcome back, summoners.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Walla walla bing bang, we're back for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series between Relove DCG and Ground Zero Gaming and Pike. What a game 1. GZ dominated Relove DCG, our second seed team in the LCP.
I genuinely thought, Logan, this is the crazy thing. I thought game 1 of GZ versus DCG was what SHG was meant to do to DFM. That's what I expected. But no, we flipped the script, and now the second series is being flipped too, because this GZ roster revitalized. They've taken something that has just given them superpowers. Maybe they collected all of the Dragon Balls and made the wish, because this is the team that we need to all be watching going forward. That one game is enough for me to go, you know what? We need to consider these guys as front runners because they've got such big names on their roster. Yes, even though some took some breaks, went to some tier 2s, but if they're back in tier 1, they're there for a reason. It's because they could be some of the best players in the league.
I mean, right now they're definitely proving it for sure. Practice makes perfect, and so far they've had a lot of practice, and they're showing that, you know, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was damn near a perfect game because Relove DCG only got 1 turret in that game 1. But you're absolutely right there with what you mentioned with SHG and DFM as well, right? We expected SHG to 2-0 sweep, but DFM, the underdogs, fought their way back and earned themselves their first match series in 340 days, which is phenomenal. Here, we expect Relove DCGs coming into this as the favorite to win against GZ, but this game 1, absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, we're heading to a game 2. It remains to be seen if they're just game 1 merchants or not, but honestly, I hope not. I hope they're able to take this over Relove DCG because that will shake up the league. It will create, it'll change people's expectations of these teams and their perceptions of them. They'll treat GZ far more seriously now.
Yeah, and I think that's a really nice thing for the LCP in general. So far, year on year, up to this date, it's always been the same top 2, 3, even 4 teams, always sitting comfortably at the top. It's a different story now. Like some of these teams that have been towards the bottom are starting to make their moves. Remember, LCP is still a very young region, but we're getting into draft now, Logan. Let's have a quick squiz at what these teams are thinking. And Poppy being the first ban, love it. But Nocturne, Syndra, and Camille taken off the board.
Yeah, really different bands here, Pike. Definitely haven't seen these ones before. We'll have to deep dive, especially Camille, the Lee Sin of supports. But honestly, these are exactly as expected. They're the meta bands, they're the strong bands. You'd almost be a fool to not ban them away. And we do see Wukong coming through. So Relove DCG paying a bit of respect over to GZ's Husha, acknowledging, hey, you're a bit of a menace on this Wukong, so that one is banned away from you. But then I would expect something like maybe the Xin Xiao to come through. Maybe we'll see a Nefiri this game as well. Depends on the picks.
Yeah, no, with the J4 down, then a Fury probably drops a little bit in priority, if I'm being honest. So you could see something a little bit less, but Lee Sin was always going to be on my mind as one of these junglers you could potentially see. We'll have to see what's going to be locked in, though, because, well, okay, prove me wrong. Nefiri insta-locked in.
Yeah, we saw Nefiri in the previous match as well between SHG and DFM. So it's definitely a top tier jungle pick, right? Like it's up there with the Xin Zhaos, it's up there with the Lee Sins. I would expect to see it in any BO3 that goes, you know, for that first two games. Wow, that sounds so silly in hindsight. But I do like this Pantheon hover does bring a lot of that sort of global energy with it. We do love some globals. And it speaks to the development of the meta over the year, right? LCP Split 1 was very, very much a global meta. Every single team, every single draft had at least one global ultimate with it. We've kind of seen that fade away into this new mage bot meta.
Yeah, I would agree, actually, because you don't really need the global too hard, as Locke now being picked up here in the mid, and I love this paired with the Nefiri. It's that aggression that you always talk about, Logan, where if you have something that can facilitate and feed this Locke early, they're going to feed off each other, and the Yorick picked in the top side, maybe not, draft has been cancelled out, might be waiting just to see what that could mean, but we're seeing some movement.
Yeah, but even looking at the Nefiri and Locke on the same team at the same time, right? That speaks to me of so much aggression. Early, hard, fast. They want to snowball the lead early and they want to run away with it. So this Relove DCG draft that we got to see the first three picks of, I mean, it looks scary already. It's going to be up to Ground Zero Gaming to sort of stand firm in the face of that aggression in the early game. They did ban that Lee Sin away as well, but I would argue Nefiri is almost as aggressive in the early game and isn't as... she doesn't fall off as much in the later game either.
Yeah, no, it's so true. I think no matter what, Nefiri is always quite relevant in a lot of games just because you are that sort of burst champion. You can get to the backline easily. The Call of the Pack is such a useful ultimate that almost acts like a sort of a Vi ultimate to some degree, because you do just lock on, but you get a reset of it too. So once you get the pick and they die, you can go for another one. Like you can just keep going. So it's a really versatile champion, just not only in mobility, but in the ability to just get these priority picks, which means when we come back to like that mage meta conversation it is a bit harder. Like mages are quite squishy, but so are 80 carries. I think it's one of those champions that lethality in the jungle is so beneficial for lockdown, cleaning up these fights and playing them out a bit further. But you still need a front line to sort of hold back a lot of like the bruisers or people who are trying to stop you from jumping in, because if you don't get that free access into the back line, you're just going to die.
Yeah, exactly. Like, show me a Scion, show me an Ornn, throw them in front and say, hey, Nefiri, good luck getting through me. Yes, you can, like, build into that lethality, but at the end of the day, they've got massive health bars that still take time, still take work, and that buys you space, that buys you time for the rest of your team to play around. So it would be good to see a traditional frontliner there to try and prevent this dive, but these are pro players. They've got better ideas than us when it comes to these drafts, as we're just working it out, because we did get about halfway through the draft for both teams before we went into a little bit of a reset. But I like this shot, right? I like seeing what the players do when we're caught up in these moments. Some decide to start meditating. Florin looks like he's just gone Zen mode, just like his soul has left his body as he's finding peace amongst the stars, waiting for what it is that's about to happen. And you know, some players, they turn to like their hand warmers, and they keep exercising their hands to keep their fingers and hands nimble for when the games go. So I don't know, it's just a nice little behind the scenes, if you will, that is kind of in front of the scenes.
You can see GC here is, funnily enough, they were all laughs and smiles. They're feeling pretty good right now, so it's a bit of a different story on the other side. There's Florent, the Zen Ronin. He's underneath a crisp waterfall, just meditating his life. And then we got on the other side, okay, a little bit more. We'll have to see. They're pretty chill. Maybe they're just... Okay, that's not ideal. That looks like, I think it's Pop 9. He's clearly not having a great time.
I think maybe Pop 9's visualizing the game, right? Visualizing what champ will I pick, how will I play it out, where will I go, what will I do. If X equals Y, then ZA squared to the trigonometry. So we will see how we go with this one, as it looks like, you know, just some draft stuff happening. And another thing as well, right, is like these cups, they get like different drinks, and it makes me wonder what's in them, whether it's water. I know that in some regions they've got like Red Bull sponsorships, but they put water in the cups as well. But then I just makes me wonder what they're thinking. What do you think they're thinking, Pipe?
If I was sitting in that chair and I was in the middle of whatever this is, I would 100% be like, wonder what's for dinner. I wonder if we're going to go out after this.
What did you have for dinner?
I can't pronounce it. It was like a rice with like some tomatoes and like meatballs. It had a name.
Delicious.
It's not paella. My production's saying, is it paella? It's not paella. It was something else. It was something very different. I can't remember what it was, but it was very tasty.
Do you know that dinner, you don't actually pronounce the L. It's paella. It's like Spanish. It's like paella. You're welcome.
I'm just gonna let that silence hang once again, chat. Let's just sit in that for a second.
You're leaving me out to dry, bro. Well, I had, I had tomato penne pasta. It was actually quite delicious. But hopefully we actually get to Taipei and we're able to kind of like enjoy some of the food and beverages around the area like these boys get to, because this is at the LCP arena in Taiwan, right? So they actually go to the stadium and they play live in front of these crowds. And this stadium is actually a previously converted movie, like cinema theater. Have you seen the chairs? They look so luxurious.
Yeah, I feel like all they need is like footstools, or maybe we get like a 4D cinema experience when you go to this. Like the wind in the chairs, it sprays you a little bit when, I don't know, like someone plays a pool party skin. That would be cool. Ooh, let's just get like a 4D experience really cool. League of Legends. Now we're talking real dollars and cents.
You know what they should do in moments like these? They should like quickly crack out a game of League Classic, right? They're just like, cool, no worries. Send 2 other players over to like a showcase duo PCs and get them to play like a 1v1 or something. I think that'd be really, really cool. But one thing that I want to talk about, right? Because we just witnessed game 1 of Real Love DCG versus Ground Zero Gaming, is how one-sided that game felt, right? And this is the Ground Zero Gaming that still has the same top lane and still has the same jungle, but even they performed spectacularly.
It felt like they were just on another level. That's the truth of it. Yeah. Like they looked and performed like they were a totally different team. And yes, you're gonna have the same top and jungler, right? And that's always good to have some staples that you feel confident having in your team. But maybe it was a communication barrier, maybe it was a playstyle sort of situation where the team just wasn't on the same wavelength. Whereas now that the teams, all these players have pro experience. They have all been in the ring and they've all played at a very high tier, and they know the level of competency that each player should be living up to. They're all on the same level. They're all thinking the same. So it makes the most sense that the bar has risen for the team as well.
Well, yeah, you're so right. So, for example, right, when I'm playing my solo queue games, and, you know, I'm not a pro player by any means. I ended Silver 2 in the last split. Thank you very much, my highest rank. But as a support, right, I work so much better with aggressive ADCs because, like, I love the Leona, I love Nautilus. And so I go to make plays, and if the AD isn't aggressive, then the play just flops and, you know, I'm left to die. And it could very much be, like you're saying, that synergy, that communication, that same kind of play style it was missing, whereas now it's not, because GZ of that game one looked like an orchestra in unison. They played a beautiful symphony every time a single one of them struck a note. The rest of them just followed and played through, right? Because they just, it's like they've been playing together for years. But we will be right back after this. It looked like they were just a symphonic orchestra. We will be right back after this break once we've sorted out a couple of little bits and pieces.
A few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... They get rid of that.
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
We are back and we are in the draft going through our picks and bans. Okay, so these are the same as they were before. We've got the Poppy, the Camille, the Wukong banned away, and, you know, DCG, they had the right of first selection. Lee Sin, Syndra, and Nocturne banned by GZ. Good, all same so far. And then GZ have the Pantheon and the Jace, and Relove DCG have Neferi, Locke, and the... Help me, I forgot his name. What's his name?
Yorick?
Yorick, that's it.
Well,
I was gonna call him Vladimir. I'm like, oh, that's not his name.
That's like calling a serpent's fang a wit's end.
Oi, who would do that?
Yeah. I'm tired, okay? I'm getting snappy. I'm getting a little bit restless in here. But a Galio being locked in here, Logan, or some call the Golem Skarner, they might even say.
I'm going to do that now, just for you.
It's probably a Pantheon in the jungle. What do you make of that?
Pantheon in the jungle makes sense to me. I mean, with that semi-global, you're able to roam and gank more effectively, more suddenly, more unexpectedly, if you will. I really think teams need to understand Pantheon in the jungle and treat him like a Nocturne. You need to heavily ward your jungle, because if Pantheon gets close, you are at threat, you are at risk. It's exactly the same as a Nocturne, right? It just doesn't shut the lights out, so to speak. As we do go to a couple more bans here, we've got that Lucian taken away by DCG against Betty. I like this. Betty on Lucian has been an absolute monster in the past. That also breaks up that sort of Lucian Milio, potentially Lucian Nami combo, so it kind of soft bans two supports. So a high value ban, that one.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the Talia is a good ban as well. You do have a lot of AP damage already with the lock, but you sort of need that range damage now. But the Bard being the final ban out here for GZ, not too bad. Just trying to take Xiaoxi from roaming all too much, and it does have that really strong effect, so I really like this. I'll have to see whether they're going to see another 80 carry ban, because Betty was such a big problem in that last game. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to take out something like the Siva, maybe the Kai'Sa, force them onto maybe an AP carry, but Ziggs is the answer.
I mean, you look at it, Cassiopeia has gone, Syndra's banned. There's not too many AP sort of mage bot laners left, especially with that Ziggs ban. So I would say that it will definitely be an AD carry for Betty in that bot lane. It just depends which one. Maybe Kai'Sa. I'm personally a fan. She's definitely risen in the meta of late. But we are seeing that Shen pick who has, quite frankly, I'm going to say come out of nowhere. Probably in the last sort of month, he's just straight up risen to that #1 pick because he's such a strong counter into Camille. But Camille is banned. She's not going to be on the Rift here. So interesting decision.
Yeah, now that Leona being locked in does tell me that the Jhin could be a really nice pick, because it's that front to back. You have that sort of hard engage with the Nefiri jumping in. Locke's going to get a lot of damage, and Jhin can just drop the curtain call. But I'm looking at GZ, and that is 3 globals.
Yep, that is a Galio with a Hero's Entrance. That is Shen. That is Pantheon. Yeah, actually, that's a lot of globals. Yep. Yeah, with Rise, is Rise even still possible, actually? I mean, they're not going for it, but I was like, they literally could have gone for Rise and made it 4.
I like the Seraphine here, actually, because then it's just like a huge front line that's going to be able to lock them down with an Encore on the back of it. It's that little bit of sprinkling of AP damage that's going to be able to do a lot. Great clear in the lane too, but maybe Mel is the answer, and it is going to be picked up here. And I don't mind the Mel. I just worry that there's nothing it can really rebuttal.
Yeah, that's one of the things with Mel, right? Is that it almost feels like a Sylas when you pick her, is you need things to do. Sylas needs ults to steal, Mel needs things to rebuttal, and there just isn't that much when it comes to, I mean, hang on, they'd already picked Leona in 4th pick as well. And they picked Mel on their 5th. Leona is like the ultimate counter to Mel, because the Zenith Blade, it pulls Mel to Leona rather than the other way around, right? So that's even worse if you're Mel. It's a get over here. Strange pick.
I somewhat agree, but I feel like you'd have to be pretty insane if you're going to try and rebuttal that, especially at this level. So I would say probably if I'm looking at anything, I'm looking at a rebuttal for like a 4th shot from Jhin, or like a really big like attack that was going to hit, because then if you rebuttal that, it's going to go straight back. It's going to do just as much damage. So I think it's a bit of an interesting pick. I think they're waiting for the late game. I think a lot of the damage is really going to come out from this Pantheon and even the Shen, and just try and be really impactful. on the map. But here we are. We're entering into the Rift as it is going to be GZ versus Relove DCG out in game number 2. Runes showing up on the board, but it's all here as we enter into our 5th game of the day here. Logan?
That's it. And here's those wards again. Both supports went straight to top. Both supports dropped their wards up there for their top laners. Uniboy, where's the respect? At least go T1 Galio skin. Betty, where is the skin? What is this no skin shenanigans in my LCP right now? I do not like it.
I just don't know, Logan. That's the truth. Oh, okay. That's that was an invisible Galio for a second there. Love to see it. Didn't know he had that ability. I thought that was more of like a Talon sort of thing, or yeah, that's okay.
No,
we won't worry about it.
Yeah, it's a weird interaction with Lock at the moment. You kind of go semi-transparent, semi-invisible. As this ward, great place, will spot Pop9 invading blue. It makes me wonder if Ejong and Uniboy will collapse, or if it's just going to be that little bit of information, as DCG will spot Husha roaming as well there. There's a lot of wards through the jungles already here, Pike.
This actually just tells me that these teams and these players are thinking at a different capacity. We don't ever see such deep wards. Husha now just bypassing the wolves and says, I'm coming up for my Gromp, and it's going to force Pop9 off. So Husha actually getting the better of this play as they are able to pick up that, and again, walking over another ward. They're just tracking Pop9 so incredibly well. And Husha's like, I can follow, I can contest this because I'm level 3. They're only level 2.
Yeah, and he's definitely trying to stack up that passive so he gets stronger spears, is able to steal some of this camp away from Pop9 as well, has that level advantage, will continue to pursue Pop9, trying to bully him out of that jungle. Really great play there from Husha to keep that pressure up, keep following, because yeah, Pop9 level 2 does not have that advantage. Husha though, respecting the possibility of Hongshu as he does, rotating around from that mid lane. Uniboy though, 50% health, so if a 2v2 breaks out, DCG will find themselves in the advantage. But look at the roam. Xiaoxi already heading to that mid lane, but Kaiwing still in bot side.
Yeah, it's actually just crazy that the pressure that GZ are putting on, and it's all around Pop9. I think they've realized that if they can take Pop9 out of these games early, or at least slow their tempo, they can't get on the map and do as much. So right now, yes, it's Xiaoxi who's moved up, but Husha's also very happy, and they could be looking for a second scuttle as Pop9's decided to just go straight for it. They could not really do anything. They got their red buff. They're still a bit behind on that tempo, so they need to pick up what they can and secure some vision for themselves.
Yeah, but you look at this, right? We're 3.5 minutes in, and GZ, they do have a slight gold advantage. It's like 1 to 200 gold, so not much, but it's just proving that like small leads add up. The CS advantage for Betty in the bot range, because we were talking about the rebuttal, but I want to talk more about her broader toolkit, right? Obviously, with that solar snare, the E, which is a strong CC and root, right? Because if Kaiwing E taunts, then Betty just follows up with his E, locks them down, and the Q poke from Mel is very long range and extremely high damage. So there's a lot of kill threat in that bot lane, rebuttal aside. So it's still strong, still needs to be respected. And neither of these bot laners can really be left alone. So yeah, we saw some roaming from the level 2 supports, but I don't expect them to roam too heavily. Shen and Leona, not your classic roaming supports, except for Shen's ult.
Yeah, once that last Stand United is really sort of tucked away, but after a while, you're only really roaming with the Shen if there's a Camille in the game, because you need to match it, so there's something. But Ejong could be caught out as Pop9 does go up into the air, and I think they are going to be somewhat safe here, but chunked out quite heavily.
Yeah, I mean, Ejong right now in the face of 2, Pop9 and Florin, just staying around, has that healing potion, pops the ward down, has that cull as well to be able to farm a bit more gold. And gold leads now swinging in the favor of GZ a little bit more. They're ahead in 4 of these lanes. First Drake is up. Oh, I was going to say, will Ejong prevent this recall? Florin has to stick around as Ejong chips away at that plate. I got to say, Ejung has been performing fantastically in this top lane. Husha's here.
Could be looking for a dive to flash stun. It's enough and an easy first blood for Ejung. Star-studded performance in this top side.
Yeah, great play there from Husha. The flash forward into the stun takes that tower aggro. Ejung able to run in and do the damage needed to take down Florin on this Yorick. And this is what I was just about to talk about, right? Is that Ejung had an absolute belter of a game one into Florin on that Rumble versus that Ambessa, and he's already off to the show here in this game too. Picks up a little bit of lethality as well, so that poke going to start hurting a little bit sooner, so has that advantage in that top side against Yorick. And the gold lead out to about 1,000 now for GZ. We do see, though, that Pop9 is in the area, gets that Scuttle Crab, so we'll have vision on the Drake if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, you can see Xiaoxi as well, sort of like just playing with the information of maybe we're already on it, maybe you got to be careful. They only have one pink ward for the side of GZ, and it's just in that little brush just above the pit. They can't see all that much as the controller's there, but look at Husha coming down already as the heal comes out from Xiaoxi. Fang needs to hold on. Nice cleanse does keep them out of danger. Let's see if the damage is going to come back a little bit more. Not much mana for Fang here. There's Pop9 still not level 6. They can't get the full engage, but maybe they have the health bars to look at Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you look at DCG, though, right now they have summoner advantage. Every single one of them has flash, but GZ, they're down flashes on their jungler and top laner. So Husha not able to really make anything else happen there, but it was still good to show up. That said, Relove DCG, because they were able to respond, have more members, have healthier members down here for this Drake and should be able to take it. GZ, though, having a look.
Yeah, as they do get the Zenith Blade, let's see if it's going to be enough, as the damage is still good. As there's the Grand Skyfall flash from Xiaoxi is there, but that is just too much damage. The Golden Eclipse lands and hits its mark, but the Dragon does get secured by Relove DCG.
Yeah, Betty aggressing forward there nicely. Wanted even more after getting that kill onto Xiaoxi. Yes, it's a support, but you will take that every day of the week. Relove DCG claim the Drake, but GZ take their second kill of the game and extend their lead just a little bit more. Hongshu coming down from mid lane nice and early here, but the ult from Husha coming over the top turns the numbers back around. Good flash from Betty and a great escape from Relove DCG here as they take the Drake and we go back to live. DCG making plays around this top side now. Pop9 has started up the grubs, but GZ do not want to let this go for free.
No, they already smited one away, so now that they can't get the full amount, they can probably just leave it. They don't need to fight over it too much. New Boy actually stole it away. That is insane. That is criminal.
So good. Cheeky thumbs up, a little bit of a smolder emote there as well. GZ come out on top with 2 grubs to 1 in that exchange. Gotta be happy with that one. Denying Relove DCG the dub. Oh, the cheeky poke from Ejung will interrupt the recall for Xiaoxi there. Nice little interruption of that tempo gives Betty a bit more time to be free in that bot lane and extend that gold lead. So we're 9 minutes in. GZ are 1.5k up, have 2 grubs. DCG has 1 Drake. This is a good position for GZ, but Relove DCG, they're not so far down as to be out of touch either.
Yeah, well, still stacking those drags. It's only 1, but another dragon coming up in 3 minutes. It's going to be another Hex, so we'll have to see what it's going to be as Skywalk does come in with their first coach comms. I believe game 1, they only did 1 coach comm, if I recall. So we'll have to see if they're going to utilize that a little bit more, but it was also in this early game, just to get the team back on a strong pace. Actually, I think they did have 2 in the first game, but it was more so once they were just super far ahead, they were like, just close it out, boys, just finish the game.
You know what you need to do. As Ejung does try to take out this maiden, Florin doesn't want to let it die. Kaboom! There it goes. Ejung just finishing off this wave. A little bit of top lane trading, but let's take a look at the gold lead. 1.6 for GZ. most of it in the pockets of Izhong and Betty, which I would argue is a pretty good place to have it, right? You got a strong bot lane, you got a strong top lane. It's not like you.
Flash goes forward as the Stand United comes in as well. 3 members in a flash as they all come topside, and it is Husha picking up their first kill.
What do you do to that, right? You're Florin, you're top lane, you're chilling. You do the right thing. You flash immediately the moment that Pantheon comes down, but then they commit the flash for stun, and then a Shen shows up with the taunt to root you in place. Like, you've got to try and get something back across the other side of the map. As we look here, right? There's the Stand United. I mean, it was just a clean, clinical play. You're in a 1v1 and suddenly you're in a 3-for-1. You've got no summoners because you've burnt it trying to escape the 2-for-1. It was rough to watch.
That's also what you expect, a three globals at the ready at any point, and that was only 2 of them. So imagine when we get into these later game fights, when ultimates are up a lot faster, expect a Galio to be jumping on top of you too. So I think you have to be very, very careful about what this looks like for the side of DCG. If they're not careful, they could just be losing all of these fights. One thing of note as well here, Logan, is Hongshu, yes, up and farm, but it's a lock still. They need to be getting a couple more kills on the board if they want to start scaling up and getting that extra bit of damage. But nothing really of note. They're not really getting that opportunity.
Well, this is what we were talking about as well, I believe in our first series of the night, SHG versus DFM, is that Locke is an early game champion. He needs to get ahead early and stay ahead because he falls off pretty hard around that 20-21 minute mark. So it will be interesting to see if Relove DCG are able to feed any kills into Hongshu on this Locke, or if Hongshu is just able to make him work despite being an early game champ. I mean, he doesn't have a completed item yet. Both junglers, we've got a Cyclosword and a Sundered Sky. We've got a Ludens down there for Betty and Feng, yet to complete that first item. Locket of the Solari picked up for Kaiwing as well, that extra shielding and survivability. So GZ with the 2k gold advantage are putting it to good use with these item completions.
Yeah, Betty's going to be looking really strong. The Ludens now is going to be so impactful just for wave clear in general. Jin in the early game can't really clear waves as fast as you'd like, but 2 TPs actually coming in. Betty TPing mid. It was actually Uniboy TPing bots. They're just trying to share the love a little bit more, and there's Betty looking at this mid, but the Dragon is being taken down slowly. 2k health. Xiaoxi, Pop 9, Hongshu. They want to secure this one. Solar Flare is good, but Hero's entrance is going to go down. Pop 9 goes up into the air, has to go over the wall, but it is actually stolen away. It is GZ controlling the fight left, right, and center. Xiaoxi now going back in. There is a little bit more. The dogs come through, but there's nothing you can do. GZ are just a whole nother beast right now as the curtain call is good, and Kaiwing lives on 1 HP. Betty loves this and wants to secure Hongshu, and this GZ roster are absolutely on point.
Yeah, Feng was actually able to clip Kaiwing on the back end there with a deadly flourish, take him down and out to get something back here. But a clean, clinical play from GZ. Their gold lead, 2.6k. They're up 6-2 over Relove DCG right now. And yeah, DCG won Drake, GZ won Drake around that hit. As we go to the replay here, so DCG have more members. They've started the Drake up, but GZ are collapsing, and that Hero's entrance does some massive work. It forces Pop 9 to flash away. It provides shielding on almost every member of GZ, and Kaiwing just goes Feng, and then he has to come back to the main fight. And you see him, he goes, right, I have to tank these shots. And he does. He protects the rest of GZ. He tanks almost every single shot, leaving Uniboy to taunt, leaving Betty to just layer damage. And that's the problem with Mel, right? Is that as an APC, even without great rebuttal targets, she still does so much damage. She still brings valuable CC. And when you layer and overlap that, there's not much you can do against it.
No, there really is not. And more items as well, as Uniboy picks up the Abyssal Mask. So a little bit of AP resistance, which is always nice to have. There's shielding too, so always handy on a Galio, who loves a good shield, but look at that tower already. Just the sheer pushing power of this Mel and the Shen, huge. And even topside, GZ are just in full control, full swing of this game as Grand Skyfall once again oversteps Hongshu, able to get out with a lot of health.
Yeah, no, really good job there by Hongshu to actually sidestep that ultimate. So that's a cooldown now for about 2 minutes. But one of the rare failed ultimates from Husha. Like, he's been very proactive. He's been all across the rift. He's been influencing multiple lanes here, getting them ahead, and he's still keeping up that energy. Oh, Uniboy might be in trouble here.
He has a grand entrance, so he could actually hold on a little bit longer, but Solar Flare does go down. There's a lot of damage. There's the Stands United. Husha was there to back them up. Hongshu just got caught out. They thought they had the go button, but instead it was a big stop, and now Xiao seized it. Double kill for Husha. This BZ, they saw the play. They read it from a mile away and turned the tides instantly, and now they pick up first tower.
I want this team in my solo queue. I just want every global, because that was a 3 versus 1, right? Relove DCG thought they had the angle on Uniboy. They brought 3 members to that top side. Uniboy went the one that exposed themselves, and then they were like, right, we've got you now. And suddenly, GZ had 4 members there. Every global was used and turned it around. We see it here again. Hongshu advances forward to bait Uniboy, right? Uniboy goes in with a taunt, and then Xiaoxi Pop 9 move forward. The Solar Flare just misses, so it's only a slow, not a stun. Husha in the area, stands united. It's a 3v3. Hongshu dies. It's a 3v2. TP, it's a 4v3. Betty's there. It's a 4v2. The 5v2 before you even know it. Bang, not even in the fight. GZ apply so much pressure. They take the fight, they take the top side tier 1, and the advantages are all theirs. They're 4.3k up, they get a free Rift Herald, and we're only 17 minutes in the game, Pike.
It's a different beast we got to be dealing with, and I now look at how well GZ are playing, and if they can close this game out how they closed out game 1, I worry for the likes of other teams in this region. The difference is here, Logan. We can talk about how well they're playing right now till the cows come home, but gotta fight. I'll talk about my point a little bit later. Xiaoxi needs to be careful. They are getting a little bit low. They've taken about half health, but they are going to be backing out ever so quickly. But what I was saying, Logan, is it's all about consistency now. You can play one really good game. You can play a series really well, but you need to start doing that every single time. That's the difference between a good and a great team.
Yeah, and I mean, the more practice you get together, the greater you become, right? Like, the sum of your parts is greater than the total, because these guys are just on absolute fire. Kaiwing clearing out that vision. Xiaoxi doing an excellent job, though, of keeping up in terms of that vision score. Jeez, oh, lucky that one missed. Accelerated shock blasts hurt. And this Jace has 2 completed items. Husha has a full item advantage over Pop 9 right now, even though Pop 9 is out CSing Husha fights for there.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a little bit too much damage as Xiaoxi looked for the Zenith Blade over the wall just for a bit of safety. Betty's actually quite low. Might need to be careful in this fight as re-engage from Husha. Hero's entrance is going to come down. It's not going to land in its mark. The Solar Flare used too. Uniboy is the front line at this point. They need to be super careful. But look at the backline. Fang, Xiaoxi are so low. Zenith Blade goes for. Lockdown's good. Xiaoxi is burning, but they might be able to walk out alive. Grand Skyfall is going to go up. They're looking towards the backside. Fang has to flash, but look at the other side too. Pop 9 jumping on Betty. It's such a close fight. They're going to pick up 1. Is it going to be enough as they're locking down everything to re-engage out of Pop 9? What an absolute kerfuffle of a fight. Husha wants to land 1 more. The double kills there, but can they secure anything else? Ijan, an accelerated shock blast might spell it, as it isn't going to work. The flash doesn't get it there as they turn their tides and look back at the dragon.
Yeah, 3 for 3, but I think GZ still come out on top because they are able to turn and take this straight. They still have their jungler, but there was actually a fantastic rebuttal from Betty on the 4th shot of, of Fang there, as Wait, we go to replay, we go back to live, we've dropped the Rift Herald, the Baron has spawned, Kaiwing is placing Vision, GZ are up 3.5k, 2 Drakes, 2 Grubs, and it's all happening here in this game fight. But Hongshu critically has a gold lead in that mid lane. He's doing work with this lock now that he's got 2 and a bit items.
Yeah, look, it's 1 and a bit item. I'm not going to count boots in that. That's not going to be how it is. We're working our way to what looks to be a Leandres. Now let's check out the replay of how this fight started.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. As GZ, they're making a fighting retreat out of the forest of DCG, but it's 5 versus 4 here. Betty doing a good job of staying safe over the terrain as Husha and Uniboy are retreating. But we have a look here, right? We see the ultimate from the Pantheon go into the back, and they rally around Uniboy. The stand united just to keep him alive a little bit longer. Betty got a great rebuttal as Pop 9 is on to Betty. Kaiwing trying to get some work done here. Bijang on the bot side, but Husha in the top managed to keep 3 members of DCG away from GZ. So it could have gone a lot worse if Husha hadn't have been in a better position, hadn't been more fed from those earlier players. And the damage charts tell no lies.
Yeah, and it's true. It was really hard to see. Florin wasn't particularly in this fight. I think the Maiden was there, but didn't really get much. But Ijang, 9k damage. Betty, 9k damage. Husha about to hit 9k damage. The carries on the side of GZ are doing exactly what we want them to do, and it's be relevant in these team fights. The difference is Hongshu just isn't being given enough love to be impactful in these team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And I really think GZ recognize the damage that this lock can do if he's left alone. So they're focusing him, they're buffering, they're spacing him as Pop 9 might be caught out here. Oh, Husha?
Husha going straight up to the top side, but Hongshu doing a good job. But now that the Grand Skyfall has been used, have to be careful. Starfall being pretty low cooldown relatively for these global ultimates. Just because it's not the biggest. I think the Stand United has the longest cooldown out of all of them from Gallia and Pantheon.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, we take a look at levels, right? Betty's nearly a full level up over Feng. Uniboy's up over Hongshu. Pop 9, though, does have an advantage over Husha, and the top laners, they're pretty equal. The gold, 3.3k in favor of GZ. Baron has been up for nearly 3 minutes now, and we haven't even gone near it. But the 4th Drake of the game, about a minute and a half-ish away as DCG look to kind of get some priority here. They look to get some vision control as Pop 9 poking away at Kaiwing. Really wants to steal away this jungle camp, but I don't know. This might be a fight, and I dare say the winner could go for Baron.
Yeah, the TP, very interesting for Uniboy. Well deep into the backline. Solar Flare does go down, but Xiaoxi, where did he go? He just got absolutely blasted as the tank for the side of DCG just got decimated once again. The lockdown's too good. Hongshu flashes over the wall. Stand United is there. Flash stun. Double kill for Ijang. The damage is just getting better and better. But look where Florin is. Pushing in this top side. Taking tower plates on a tier 2 is not to be left unattended to.
No, this is exactly what you want too as a Yorick. You want to be split pushing in the side lanes while the rest of the team is off fighting. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to typically be a 4v5, but you look at how deep these ults are from Uniboy and making the plays happen is Feng dies? Okay.
Yeah. The rebuttal got him. Well done. And then used into the Golden Eclipse. Easy pickups.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, right now, Betty 3, 1, and 6 to Feng at 1, 1, and 2. And I like the belt, right? I like that mages have picked up on the belt because it gives them that mobility that they are so sorely lacking. That makes them harder to pin down. And that is so, so valuable as the next Drake is up in 10 seconds. And GZ, they've got the numbers because Feng's still dead for another 5 seconds. He still has to run back out onto the rift. And it's not like it's a Hex Soul, so he can't get there that quickly.
No, and now they're trying to get that lockdown. Cage does go up. Solar Flare just misses. These summoners are just being burnt when they're not going to be able to hit anyone. As you can see as well, Uniboy trying to get that stun. Shielded Durand isn't going to land. Hawk 9 able to walk forward. They're trying to get a little bit more control back into the river as they're clearing out the controls. The TP now being summoned. Yizhang joining this fight is going to be critical as the shock blasts that are accelerated are going to do some damage. Love to see as Dragons being started up. DCG already on it, taken to about 4,000 health. They have the damage, they can go for a little bit more as the Grand Starfall does come down onto the back line, but it's going to be enough if they're trying to turn this fight around. Xiaoxi is able to lock him down too. What were they doing? Husha just got caught out, re-engaged, but the damage is massive. The Solar Flare, the Golden Eclipse, it's all she wrote, and now the hero's entrance off the back. Yizhang picking up a double kill. What just happened? DCG, they went way too far forward, and Uniboy and Betty controlled the fight so well.
Well, it looked like a disastrous start to that one, right? Because the two teams came together. Relove DCG were preventing GZ from getting onto the Drake. It bought time for Feng to get onto the Rift and turn it into a very even 5v5. And then Husha retreated, altered into the back line of Relove DCG. Here it is again, right now. Great timing on the taunt out of Uniboy, but Husha gets blown up. DCG just collapsed, and I thought that's where it was over. But then they decide to go on to Betty, who gets that solar snare onto two members of DCG and is able to take one out and get serious amounts of damage down, and it turns the fight back in GZ's favor. This Mel in this AP role is proving absolutely monstrous with the amount of damage she's doing, and off the back of that, they pick up their third Drake. They're on Soul Point now, GZ, with a 5k gold lead at 27 minutes. So far, kills are a little bit closer than when compared to game one. It's 18-6 instead of, I think it was like 20-something to 4 as Kaiwing is fighting for vision around this Baron.
Yeah, it's already been started up. There's a nice little taunt there. Shielded Red is good as the Grand Starfall once again comes on down. Solar Flare is good, but Xiaoxi just trying to stay alive, has to flash over the wall. Hongshu now low, sending out all the needles they can. This is going to be enough, as they have to be careful. No, Betty on the backside, taken out by Florin. The shutdown is really good. The flank was perfect. DCG, they're holding this line. They're getting the picks, and they just locked out 3 members. They stopped the Baron. They might be able to do it themselves.
Yeah, they just cut the gold lead by about 3k as well as GZ. They've got to be careful. Xiaoxi's still on a deep flank angle here.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Yizhang is looking for more, and yeah, just gone. Uniboy can't escape, and this is a free Baron, the first blunder GZ have made all day long, and it resulted in a Baron for Relove DCG.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you look at this, right? That's them very much back in this game off that one play. They killed 4 members of GZ. They cut a 5-point-something gold lead down to 500 gold. And here's where it all started. Uniboy going in on Xiaoxi. Not a bad catch, but DCG were expecting it. They had the members here. Xiaoxi goes down. Husha's deep behind enemy lines. Hongshu is able to escape. Feng so safe, but Florin, where did he come from? How did he get on to Betty? These are the questions I need answered, because once Betty's dead, there goes most of GC's damage, and then the rest of the members fall like dominoes. Uniboy and Yizhang, obviously they feel like they need to do something about this Baron take. It's 2v5, but ultimately they just give another kill over, and Relove DCG, they'll take that and the Baron.
3 Barons picked up is all she needed, and now the gold is absolutely dead even at the 29-minute mark here. And this is exactly what Relove DCG needed to get back into this game. GZ was running train up until one blunder, and now the gold flipping again. They just need to start looking at these towers.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of towers up. There's still that bot, mid, and top tier 2. So they can get a lot of this gold with this Baron push. It's already at 2k with a minute 20 left. And they're going 4-1, right? They're sending Hongshu down that mid lane, get that Baron empowered wave onto the mid as a fight, looking to potentially break out. Kaiwing aggressing, good poke there from...
Yes, it can go in. He's going right on in once again. Is the cage going to be enough? Does they have to be super careful? Look at Husha. They are on almost negative HP. Kaiwing too, also low. Florin wants to get to the back line. The Maiden getting the job done. Fang picking up that 4th shot in the curtain call. Does lock in the kill. And it's this DCG roster that's taking the lead once again. It's a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, Uniboy just disappeared to Fang's 4th shot on that curtain call. Deep TP from Izhang.
Ooh, is it going to be enough? The shield is good. There's the Grand Starfall. Not going to land too much, maybe just to exert some pressure.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to clear the way, force Real of DCG back, but here it is again. Kaiwing's just contesting for this vision on this ward, but Pop9 has the damage to boot, is able to back away. Solar Flare locks Husha down. They try and blow Husha up. Uniboy has to tank the world because Fang, again, so safe in the backlines. Real of DCG just making sure there's no angle for GZ to find back onto Feng. And what was a 5k gold lead for Ground Zero is now a 2k gold lead for Relove DCG. That losing that fight around the Baron into the Baron has absolutely changed the fortunes for Relove DCG here as they go for this 5th Drake of the game, slowing that win con down for GZ just a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is just a big thing for DCG. They just need to hold this line and just keep the pressure on. The Baron is gone, so they need to just get some more security across the map. But as the game has been scaling, look at Hongshu, look at Pop9. The gold is looking so good for them right now. As long as Betty is taken out of this fight, they can keep progressing forward. So they know who the president is. They just need to get that headshot. So we have to be very careful as they are now progressing to tier 2 in the top side.
Yeah, but look at Pop9 as well. 2.2k gold on that Neferi. I mean, really only Uniboy, maybe Kaiwing can stand in front of that Neferi and live as a Serpent's Fang comes through as well for that extra shield shredding. That Stand United not going to provide as much value now. Neither will that heroic entrance from the Galio. So I like this pickup. That's 2 Neferis we've seen in a row. Pick up that Serpent's Fang now, 2 Pike. So it feels like it's going to start to become a staple. But you also look at the CS, right? Pop9, 278 to Husha's 203. Husha has been so active trying to make plays happen, ganking lanes, that he hasn't been able to maintain his jungle CS, and it feels like it's starting to have a punishing impact on him now.
Yeah, well, that's definitely it. As the game goes on, the levels are also there. Level 15 for Husha to level 17 Pop9, so almost level 18 and maxing out. They're going to have that agency. It only is really when it comes into that late game that you can do a little bit more, but kills are very, very equal to deaths. Assists are good. Husha, maybe if they picked up a couple more of those kills, might have been able to swing it, but it's a 3k gold lead now over to DCG. They just need to keep pushing. They're playing really well as we enter into this late game. They might be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, Relove DCG, they're significantly ahead now. They're 3.5k gold. They've got 2 Drakes, 1 Grub. So it's not like GZ don't have the tools to keep fighting. If they can still group up around Betty, and I mean, Izhang is deathless all game. His poke does serious work, even to that Leona with the belt, with the Solari and the shield. It does so much work. The item completions, Betty has 4, so has the advantage over Feng in that instance too. Uniboy's just picked up a Medjai's, so if he can get 1 or 2 kills under his belt, then he will become even stronger. Sorry, he had the Medjai's. It's now the Imperial Met. Oh, good shot from Izhang.
Yeah, I'll have to be careful. To have to send them back as the Baron has just spawned. Dragon in 2 minutes, but earning this nice bit of vision control is critical for these fights. Pop9 has now been up in the air, so you have to be careful. have to be very cautious. But level 20 here for Florin is nothing to be like you should be worried about this. Ejunk's still level 18 and still not doing that much, whereas level 20 Florin with a 30 CS lead is pretty scary.
Yeah, no, definitely. But, I mean, we did see Ijung land an accelerated shock blast onto Feng, and it did 50% of his health. As this might be the fight that ends the game, it is the Baron. Pop9 started up. It's already 50% health as DCG trying to bounce GZ away here.
Yeah, now it's gone down to 6k health. We have to be so careful as Florin is just a tanky force. One big fight could spell disaster as the Grand Starfall does go down. Hero's entrance to back it up. It's only going to knock up one, but look at the back line. They're able to get out of dodge just a little bit more. Kaiwing is just being jumped on. Look at Florin. They're low. They're tanking up the Baron. They might just go down as Fang gets hit with another. Florin gets out of dodge. Now they're going to use the curtain call. Good shield is going to be used. Flash still not going to be enough as they get hit with one more shot, and both teams, they all get out with their lives.
A massive fight, but Husha does lose his GA on the last play there. DCG's gold lead 3k, but so many ultimates, so many summoners used. However, it looks like GZ has a couple. No, it's about the same amount of summoners actually. So massive play, not much gain. DCG lose maybe 400 of their gold lead here. So we'll see what they want to do as the next Drake is up in 20 seconds. GZ are back out on the rift. They want to get these waves pushed out quickly. They want to contest for this Drake. They can't give it over to Relove DCG as part of their win con.
That's it. They have to be super aggressive here. If they do play this right, they can take themselves to soul point, which could be very dangerous for both sides, considering it is an infernal soul. So the damage output from both sides just gets worse and worse. Now, gets the stun off. Look at the backside though. Look at Hongshu. They're getting a lot of damage off it. Uniboy is low. Like, they might have to reset. They might have to concede or at least try to steal. That is the big play here, as now they're looking to go forward a little bit more. Solar Flare does go down. It's not going to land. The stun is good. Purgatory on the backside as well, out of lock. The TP's now coming back in. Dragon is just gone. Soul point secured for Relove DCG. They're looking for a little bit more of a fight as now they're turning to the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Uniboy recalled and TP'd back in throughout that whole fight because he was brought so low so early. The rest of GZ looking to take some recalls and get back out onto the rift and protect this Baron as well, because DCG, they're pretty healthy. They've got their third Drake of the game. They're on soul point as well here. I mean, everything is on the line. We're 37.5 minutes into this game. GZ were 5k up. DCG now 3.3, so it's over an 8k gold swing in their favor. The shock blasts, it's important they don't land, because if they do, that's an AD out of the fight. Even if it doesn't kill them, they have to respect it. Pop9 though, very nearly Flame Horizoning Husha here. That's a serious lead in the jungle for Relove DCG. That's their win con.
It really is. It's so much impact now. We've got to be very careful as Baron has been started up once again. It's only at 3k health, but now it's all about this poke game. Who's going to get the damage off first? And Ijung now landing those accelerated shock blasts is going to be able to do a little bit more. Xiaoxi, below half health. That's not going forward. Kaiwing, you are not in a good spot. You are just blown up instantly. Starfall does come down, goes golden, but look at Xiaoxi now dead. Ijung picks up that kill. Hero's entrance is good. It lands on the backside, but now it's just Ijung getting blown up too. Hongshu picking up more than they could chew. But it's now damage above damage. Flashes go out. Betty is caught. Relove DCG. They're able to hold on just a little bit more, and they are chasing out Uniboy, who has to reset. Relove DCG, they do not want to lose this game, and they are holding on for dear life.
Relove DCG put together a really good fight there around that Baron pit, and they have absolutely run to the base. They want to take any and all advantage they can. Hongshu gets that inhibitor turret as we go to look at this one again. Kaiwing in a good position, and he goes straight into the middle of 5, gets blown up, maybe a little overconfident, a little eager. It wasn't lined up with Husha's ultimate there. I think that GZ did a good job to get a kill back. It was kills on this bot side onto Florin, but that's the top laner. As you're not removing too much damage, is picture in picture. Relove DCG, I think they're actually going for that Baron while GZ are dead here. So really great sequence of plays coming out of Relove DCG to get themselves back in this and now pull away to a 6.5k gold lead as well as that Baron. You have to imagine this late in the game that they're going to go for the win with the waves that we're seeing on the Rift now. Top is pushed up, mid being pushed in, bot is getting pushed by Florin as a scuffle in the jungle breaks out. Both junglers have GAs, so they can commit and survive.
Yeah, that's the big thing, but it's level 18 as well for Pop 9. Final coach comp for Skywalk is coming through for GZ. Now they have to return back to the box and sort of share this information as best they can. But DCG, they're still in control. 6.7k gold lead for them with a Baron on their back. That's a big wave bot.
That is a stacked wave. 4 members of Relove DCG. Hongshu in that mid lane, so they're going to try and push 2 lanes at the same time. GZ, they have to weather the storm.
Yeah, it's a lot. Grand Starfall once again comes on down. Fang able to use that the cleanse, keeps them alive. There's the stun. It's good. Kaiwing gets to the back line. Xiaoxing might go down as well. But look at this Neferi. They are big. They are dangerous. They are doing damage. But it is 4 members still very strong. Then you return this one around. Husha holding on Florin, picks up Kaiwing. That's the GA now finally popped. It's 3 members for 3. Ijun and Betty need to stay alive. Is it going to be enough? The rebuttal goes through, but it doesn't block anything. They're sending everything they can. They still have the Baron. They can move forward. Let's see if it is DCG trying to hold this line. Crazy TP being used just to get the big shield. Let's see if it's going to be enough, as Florin is also massively shielded right now. There's such a big wave. Are they able to close out this game? They take the second tower. Is it going to be enough as they look at this Nexus? The Baron empowered minions. They are strong. They are a lot. Betty is trying to hold on, but they cannot do it. It is Pop 9. They just had everything go for them, and they take us to the 6th game of the night.
What was a 5k gold lead over to GZ ended in a 10.5k gold lead to Relove DCG. And look at the fans, don't they love it? 3 quality games of League of Legends, because with Relove DCG taking that one, we will go to a game 3 in tonight's best of 3 series in this PCS derby between Ground Zero Gaming and Relove DCG. This game was very back and forth. Obviously, GZ, they got their early to mid-game lead, and then Relove DCG, they just found that fight around that Baron pit and took it from there, fight after fight. It just feels like Relove DCG were allowed the time, were allowed the space to scale up, even if they didn't have the strongest, bestest scaling champions on the Rift. Look at the damage. Betty and Ijun did so much, but oh my lord, the jungler of DCG did work. He really was their Wincon. Who's just, yeah.
It was all so much and so on the air, so hard for them to be able to do anything, but this is just the power of the Neferi here, Logan. It's just true. It can get the job done. It avoided so much of these globals as they came on in. Big props to Pop 9. They really held the game together, and these re-engages were good, and it was just followed up with a lot of damage. It was looking really good for GZ at the start of the game, though. Don't get me wrong. They were looking fierce. They were looking strong. I think it was just Relove DCG. They knew they could hold on a little bit more, and they just got the better of them.
Yeah, definitely. Pop 9 on that Neferi, absolute monster. And to your point, every single time Betty would go to Golden Eclipse, that is exactly when Pop 9 would go untargetable on that Neferi, and it saved so many of these fights. It kept that Neferi going, it kept that damage online. I mean, Uniboy played Galio fantastically, was playing for the team, would provide so much utility and shielding, but Florin on this Yorick was a monster, and Feng came online towards the late game as well, just playing so safe from so far away, able to really get that damage down. but ultimately, led by Pop 9 on this Neferi, Relove DCG just found their way back in, and yeah, it felt difficult to watch because Relove DCG had such a commanding lead from the start, and it felt like they still very much had all of the tools. It still felt like they had the build. So I think it was just at the end of the day, a hands diff, an angle diff. Florin getting on to Betty was definitely a turning point for them as well.
Yeah, it definitely was. It really came down to both these teams had very aggressive team comps that were about getting to the back line. And I think it was just Fang on this Jin as well that did a really good job of making that space with these curtain calls, as you see in this exact play, getting that fourth shot, locked it down, and it was just a bit more of a traditional sort of game plan. I still really liked what GZ pulled out. It's very unique. It was a very fun game. 3 globals, you don't see it all that often, but still, it was a good game and nice to see.
Yeah, it's good to see a comeback from Relove DCG as well. Like we said, they ended Split 1 and ended Split 2 as our number 2 seeds in the LCP. So we know that they've got it in them, and this is part of it, right? This is the mental resilience. This is the ability to like rally and come back from what was a dominant defeat in game 1. GZ just styled on them. So for Relove DCG to not only lose game 1 so heavily, but be down 5k in this game 2 early, to then coming back to winning by over 10k here in this game 2, shows that resilience and shows that winning mentality. But we will be right back after this break for the last game of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Get rid of that.
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
resist this charm. Got the whole world in my palm. Nothing can slow me down, you can't hold me down. I just hold my ground, I don't mess around. Cameras out when I step in town.
I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura.
Yeah, step correct. Only the big wins I collect. And when the Wi-Fi connects, I'm all over your timeline. That's the effect of aura. Top of the league, no warm up. 100 degrees, no sauna. You're not on my level, stay in your corner. I'm too real. Only big dogs in the field, big planes on the airfield, big houses that we build. Yeah, definitely. It's all in the way I walk, matched by the way I talk. Celebrate that sparklers and course.
It's my aura, same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura.
How they gonna stop me now? Throwing a towel, you can't even keep up. I got my feet up, even though it took a while. I'll still make it look easy. I'm a hybrid, in fact, I'm a different species. Energy captivating, all of the ratings. There's no point in hating. In fact, you can learn from me. Evidently, my name holds weight and relevancy. A little bit agrees with elegancy.
Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome back to Game 3 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Ground Zero Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming, both teams of the PCS. So a little bit of a derby that's going the distance, Pike. We've got a series.
Mate, the whole night has been going the distance. This is game number 6 out of 2 best of 3s. This is dedication at its finest. Players going the distance, casters going the distance. Will we survive? You might just have to wait till tomorrow. Oh wait, it is tomorrow.
Don't forget production and the team that brings us the broadcast as well. They are also going the distance with us here. As you said, it is game 6 of potential 6 games tonight. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes, right? Because Ground Zero Gaming, they obviously stomped. They obviously dominated game 1. And then game 2, they started strong, and then Relove DCG found a way back in. So does that mean Relove DCG is then going to stomp this game 3? It'll all come down to draft and then hands diff in the game. But it was still exciting to see. Eijung hadn't died on that Jace in the top lane until about halfway through the game. Feng, he failed to find impact early, but then when it came to that team fighting halfway through, he was able to sit back safely and plug away at Ground Zero Gaming, and there wasn't too much they could do with it. Uniboy proved tanky early, but melted like paper in the later stages of that game. So there really is a testament to sort of, you know, the scaling of these champions and the impact you have at different times.
Yeah, that's exactly League of Legends, Logan. You just said it the finest. Is Jin is a late game carry. Give him 3-4 items and he will start blasting people into oblivion. Galio, if building slightly off, not going the full tanky version, or they go full tank, but they're up against a very late game comp that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, as we're having a look at the draft here, you can see some of the bans coming through. We've got Camille banned away, which, you know, we would expect this. This is the Lee Sin of support. And then we've got Nocturne banned away as well by Jizzy. That Nocturne is just never hitting the rift here in the LCP. It's just such a staple and such a menace. Really strong in the early game too, surprisingly. And then Poppy. These bands are looking awfully familiar, looking awfully similar there, Pike.
Yeah, that's not too bad. You sort of expect a lot of this anyway, regardless. Like, get the Nocturne, Poppy, they're just strong bands. Same with the Camille, probably a Lee Sin coming up very soon, unless they want to leave it open for this final game. So maybe we will see that Dragon's Rage kick coming onto the Rift, but I suspect it's going to be banned pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly. Lee Sin, as you called, just a straight up ban of all time. That still leaves Jin Zhao though. I like the idea of Jin Zhao. We might see that. We did see a Sejuani earlier tonight, which was a nice pick, a different pick, which meant a Trundle was picked alongside of that. But we do see that GZ, they're deliberating their third ban. Now, Rise is still up in the mid lane, as is Orianna, but Syndra has definitely risen in priority in terms of the bans, because Syndra can definitely be flexed in that mid lane and to the bot to make that mage meta in the bot side really dangerous. And I like that ban because it kind of forces DCG into an AD carry meta.
Yeah, no, I don't mind it. I think both sides know that. I think right now there's not too many mages you would really want to take down into the bot side anyway. Seraphine we did see hovered just before, but the Lucian being the final ban out here for the side of DCG makes a lot of sense. Again, stops that Millia. It's still such a strong comp. There are some more traditional bot lane duos you could start looking at. Is that Ashe Seraphine is definitely a play here. Haven't seen it all too much, but there is an option for it.
We like options. Options mean flexibility. Flexibility means confusion amongst the enemy ranks as, whoa, they just locked Nautilus in. GZ have a game plan. They revealed half of their bot lane already. Such is their confidence in what they are cooking here, Pike. I love it.
And Kaiwing was known as one of the best Nautiluses when they were playing in the LCP before. Like, this is a known champion for them. And the Wukong being a nice counter pick there. For the other side, means Pop9's going to have a good time. And Orianna made it through the pick phase. Made it through bans and is now being locked up. It's a fantastic combo for Relove DCG.
Yeah, I agree. Orianna Wukong, so you've already got a ball delivery system. Orianna is going to be able to have some of that impact. It's no J4, it's no Nocturne, but it's the next best thing with that sort of clone dash that Wukong does have. I do like the Jin Zhao, very, very strong jungler at the moment. A strong answer because it's able to repel with that Crescent Guard, able to act as like a frontliner, protect the team in these team fights when it does break out, and definitely a handy skirmisher himself. GZ though, they've got their third pick here. Talia being hovered, I like the Talia, brings some AP damage, brings some of that global momentum with that Weaver's Wall, is able to make those plays happen, zone away as well, because of that environmental terrain that you can't get past, you have to flash if you do want to escape. So obviously GZ here, they've revealed their support, their jungler, and their, I want to say mid laning here, Pike, but Talia can flex to the bot lane at the moment.
Like, I think you probably want to take this into the mid, like, because your Na's now being picked up, so they know the Talia is a good answer into like the Orianna, really good rotations, where the Nautilus you want to be pairing with a more traditional, probably I'd say AD carry. You want like the Kaisers of the world, maybe like the Sivir even as well. Like, you want to have something that's going to be able to deal as much damage as humanly possible out in this game. And Vayne is another one of those answers. Late game, they're a monster.
Exactly. I mean, it's a good ban to protect that Na. You don't want it to face into that Vayne. We have seen her run many, many times as a response. Because, yeah, Na has a bit of range, but yeah, Na also goes melee, whereas Vayne is just permanent range. And that is not a good time for you if you are in the top lane, if I do say so myself. But the fourth ban coming through against Bard, a very agnostic ban, that one. Bard is a very one-size-fits-all type of support. Hard to go wrong with the Bard, especially in the very, very capable hands of Xiaoxi. A bit of a veteran, bit experienced, and a very capable pilot as Jax. Banned by Relove DCG. This is an interesting pick, Pike.
Yeah, well, you've already shown the Na. Like, you want to get rid of these champions that are going to be a sort of a trouble into it. Like, the Na really only can deal with potentially, like, you maybe go like a Cassante if you want something that's going to be able to hold its own a little bit. But Na's already such a hard champion in the top side to be able to counteract with. So it's really putting Yizhang onto a bit of a back foot here, as there's the Sivir. Nice little ban coming out. Makes the most sense as you want to take out these like late game hyper carries. And with a Braum being hovered here, Ashe is another really big potential.
Yeah, we do love Ash, right? Because obviously from the Freljord, they're all about that ice cold. They're all about stacking those passives. And Braum has one of the best. It obviously stacks into that stun. And with Ash's increased attack speed, it comes about very, very quickly. So I would love to see that. Braum so far doesn't have overly much he could stop when he puts up that shield wall, but it's still just a very strong general defensive. So I think it'll find a lot of utility here. As, oh, Xerath, that was banned away in game 3 of our first series of the night, being hovered here though.
Well, does it go mid or AP carry?
Locked in.
My lord. I'm so confused.
We're in for an interesting one.
Ooh, gaming.
I really think Talia's going to go mid if Xerath is going to be bot lane, because Talia with the Weaver's Wall can get around a lot quicker than Xerath. Obviously, Xerath's ult is a semi-global, would be well positioned in the mid to influence both lanes, but I just think Talia would be quicker. I think Xerath is much more of a bot laner.
Well, we'll have to find out. Is there's Renekton being picked up? So most likely Xerath AP carry confirmed here for you, Logan. One of your favorites, Echo, being looked at. Ooh. Okay. Veigar? Oh, no way. No way do we get a Veigar AP carry.
Veigar in the LCP? In 2026, this was not on my bingo card. Please.
No way.
Aww.
Okay. Walkie makes more sense.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It's less fun though. I mean, we're full of sound effects tonight as Corky locked in for Fang of Love DCG. And I always like a Corky pick, I think. Has that mobility with the Valkyrie, has that long range with the R poke, is able to dish out a lot of damage without really getting it back in return. But when you look on the other side, Xerath has a lot of long range poke himself. Nautilus has a great engage tool. Obviously, Braum is going to try and body block that. Which composition are you liking more, Pike?
I'm going to be fully honest with you, Logan. I don't like Xerath. I don't know why it's being picked up. I have to see it to believe it. I just don't think it's the right pick. You'd be better off with a champion that can actually deal damage quickly. It's just super long range. It's just the AP version of Jhin. And you know what? Jhin does it better.
Jhin does do it better because Jhin also gets like passive movement speed, has a little more lockdown in my opinion, traps to slow, and the Deadly Flourish. So yeah, I do kind of like Jhin in that situation. Xerath is even more immobile than Jhin. Obviously has a bit more range and flexibility with where the ultimate goes though. So it's really down to the composition. It's really down to the individual players, but we are here, Pike. We are on game 6 of 6 potential games today. It is game 3 of tonight's best of 3 series between Relove DCG and GZ of the PCS in this derby. This is the decider. One of these teams will be 0-2 by the end of the night and keep going on in the lower bracket, and the other team will be 1-1.
I like where your head's at. I like the words you're saying, Logan. They make sense. They do.
Hopefully they make dollars eventually.
But it's going to be a bit of a slow one, I think, with the Xerath especially. You want to get those early items as soon as you can, but they do take a bit of time. A Horizon focus is a bit of a focus for this champion too, but probably a Ludens as like your main source of wave clear will be quite critical. But talk to me, Logan. Tell me about the Orianna with the Talia matchup.
What is there to tell? So, Orianna, we do know has the shockwave, the command shockwave as the ultimate, whereas Talia has the Weaver's Wall. So Talia's Weaver's Wall is more of a utility sort of team fighting tool, whereas the command shockwave is more of it's still a team fighting tool, but it's like a massive damage team fighting tool. It's less utility. Does have a bit more shielding, does Orianna as well, so a little more survivability in the 1v1 trade. But right now, Uniboy is definitely getting the better of Hongshu. I mean, Uniboy is still 100% health with 2 pots, and Hongshu is about 70%. So, you know, it's just a trading a good little ward. We'll spot Pop 9 out in that mid lane. Yizhong getting the better of Florin in these early stages, and Xiaoxi already on the roam.
Yeah, it's always good to see. It's again very good early warding out of both teams, just trying to track where these junglers are, what they're doing, and Xiaoxi might be looking for something. If Uniboy steps up just a little bit too far, they could get caught out as not going to be allowed to land too much. The Winter's Bite is not going to land. Good shield goes up, stand behind me is always a fantastic ability in any team fight too. Blocking so much of the damage, especially into something like a Xerath, where you are throwing out so much just nonsense.
I love the idea of Xerath throwing out nonsense rather than actual spells. Like, can you imagine if it was like a charged up rainbow that hit you, and instead of like an electro ball that stuns, it was just, I don't know, like a present, like a Santa Christmas version of Xerath? I'd probably get that skin, you know?
That sounds like a good skin, actually. Right.
Yeah.
Let's get on this.
Yeah, that you can have that one for free. As Pop 9 was trying to recall on top of that control ward and then goes, oh wait, I'm on a ward, starts to clear it. Uniboy moves in just to, you know, poke Pop 9, is taking that recall as Hongshu TP's back to the mid lane. So that summoner is down. I will be looking though for Kaiwing's engages, right? Because you look at engage tools on either team here, and I really think Yizhong obviously isn't a fantastic engage tool. Husha could get some good engages, but I really think it's down to this Nautilus to start these fights and engage, because you look at Na, you look at Wukong, there's some fantastic engage, even Braum for Relove DCG.
Yeah, the Fissure is a big one. The Glacial Fissure is Braum's ultimate will be very impactful in these corridors. It's basically just a utility version of Rumble's Equalizer. So it's always really nice to see these land in really good positions. And Florin here being very aggressive onto Yizhong, cancelling his back, just getting a little bit of that tempo through. But TP is still available for Yizhong, so they'll be able to get back to lane pretty quick, smart. And there it is.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why TP is such an important summoner, right? Because it gets you back out to lane. You don't miss gold. You don't miss experience. You can keep up with your opponent. There's a nice buffer there by Kaiwing to just get away from that potential engage from Feng and Xiao. See, but we take a look at some of these vision control, right? GZ have already got so much of it mid through bot side. 2 control wards, so they will see anything that happens with this Drake that has just spawned. Husha, though, roaming around that top side. That's okay though. Florin's pushed up at the moment, not under any real threat of any gank. Husha just wants to take his top side camps.
Yeah, so true, so true. And just the good vision as well. First Dragon is up on the board. It is going to be an Ocean, Logan. That is a very interesting dragon, purely for the purpose that it's named after an ocean.
Which ocean? Do you know? Is it the Pacific, the Atlantic, or is it the Rune Terran Ocean?
It was actually Bilgewater.
Oh. Wait, is that the ocean? I thought Bilgewater was like a place.
No, it's an ocean.
Oh. The more you know. Okay.
Yeah. Look into it. It's pretty cool lore.
I will, but looking into this...
And then they named the town, but okay, here we go. And we do see the Weaver's Wall coming in forward, and the damage to be enough as the Cyclone is good. Sending multiple members up, Valkyrie out of Fang, and First Blood heading over to this Orianna. Hongshu, very happy to be picking that one up.
Yeah, I really like this, actually. GZ started this, but Relove DCG finished it, right? Xiaoxi was on the back foot. He was running. He was less than 25% health, and then the rest of Relove DCG turned up. They get the kill. They save their support, get first blood onto their mid laner, no less, onto Hongshu on that Orianna. We see it here again, right? Husha just walks in. Like, straight blind, walks into Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi puts up the wall. I think Xiaoxi, with the wall, is actually able to prevent the Weaver's Wall going any further. It looked like he was in the right place. But it's like Kaiwing suffered for the sins of Husha.
Yeah. Well, the big thing there was it was multiple ultimates. It was still Hongshu with the Shockwave, with the Cyclone on top of it. So like, yeah, ultimates were burnt, but that's exactly what you want at this point. Like, you get the early kill, you got the lead, you get the dragon off it. Like, really solid gameplay from DCG. They've got an early lead.
Yeah, and I like this, right? We were talking about it. Game 1, GZ just ran the game. Game 2, GZ started strong early. Relove DCG finished strong. And now here in this Game 3, Relove DCG have started stronger. They're at 500 gold. They've got the first Drake of the game. Grub's up in 30 seconds, and Florin has that top lane priority. He's pinging because Ejung isn't in his lane. He's like, where is this Renekton? He's missing. The rest of you need to be careful, but he will be returning through that top lane very, very shortly as the supports, they've started their roaming.
Yeah, so that's what they do best. The same, but it's actually, I was about to say, was Betty heading towards the Grubs too, but looks like they are going to be heading back down to that bot side. Grubs now spawned, means this is where the next little party is going to be. Still, Shousey, level 5, doesn't have that Glacial Fissure just yet, but Cyclone and Shockwave for both sides of Relove DCG is available. So we could be looking at that. Weaver's Wall, still not going to be up for this fight, but Present is going to be available. We'll have to see if who's going to be able to look for this. As one Void Grub does go down. Pop9 now looking for the fight. Does get the Cyclone off, and let's see if those Arcane shots are going to be able to do enough damage. Right at Arcane is good. Betty picks up the kill. This is too much, and Fang joins this party. They got the damage off too. Uniboy is just gone. Jousey trying to hold on. Betty does have the health and the mana, but I think they just have to back off, and still Void Grubs 1-0. They still need to confirm if they're going to be able to lock down the rest, but 1k gold lead for DCG.
Yeah, 2 kills over to DCG, 1 kill over to GZ there, as Betty was able to take out Hongshu, the mid laner, but in kind, Relove DCG take Husha and Uniboy. So a nice turn of play there as we see it. They're doing the dance. Pop9 is on the Grubs. Shousey playing, Warden, zoning them away. And this is just a 1v1 between the junglers, and Pop9 just stomps Husha in it. Uniboy goes down to one last attack from Fang as Kaiwing. He actually flash hooked forward to try and get into Relove DCG's lines as we come back to live, and it is Fang in the bot lane farming CS, has been left alone to catch up. But you look at the gold distribution, right? It's 1.4k lead over to Relove DCG, and that's okay. But most of it is in Pop9, whereas the gold lead for GZ is over to Ejung, simply because of a CS advantage.
Now look, honestly, Ejung's been having a really good series tonight. Like, they've been looking really good, really sharp. Florin's been forced onto a back foot, which is where we've said unusual. He does do well, but the downside is like Ejung's just doing better.
Yeah, he's doing better, and it's unusual to see Florin on the back foot like this. Like, it's not like he's playing bad. It's not like he's down and out by a long shot, but it is just Ejung eking out leads, being in great positions here. But I also want to shout out Betty for a second. In that game too, Betty actually hit his 500 assists in the LCP. So another massive milestone hit here tonight.
Yeah, we've had quite a few today. I'm surprised that we're getting so many back-to-back in these series. Is everyone's sort of coming up with the goods. They've been around a while. LCP, they're getting their stats on board.
We love stats. Stats on stats on stats. The more games, the longer they go, the more stats we get, Pike. Love a good 3-game series here. Is one thing that I'm really enjoying about this new meta that we find ourselves in this mage meta, is the supports are roaming so much more. So we're seeing a lot more action. We're seeing a lot more ganks, right? And it's instead of it just being the traditional jungler and mid, it's now usually support jungle and mid. So like the fights in the mid are more explosive. They're much bigger. It's more exciting that way. But excitement aside, we look at the Rift as it is. The second Drake has just spawned, and GZ, they're moving to it at lightning speed. Relove DCG, they may not even be able to respond.
Yeah, it's only 11 and a half minutes, so getting onto it nice and quick. The vision's just not there. TPs are now coming in, so I think the Dragon might just be secured at this point if they don't get to it right now. Weaver's Wall is going to come through. Xiaoxi says we can take this fight. 3 members hit. Great Cyclone on the back. Is going to be enough damage to lock down one. Husha's low, and they are able to lock it down. And it is Hongshu once again picking up the kill. And now Uniboy as well, trying to look at Hongshu. Damage is good. The hook lands. They might be able to follow up with a little bit more. Great flash out means Feng is going to pick up one more. Gets the stun. No mana. Barrage is going left, right. Uniboy has to be so careful. Great flash. Keeps them alive. But Relove DCG, they are in the hot seat right now.
Yeah, 6-1 with a 4K gold lead, and it all kicked off with Xiaoxi flash fissuring forward. I believe he connected with at least 2, but Relove DCG got to this Drake so late. GZ were just so proactive with it. Here it is. Yeah, connects onto Uniboy as well, getting 3 in that fissure. So Xiaoxi leading the charge, soaking as much damage as he possibly can, taking those stuns, even eating the entire ultimate of Betty and surviving. And that's what you want to do as a support here. Is Uniboy goes into that 1v1 with Hongshu. Hongshu shields and flashes, so Kaiwing goes down. Bang, procs that stun passive from the Braum. Down goes Betty, and this, fantastic. I love it. The follow-up from Xiaoxi, forcing that flash out of Uniboy. 5 minutes, Talia no flash.
Goal, the damage there is looking much better too, and this is the difference. Fang on this Corki, it's going to be doing more and more damage. It's already picked up a Triforce. The tier is very successfully stacking. I worry for what Betty's going to be able to do. Yes, they're hitting almost all their abilities. They're doing a very good job of it. I won't lie. I'm impressed. But it's still a Zera. I don't know if it's got what it takes.
Well, time will tell. Right now, not looking favorable because DCG are nearly 4K up. It is 6-1 at 14 minutes. They have 2 of the grubs and 1 of the drakes, so they're sitting in a good position, as well as all 5 role quests having been completed, whereas Kaiwing still just needs to complete theirs. But everyone does have their ultimates online. The top laners even have their level 2 ultimates already, Pike, so they're quite strong. They're becoming very menacing indeed as the battle for vision control is occurring. On this bot side, GZ are kind of hurting DCG around. Kaiwing needs to be careful here. He could quite easily be caught out.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a Rift Herald spawning in 10 seconds, so maybe they're looking at Uniboy here, who is incredibly low, and maybe they're just wanting to siege up and get some tower plates and continue this gold lead that they've secured for themselves. So Relove DCG sitting comfortably at 4K, maybe looking to pick up their first tower just off a really good trade. It did make a shockwave be used, but first tower, totally worth.
At 15 minutes, Pike, this might be the fastest tower we've seen all night, actually. I remember we remarked at a 17-minute one earlier, but yeah, there it goes. Red turret destroyed first. Turret goes over to Relove DCG. More gold in the pocket. Ooh, the ult missing Ezhong, able to get away from that one. GZ, 3 members topside. Florin has to be careful.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald, as I said before, it is spawned. It's been started up. Xiaoxi maybe just trying to get that good control and vision. But Hongshu, Pop9 are working their way up, and Florin in a bit of a pickle. Being hit with the wind becomes lightning. Great hook from Kaiwing. It's going to be able to do a little bit more, but the shield comes out and keeps them alive. Have to see if they can continue this fight anymore as the Glacial Fissure does hit. Kaiwing off to the side. Cyclone is good. The damage going to be enough as Hongshu on a killing spree. Doing such a good job, doing more. And look at Fang on the backside. This is the problem. The second Betty goes to ulti, Fang will sink his teeth in. And the Rift Herald should be Relove DCGs to confirm.
Yeah, Feng has been such a problem for Betty. Every time Betty has opened up with that ultimate, Feng has made a beeline for Betty, has just run straight to them and taken them out. Yes, Betty has both kills, but Betty has also died twice. So great playing there from Relove DCG. They're 8-2, nearly 5k gold lead. Next, Drake is up in 15 seconds. They've taken the Rift Herald as well here. So we go to this replay on the top side. Xiaoxi arrives in the nick of time. He's chasing because he knows he's got Hongshu. He knows he's got Pop 9. Betty, this is the replay I want to see. Feng just goes Betty over the wall here. Hits everything. Nothing Betty can do because Feng just sidesteps everything, even the stun. So just fantastic hands diff there from Relove DCG.
Yeah, now the Dragon's being started up here at the 17 minute mark. The Rift Trail does get summoned mid, so they might be able to pick up another tower as they walk down. It's already been confirmed. GZ pick it up. Now they're on the retreat. They need to get out of dodge. There's a lot of damage still coming out. Betty able to land quite a bit. Tower goes through. Second charge for Shelly. He's pretty rough. And now here comes Members. Nice. Nah comes through. Should be able to blow Injung up, but picks up the Dominus is not going to be enough. Hongshu picking up another kill. A little bit too much as the Rite of the Arcane does come through. Not going to get a kill just yet. Pop 9 survives a little bit longer. Feng as well, taking a lot of damage. The fight falls out.
Feng has no mana there, so did have to retreat. And I really liked how Betty held on to that very last arcane shot. Was really making Pop 9 play careful. Had to dance around. Very nearly took them out, but, you know, just fast fingers here as we see this fight again around the Drake. Xiaoxi goes low, puts the door up, and is able to advance in the face of GZ. Florin was flicked back, but not before he got that ability off. Damages onto 3, finds the ult onto Izhang. Probably wanted it onto Kaiwing here, and that Dominus does so much work, keeping Izhang alive for probably a bit longer than DCG would have preferred. Here, Chassis, he looks for a little bit more, but they see the numbers as we go back to live, and of course, they're fighting again, Pike.
They're always fighting, never unrelenting. As now the Weaver's Wall locks them in. They have to be very careful. They have to Valkyrie over, but Pop 9 wants more of this fight. Kaiwing, he's getting chunked out. Double Cyclone, he's going to land, does cure Kaiwing. Izhang on the back line does damage, but Husha and Uniboy trying to hold them back. It is Xiaoxi quite low. Nice flick back. He's going to lock out just a little bit too much. They have to be worried as Fang, the damage dealer, is gone. Florin does go mega, caught out once again, and Betty picks up the kill. It's still a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, great flicks there coming out of GZ as well.
Oh my god.
Yep, Uniboy is just a monster on this Talia. I think he's hitting far more flicks than he's actually missing. I mean, DCG is still at 4K, but GZ they've found the fight. That was a great sequence. They've been able to cut DCG's gold lead down. Uniboy, given the space, is really putting in work here with those flicks. GZ, though, they're at 2 Drakes, another Drake in a couple of minutes as we go to this topside replay. And I think DCG just got a little overconfident here. Husha goes in and gets so much value off of Pop 9, that Weaver's Wall forcing the Valkyrie out of Fang, so mobility reduced. Pop 9 finds that angle on the Kaiwing, and here's where I think Relove should have backed away, but we see Xiaoxi Fisher forward and is heavily punished for it. If he hadn't have flashed, the flick would have landed, but he gets clipped by Husha's Wind Becomes Lightning and is slowed up. Florin, again, gets flicked even in that Mega Gnar. So Uniboy MVP in these fights, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I still think as well there's been so many good movements and actions out of basically everyone. And again, shout out to Betty for landing all those abilities. Maybe I'm just salty that I can't do that. But at the same time, there are particular champions you just don't really see in pro play. So its rise in sort of priority is just a bit shocking to me. But it seems to be doing okay. It's 3-2-1. Farming quite successfully. It's now got the Shadow Flame confirmed too. So damage is definitely going to be online for this champion. But counterpoint to that, Fang has now just fixed up the mirror mana. So once that's fully scaled, and I think it is, we should be looking at a very, very strong Corki.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, 3-1-3, 2 completed items, very, very strong. Hongshu in the mid with the Ludens, with the belt, with the 10 stack Medjais as well. I mean, Relove DCG are online. Fang, Hongshu, Pop 9 leading the damage charts. Betty within touching distance, though, so he's no slouch there. But you look at Xiaoxi, right? 9 out of 10 kills participation. That's a 90% KP right now. That's what you want out of your support. Whereas on the opposite side of the spectrum, Kaiwing has only been involved in 2 out of the 5. That's only a 40% KP. So Kaiwing probably needs to step it up a bit here, is slacking in that vision control as well compared to Xiaoxi. Baron on the Rift. 4th Drake of the game, 15 seconds. GZ first to it, getting that vision control, getting priority, because they recognize that the more Infernal Drakes they can get, the more damage they can do, and if they get that soul, extra poke means extra winning.
You said it very correctly, sir. Extra winning is what these teams want to do. Now, they just need to secure the dragon as it is. Husha already confirmed on it. Izhang looking for the flank. Uniboy wanting to do like a nice Weaver's Wall around the back, but you can see all of DCG moving forward. Weaver's Wall does go down. It's just to stop them from getting in at the dragon, but they do have a lot of jumps. Cyclone's good. Even the Shockwave lands and hits its mark. The double kill for Feng, who is now walking through this entire team. The flash over the wall as Xiaoxi actually picked up Husha, stole away a little bit more. Izhang wants this dragon, but it's stolen away. It is going to be Hongshu who picks it up, and now they can look at this mid wave.
Relove DCG get 4 and the Drake off a fantastic engage from Pop 9 and the command shockwave from Hongshu. They teamed up and they delivered GZ to their graves. Only Uniboy stands. DCG started up the Baron. Surely they get this. I just don't think Uniboy can 1v5 plus Baron. Kaiwing has respawned. He's on his way over.
There's a TP coming in as well, so Betty's now joining this fight. Uniboy is low. Flashes go forward in a nice shutdown, but the Baron has already been secured. Xiaoxi just needs to hold on and live a little while longer, but these arcane shots are raining down and they do not find their mark. And it is 4 members that get out, and a great successful Baron play for DCG.
Yeah, really not a bad result there for Relove DCG. They win this Drake fight with a fantastic Cyclone engage from Pop 9 with that Shockwave. Connects on 2, does serious amounts of damage, really gives DCG the advantage here. Xiaoxi just gets that Q poke onto Husha over the wall there, and then they collect that Drake and they take the Baron as well. So 2 Drakes, nearly a 6k gold lead right now. They did get the Baron, but because they got 1 death off of it, they've started from behind. They're about negative 1k gold at the moment, so it's up to Relove DCG to really drive home this Baron advantage. Izhang might potentially be caught here. It's okay. Pop 9's just going to clear that ward away. And GZ, they've got some warding on the bot side around that Drake pit, so they will see that Florin is on his own down there. It looks like he's just taking the Scuttle Crab, so they know they'll have the numbers advantage.
That's okay, because look at the mid wave as well. It is just Fang clearing through mid, taking that tier 2. And also Florence still has the Baron, so leaving them bot side, they're really splitting up the map and forcing GZ's hand to break up and respond to these different waves and all these Baron empowered minions that aren't going to be charging through. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to commit to anything on the other ones, because there's a good wave in mid. No one's really there to sort of push it out. Maybe Florin will be walking up and try and get some damage off, as they are starting to siege in this top tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get that value. They've brought it back from negative 1,000 to positive 100 right now with a minute left. They can't really afford to like lose too much or die here, as the wave has been cleared by GZ. They're still hanging around though, because Relove DCG, they want this top side. But you look at Florin, he's in that mid lane with Izhang. He's trying to push this mid wave in. He's trying to get some pressure down, but Izhang is able to answer him. He's only 0-2-3 versus 0-2-5. The smallest gold lead is on that top side, and there it is. They take that top side tier 2 turret with the Baron empowered minions. 1,000 gold and 20 seconds left on the Baron power play. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby. I feel like it could have been a little bit better. Like if you kept Florin down this bot side, really split up the fight. I'm not sure if they maximized it to its best potential, but still pulling it back from a negative is a win in and of itself.
Look, we take wins. Whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning, so they say. So, you know, if it's a kill, if it's a gold, if it's one turret that makes a difference, that is all you need. But the single largest individual gold lead is on Hongshu in that mid lane. He is 5, 2, and 7, has been involved in 12 out of the 14 kills for Relove DCG, who are now at an 8K gold lead. It feels like they're running away with this one now, Pike. At 27 minutes, they are firmly in control with a minute before the next Drake.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a downer when you do give Pop9 the Wukong and you give Hongshu the Orianna, the single, one of the most banned mid laners in the game for a reason. He's having such a good performance on it. Yes, he's died twice. He gave over quite a big shutdown gold, but still, it's regardless, it's the enablement and the damage it can output as the game goes on with a stopwatch, and that Magi is still stacking up slowly. It's a lot of damage and a lot you have to be worried about from the side of Relove DCG.
Yeah, they've got tools, right? Relove DCG have got all the tools in the world. I'm looking at Ground Zero Gaming GZ, and I'm just trying to find their tools, right? Yizhong does have that backline dive and the stun, but he's 2 levels down on Florin. Husha does have that Crescent Guard and a little knocker. Uniboy has the flicks, has been landing the flicks. Betty does have a stun, might be an engage on Florin.
Yeah, it's actually using the Arcane as well, so they're trying to send everything they can, and that's 2 ultimates burnt just to catch Florin there. Not too bad for him to get out, which is really nice success, as a dragon is already being taken on the other side. It's DCG looking to pick up their 3rd and sole point.
Fang with the cheeky Valkyrie over the wall, but that's exactly it. It feels like that was a weird timing for GZ to commit 3 members to that top side to try and get Florin. Florin with the fancy feet was able to avoid the engage and then basically was like, you know what, you can hit me with the arcane shots. I'm tanky enough to survive them. And with the 3 members of GZ topside, Pop9 just gets the freest Drake and looking for Yizhong.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, actually. I'm not going to lie. Pop9 hits like a truck. Sundered Sky, Triforce, and a GA, all readily available, all fully up. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, that was kind of concerning, actually. I was like, where did this damage come from? As Florin is just left to run this top lane down. Baron in 30 seconds, so they're working on clearing out the wards. DCG on Dragon Soul Point. They get the next one. They get that Infernal Soul, so their poke, their chip will really, really hurt. And all of Relove DCG are in this top side right now. GZ, they have to be careful. They can't walk in here. They might get caught out.
Yeah, we got a TP now coming in as well, so looks like it is going to be Fang jumping into the party. Hongshu, very strong. Vision trying to be put out, but look at the control wards that have been sliced into this location. They are not letting them have anything as they do go for the engage. Shouts, he has to pop up the shield. Yizhong now joining into the party. TP's good. Bang, actually going forward. Look at the damage coming out of this Corki. The Nara is good. Look at the backside as well. It's just too much. The double kill goes in for Florin, and even with a GA still not popped, Pop9 cleans this out. It is all but Betty holding on for the side of GZ. They had such a good first game, but they just couldn't hold on against the 2nd best team in the league. They gave them a run for their money, but DCG, they know how to play from behind. They can play with the right picks, and they're going to clean up this game and finish out tonight's best of 3 as the victors moving up in the bracket.
Relove DCG will take tonight's PCS derby 2-1 over Ground Zero Gaming. GZ find themselves at 0-2 for the split so far, whereas whereas DCG find themselves at 1-1. So they're still very much in contention. They still have room. They can still afford to lose one, but obviously you would prefer to win more. But I really like this one, right? It felt like the opposite of game one. Real of DCG got ahead early and they kept going. They kept snowballing that lead. There was a moment where GZ found a good fight. They cut Real of DCG's gold lead down, but it was just a speed bump on their road to victory. Real of DCG proving tenacious, proving the winner's mentality was with them.
Yeah, look, and it's hard to come back from a reverse sweep, and we saw two of them here tonight. And Real of DCG, it's one of these teams, we've seen them before, like the down but never out is probably one of their best sayings. You can take them to school, but you know what? They're going to break out of school and maybe go shopping instead, because this game in particular, they had the gold. Damage from Betty, really, really nice. However, you got to give big props, but it's just the consistent damage across the board that definitely leveled up this team in this final game. 30 minutes on the clock, 19 kills to 6. Real of DCG just looked so much better. The incremental lead was there, and still excited to see this team as they progress through the Swiss stage.
And that's the thing, right? We were skeptical of Azerath in the draft because it's all abilities, like it's all skill shots. And Betty proved he's got the skills. He just out-damaged absolutely everybody, but it still wasn't enough to lift GZ to victory. He was just ultimately a nuisance in the end because it was just clean plays, clean execution. And like we said in the draft, when we saw that Orianna into the Wukong, we were like, oh, well, there's the ball delivery system. And Pop9 delivered time and time again. That damage from that Orianna just so strong. And Hongshu in the mid lane, player of the match. 100% kill participation in game one and 75% plus in game two and game three. He was everywhere.
Look, and that's a big testament, especially playing the champion like Locke, where you do need to try and rotate around. But the Silas game, I look back at that fondly. That was a very, very good performance from him. He was all over it. He knew exactly where he needed to be. Even though they lost, he still played incredibly well, and his ultimates were really strong. But that Orianna, the final game of the day, wow, that was the biggest one in total. Really nice that they were able to get him the sort of the props he deserved, because every single shockwave we see hits at least 2 members guaranteed.
Yeah, it hits 2 members. It does so much damage to their health bars as well. I mean, Pop9 definitely had a good series too. Sorry, good match as well. Just tidily 1v1ing Husha off the side of the main fight here. But I really feel like both teams had a great match overall. Like, really good showings. In every game, there was some superstars. It wasn't like, yeah, there were dominant victories, but it wasn't like it was due to a massive collapse from any one player on either side. It was just incremental differences. It was small advantages that either team was able to leverage to take that game within the match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, it was both was inches versus miles. Like, the second one team would take something, there was some form of a response, but sometimes that might not have been enough of a response. So it was nice to see that there was always proactivity out of these teams. No one would take anything for nothing. So it's definitely not dealing with pirates. You take what you can, give nothing back. They were all taking everything they could, but sadly some teams just getting that little lead. And just, we can break down the series in total, but big props over to GZ. That first game, there are signs of life, and we say that about teams sometimes almost as filler, being like, let's see if they can do well. That was a different GZ, and I still think it's the team we should be watching moving forward, because they, from that performance, I think they've got the goods. They just need a chance to show it.
Yeah, 100%. They've definitely got the ingredients to cook up a 5-course banquet here. I mean, Uniboy alone in that mid lane is showing up, is so strong. Betty and Kaiwing are synergizing fantastically. You compare it to other teams in the league right now, for example CFO, they're still struggling to find some of that synergy, whereas GZ, they've already got it. Like, if GZ played CFO, I would rate GZ over CFO right now based on that performance. But here are the results from today's game. SHG versus DFM, the underdogs. DFM took it 2-1 in the LJL derby. And in our second BO3 tonight, Relove DCG do take it 2-1 over GZ, but my goodness, did GZ make them work for it.
Yeah, every single match tonight was a reverse sweep. GZ gave them the goods game one, but DCG just came back stronger, as they always do. So really good performance there, and we can see as we're moving forward, the lower bracket has turned into SHG versus GZ in a best of 5. We'll find out where it is going to be DFM versus DCG. It really comes down to how the games go tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And if SHG or GZ lose that one, they are out of playoffs already. And that's this Swiss stage. This is this 5-week split. It's, it almost feels like it's over before you know it. But the winning team will go up. But Friday night's matches tomorrow night, that is Team Secret Wales versus MVK, a VCS derby, followed up by CFO versus GAM. Both of these are sure to be excellent games. They both won in their week 1 respectively. Pike, any final thoughts on tonight's matches?
No.
I will have some final thoughts. They were fantastic. I'm glad we got to see the underdogs win in match 1, and I'm glad that Relove DCG got up and over GZ after a really strong performance. But that is all we have for you here tonight from the LCP. Thank you so much for tuning in for week 2, day 1. We'll see you again tomorrow night.